who in thy infinite wisdom and providential of rulers and councils for the welfare of society and the just government of man, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us, thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this assembly, and grant that we may, as in thy presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote thy honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests thou hast committed to our charge. All which we ask in thy name, and for the sake of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge. Good morning, members. You may be seated. Thank you, members. This morning, the Assembly continues with a Bill for Appropriations 2025 Act 2024 debate. And I am going to open the floor now for continued contributions. The Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized. I'm just going to request that we recess the House for 3 minutes to work out these technical problems. No result of the House, but just for members' sake. So this Honorable House now stands in recess for 3 minutes. Thank you. The woes of technology, I guess. And I'm happy those have been worked out, so now we can officially begin once again. So
Thank
I
you.
recognize the Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got a bit concerned because my laptop, which worked perfectly well last night, this morning froze up on me, Madam Speaker. It seems as if the devil is at work in this honorable house this morning. Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise in this honorable house today to make my contribution to the 2025 estimates of recurrent revenue, expenditure, and capital. Madam Speaker, I am mindful that the requirement for time limits have been waived. And Madam Speaker, I intend to take my time today, Madam Speaker, to speak on the issues. Let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank Premier Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster for his stellar leadership of this country over the past 4+ years. He very competently outlined the government's vision of Anguilla's progress for today and hope for a brighter future for our people in his presentation of the 2025 budget address on Monday of this week under the theme, Building the Anguillian Dream, Progress for Today, Hope for Generations. What a fitting theme, Madam Speaker, as we look with confidence to the future. Madam Speaker, I intend to make my presentation in 2 phases. The first phase, where I will speak in some detail about my ministry and the related departments, and the second phase, where I will speak in more expansive detail about this administration and the excellent work under the leadership of Premier Webster that we are doing to transform this country. For the benefit of the wider listening audience, Madam Speaker, I am the Minister of Home Affairs with responsibility for home affairs, lands, fiscal planning, immigration, labor, information and broadcasting, and constitutional affairs. The Ministry of Home Affairs comprises departments which are not only key to the development of Anguilla and the performance of the economy, but also play a key role in the citizens' and residents' quality of life. Through the regulation and administration of the Departments of Labor, Immigration, Lands, Physical Planning, and Information and Broadcasting, the Ministry of Home Affairs seeks to ensure decent work, enhance security, and promote the development of Anguilla and its residents while fulfilling our regional and international obligations. The ministry also seeks to lead on the development of a modern constitutional framework for Anguilla. For 2025, Madam Speaker, the ministry intends to empower these key departments by providing the necessary resources to properly execute their functions, which includes updating and supplementing the associated legal frameworks, improvements in technology being used as well as facilitating the engagement and the retention of key trained personnel. It should be noted, Madam Speaker, that this administration kept a key campaign promise to our resident Spanish population with the setting up of the first ever Spanish desk in 2021, less than a year after coming to office. This has never been done in the past, Madam Speaker. This government saw the necessity to do so as we have listened to the bitter cries of the Spanish community as to their treatment in past years. In this regard, Madam Speaker, Executive Council approved the appointment of Ms. Jeanette Guzman Lamantang on the 1st of March 2021. She remains in office until the term of this administration ends in 2025. Ms. Guzman Lamantang has provided a key link between the Ministry of Home Affairs and the wider government and our Spanish brothers and sisters in regards to queries and concerns regarding immigration, belonging, permanent residence, naturalization issues, passport issues, lands and planning issues, and labor issues. Some of these problems have been easily resolved, Madam Speaker, but some are beyond the scope of the Ministry of Home Affairs, and quite a few are currently at the Attorney General's chambers, Madam Speaker. And the AG has assured me that his staff are working assiduously on responses to our questions. So let me spend a few moments, Madam Speaker, if I may, on the Immigration Department. In 2025, Madam Speaker, the goal of the Immigration Department is to undertake comprehensive immigration reform, starting with updating the governing legislation, whereby the intention is to better categorize persons legally residing in Anguilla, provide updated visa provisions, and otherwise generally update the legislation. I must thank the Attorney General's chambers for its sterling assistance in this regard, as well as the valuable input of the Chief Immigration Officer and her management team in those discussions. Madam Speaker, in 2025, the Department of Immigration, with the assistance of the Ministry, will continue to look into the acquisition of a border management system that will improve the processes at the ports of entry and, by extension, the entire department. And let me say here, Madam Speaker, that currently the Department of Immigration utilizes a system that is called OTRIS, which is essentially, Madam Speaker, a police security system that is used to track the movements of persons, particularly those of criminal intentions, Madam Speaker. And over the years, the Department of Immigration would have been able to, as we say, fine-tune the system to meet their needs. But recently, that system was extensively upgraded, Madam Speaker, and it would have created what we would call a steep learning curve for the officers. And that would have resulted, Madam Speaker, in some delays in the processing of passengers, and I'll speak to that a little more as I go through the presentation. Madam Speaker, in terms of human resources, justification was made for 12 new immigration officers in the first instance, 12. However, in this budget before us today, we were able to get approval and support for 10 additional immigration officers. So the spend directly on personal emoluments will increase from $3.880 million this year to $4.558 million in 2025. Madam Speaker, the amendments to the Immigration Act will bring on more demands for immigration officers and for the Immigration Main Office. The Digital Nomad program we anticipate is already attracting quite a few applicants. And just for the benefit of the listening public, Madam Speaker, a digital nomad works from any location, remotely from any location, and uses technology to perform their job while moving to new destinations. Some working nomads stay in one area for a few weeks or months before moving to a new location. And Madam Speaker, the digital nomad program would have gained popularity during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I must commend here our Minister of Natural Resources. At that time, she would have been the parliamentary secretary, and she was also named the czar, I think it was, in the tourism sector, and she would have been one of those that would have actively been promoting this program. And Madam Speaker, what we have found out is that Anguilla is a very, very attractive destination for these persons. They just love this place, Madam Speaker. And so we are looking at this program continuing to take off. So, Madam Speaker, this program was implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic, as I said, initially under the Tourism Department. But finally, a decision was made by government to move it to its new home under immigration. And the new Immigration Act that I have been mentioning provides a framework for this. The new Immigration Act, Madam Speaker, will also provide for a number of new categories for residence permits. Currently, Madam Speaker, you can be here on a work permit, or you come here as a visitor. You know the thrust of this administration, and I must say, Madam Speaker, it is nothing new that over the decades, there has been a lot of talk in Anguilla about increasing our population. And it has been mostly lip service, but this administration, and particularly my ministry, we are moving ahead to take active steps to make this a reality. Madam Speaker, 14,000 people cannot adequately support the needs of this country, Madam Speaker, and we need some bodies in this country. And let me not say any and everybody, Madam Speaker. We want to ensure that the people that we attract to this country are reputable and they are coming here, Madam Speaker, to make a contribution to this island, Madam Speaker. They're not coming here to be a burden to our already stretched resources. They must be coming here to make contribution to uplift this country and uplift the economic situation in this country. But with all of this workload, Madam Speaker, puts a strain on the Immigration Department. At Blowing Point, Madam Speaker, the Blowing Point port is presently understaffed. There is need to have all 4 booths properly manned. One booth, yet another year, remains unoccupied due to not having sufficient officers. And Madam Speaker, I would have been called on the Blowing Point on several occasions, Madam Speaker, where I saw literal chaos, where there were boats piling up and boats coming in, and there were extremely long lines of persons. And I know one time, Madam Speaker, I had to use my best soothing voice to try to calm down the visitors, because there were a lot of them. And I saw the frustration on the faces of the immigration officers, because, Madam Speaker, as I said before, they were grappling with this new system. And the internet at that time, I think, was acting up. So people were frustrated. But the point is, Madam Speaker, the booths are undermanned. There are 4 booths. And I know the governor and the deputy governor, our permanent secretary, Dr. Harrigan, We are aware of these complaints, Madam Speaker. And so these 10 new immigration officers will go a long way to helping the processing of passengers through immigration controls. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we have been given active consideration to by the Department of Immigration is a dedicated desk for the day trippers. Madam Speaker, every day we have hundreds of persons that come over from St. Martin to enjoy Anguilla's beaches and other amenities. And with the new officers that are coming on board, it is hoped that we can perhaps have a dedicated desk just for the day trippers, Madam Speaker. We must point out as well that officers will be off work for things like vacation, study leave, sick leave, and other official leave through the year. And because we have such a shortage, Madam Speaker, of officers, when they're out on leave, the shifts are drastically affected. So the proposal is to have an additional 8 officers at Blowing Point, which will allow 6 officers on duty per shift, 4 working on arrival and 2 on departure. As you know, when passengers are leaving Anguilla now, they also have an immigration checkpoint. So, Madam Speaker, the movement of passengers at the Blowing Point port continues to increase. And, Madam Speaker, it is, I believe, due in large part to the efforts being made in this country to improve our tourism arrivals. And, Madam Speaker, the attractive port at Blowing Point, I think, Madam Speaker, continues to attract much commendation from our passengers. I am not going to compare our neighboring islands, Madam Speaker, but everyone who comes to Anguilla speaks highly of the treatment. And then at the airport, we are seeing an increase in the flights at Blowing Point. And we are hoping to have additional officers there at the airport. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, we have up to 3 flights landing at the airport. And again, long lines at the airport. In the Labor Department, Madam Speaker, in 2025, the Department of Labor will place greater emphasis on monitoring and enforcing compliance with labor legislation and policies. Key to succeeding is updating legislative and policy frameworks and their systems. This will include updating the Labor Relations Act 2018 and work permit regulations, as well as enacting the Labor Welfare and Equality Act. Give me one moment, Madam Speaker. At the ministry level, we are actively seeking to design a course of action for private sector employees as it relates to securing retirement pension benefits, separate and apart from Social Security. And in this vein, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank Dr. Wycliffe Foy and his team for the excellent work they have done so far. The ministry has received the committee's work plan for the year forward, Madam Speaker, and I'm speaking particularly about a course of action for pensions, Madam Speaker. And I want to say here, Madam Speaker, that as we moved around this country in the lead up to the elections in 2020, Madam Speaker, one of the glaring issues or points that came out to us, Madam Speaker, was the cry of the employees that they were working, they were giving their best service to this country for 20, 30 years, Madam Speaker, and they were going home essentially with their last paycheck, Madam Speaker. Very sad state of affairs. And so the ministry has set up a committee, Madam Speaker, to look at this. As we go on in terms of labor, Madam Speaker, provision has been made for an additional labor inspector. This additional resource will help the department to ensure that there is compliance with the various labor laws and regulations. We also intend to review the minimum wage in 2025, Madam Speaker. As you recall, a flat rate of $6 was implemented at the beginning of this year. The Minimum Wage Committee, Madam Speaker, also headed by Dr. Foy, would have made the recommendation, which was approved by Executive Council and endorsed by both sides of the House. Madam Speaker, it was never intended to be a living wage at that particular point. And so further work is to continue next year. And I'm going to speak to that, Madam Speaker, a little later down in my presentation. Department of Lands and Surveys, Madam Speaker. The Department of Lands and Surveys is hopeful for 2025 that significant progress can be made with respect to the launching of the Land Information System in order to harness the benefits that will be realized by being able to conduct business more efficiently and effectively through the use of enhanced public-facing web applications. In other words, Madam Speaker, they have been, what we say, digitizing or putting all of the records, the land records, Madam Speaker, on the digital platform, which makes them easy to access. And I recall when we were just recently in the UK, we were asked a question whether the public would be able to access these records, and it's not possible at this time, Madam Speaker, but that is the intention, to make it very easy for the public to be able to get this information when they need it. And so, Madam Speaker, in 2025, the Department of Lands and Surveys will be getting the services of a Land Information Systems Manager and a Land Information Systems Officer. And the direct spend and possible emoluments will increase from $1.469 million to $1.685 million. The Department of Information and Broadcasting, with Anguilla, Madam Speaker, continues to deliver on its mandate of providing a high-level public broadcast service. It will continue to modernize its equipment with a view towards realizing and positioning the national broadcast entity to maximize the use of new technology in the station's daily output. In 2025, Madam Speaker, Fiscal Planning. The Fiscal Planning Department intends to increase its efficiency and effectiveness by leveraging technology to modernize their systems, streamlining building permit processes. Additionally, they aim to implement green building standards to help reduce the carbon footprint, create more open spaces with the goal of fostering an environment that enhances the quality of life for our community and secures a sustainable future for generations to come. So, Madam Speaker, as I close this aspect of my presentation, I wish to thank my Permanent Secretary, Dr. Aidan Harrigan, my Principal Assistant Secretary, Ms. Shamika Hodge, and how can I forget the invaluable assistance that has been provided to me by Clarion, by Alana, and by Jeanette, Madam Speaker. They have been literal shoulders of support. And of course, my heads of department, Ms. Lorraine Bryan, Ms. Joanne Hodge, and I must also include as well her deputy, Ms. Kaliana Ritchie, Mr. Leslie Jason Hodge, Mr. Vincent Proctor, and Madam Speaker, I pause here to indicate that he is now on pre-retirement leave, and I want to thank him for his years of service to the department, the Fiscal Planning Department, and also to welcome his successor, Ms. Sharon Hodge, and Ms. Farrah Banks, the Director of Radio Anguilla. Thanks to you and your staff for the support. So, Madam Speaker, I turn my attention to part 2 of my presentation, and I preface my remarks with the following illustration, and Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence in this regard. So a story was told about an Anguillan elder, Madam Speaker, and I believe he came from right up there in the Farrington, who was teaching his grandson about life. He said to his grandson, "A fight is going on inside of each of us. It is a terrible fight, and it is between two wolves. One is evil. He is anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, self-doubt, and ego. The other wolf is good. He is joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith." Yes, my grandson, the elder said, this same fight is going on inside of you and inside of every other person too. So the grandson thought about it for a moment, and then he asked his grandfather, which wolf will win? The elder simply replied, the one that you feed. So, Madam Speaker, the question I ask in this honorable house today to everyone under the sound of my voice is, which of these wolves are we feeding? Let that marinate for a minute, Madam Speaker. And for me, Madam Speaker, the answer is clear. And I look for confirmation to the budget speech. And I quote, "Today I stand before you at a pivotal moment in our island's journey. This is not just another budget. It is a declaration of belief in you, the people of Anguilla. It is a promise that your dreams, your resilience, and your hard work will drive the future we build together. You have faced challenges with courage, embraced opportunities with determination, and carried this island forward with pride and grace. You, whether you are the mother working tirelessly to provide for your children, youth aspiring to achieve their goals, the young entrepreneur daring to dream big, the farmer and construction worker laboring under the sun, the hotel worker caring for our visitors, or the elder who paved the way for us, are the heart and soul of this island. Your strength inspires us to aim higher, to dream bigger, and to act bolder. Madam Speaker, these words are so inspiring. The budget themed Building the Anguillian Dream, Progress for Today, Hope for Generations, is more than a fiscal plan. It is a roadmap for transformation. It says to each and every Anguillian, this is your journey. This is your opportunity. This is your dream. With bold investments in education, healthcare, and economic growth, we are not merely promising change, Madam Speaker. We are delivering change, Madam Speaker. Change just could not wait. Madam Speaker, we stand here today as a proud administration with an unshakable resolve to ensure that every child can succeed, every business can thrive, and every family can live with dignity and hope. And Madam Speaker, the Premier in his budget speech would have referenced Jeremiah 29:11, and I want to reference again, Madam Speaker, this part of Scripture that reminds us, for I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future, Madam Speaker. Let this budget reflect those plans, a budget for growth, resilience, and unity. Madam Speaker, I say to all of us here today, Anguilla stands at the brink of greatness, a far cry from where we were in 2020 at the point of bankruptcy. Madam Speaker, God has been truly good to us as a people. I say that again, Madam Speaker. God has truly been good to us as a people. Imagine, Madam Speaker, at the end of 2020 when we took office, debt was $476.93 million. Net debt ratio was 202.08%. Debt service ratio was 21.87%. Liquid assets reserves, 0.23, or 1 day of reserves. Madam Speaker, 1 day of reserves. That is what we met when we came to office. And Madam Speaker, many persons have said to us, we should have done the cowardly thing at that point in time and packed up and gone home. Because it was daunting, Madam Speaker. It was frightening. Imagine you come into the office with such great hopes for your country, and even before you even go into day one of the new administration, you are told the country is bankrupt. And Madam Speaker, that is why I have such great pride in our Premier and all our ministers gathered here this morning. Because we didn't turn tail and run. We rolled up our sleeves and we got to work. So at the end of 2021, Madam Speaker, the debt would have come down to $447.73 million. The net debt ratio would have come down to 164.40%. Debt service ratio, 18.37%. And the liquid assets reserves still remained at 1 day, which at 0.26. So in 2021, it was still a dismal, but Madam Speaker, there was a little ray of sunshine that was beginning to poke its head around the clouds. A little ray of sunshine, Madam Speaker. And that was enough to motivate us to go on. So at the end of 2022, our debt continued to come down to $409.85 million. Net debt ratio, 100.95%. Debt service ratio, 15.05%. And our liquid assets reserves, Madam Speaker, for the first time went up to 26.47% on 95 days of reserves, Madam Speaker. So the sun began to come out a little more in the third year. Would you agree, Premier? The sun was beginning to shine. But it wasn't quite in its full bloom yet. So at the end of 2023, debt was $371.03 million. And Madam Speaker, you realize as I'm speaking, we are seeing a steady decline in our debt. Bear in mind, Madam Speaker, that we were still recovering from the ravages of Hurricane Irma, and we were still grappling with after effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the issues with the worldwide supply chain, and the other calamities across the world, Madam Speaker, that were driving up prices. But in 2023, our debt came down to $371.03 million. Our net debt ratio was 46.11%. Our debt service ratio, 12.64%. And our liquid assets reserves would have shot up to 74.54%. Our reserves for 268 days, Madam Speaker, $179.80 billion, Madam Speaker. And then we come to this year, Madam Speaker, where our debt continues to fall to $332.14 million, our net debt ratio 14.82%, our debt service ratio 11.48%, and our liquid assets reserves 92.25%, or 332 days, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, isn't that something to give God thanks for, Madam Speaker? As a people, we need to thank God more for bringing us a mighty long way. And, Madam Speaker, it could have been the other way. But I will attribute it to God's benevolence and assistance to this country and to the very hard work, Madam Speaker, of this administration, and more than this administration, Madam Speaker, to the hard-working civil servants, Madam Speaker, that make up the public service of Anguilla, particularly in the Ministry of Finance. Because, Madam Speaker, all of these years have been characterized by a lot of sacrifice. Madam Speaker, I know what it feels like every year to make your budget proposals. You want this, you want that. And, Madam Speaker, it ain't no wish list, you know. It is things that are really, really desperately needed. And then to be told, Madam Speaker, when you crunch the numbers, your envelope is maybe, let us say, 14, 15 million for parcel emoluments, and you have submissions of $40, $50 million. So I want to thank the public service this morning for the sacrifices that they have endured over these trying times, particularly after the pandemic, to have continued to work under very adverse conditions that have enabled this administration and this country to continue to sustainably bring its debt down. It brings its debt down, Madam Speaker, to more sustainable levels, and it will continue to come down, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I listened to the deliberations in this honorable House yesterday, especially from the opposition bench, Madam Speaker, I was really saddened. I was really saddened, Madam Speaker. And you may ask me why. Madam Speaker, instead of looking to the future, all the opposition seems to be doing is living in the past and spewing negativity. Madam Speaker, this shows you which wolf they are feeding. And Madam Speaker, one of the common talking points among the opposition that greatly offends me is that people cannot eat concrete. It offends me greatly, Madam Speaker. We heard it yesterday again from the mouth of the Leader of the Opposition and former Minister of Labor, Madam Speaker. That is very damning, Madam Speaker, that the member feels that it is necessary to speak in this way about construction workers. In fact, Madam Speaker, people are now confused.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a misrepresentation of the statements and the positions I took yesterday. I was speaking about the fact that infrastructure is different from allowing people to be able to put food on the table, the difficulty with the cost of living as a result of the high GST and the high cost of living. Everyone who listened yesterday could understand that that was what I was saying. I never once spoke about construction workers, and the fact is that when COVID came in March of 2020, the only thing keeping Anguilla was the construction workers with the projects, the infrastructural projects that the Anguilla United Front had started. So it is a misrepresentation, and would ask the member to refrain from making those type of statements. It's incorrect.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member for Sandy Hill is being factually incorrect. She said, and I quote, "You can watch concrete, but you can't eat concrete." And go ahead. Right. And that's a direct attack on construction, the construction sector, and those men and women who work in that particular industry.
A total misrepresentation. And I think all of Anguilla understands the fact that I have always been saying infrastructural projects are necessary for the country, but you cannot put infrastructural projects over the needs of the people. When there are people that need more money, they need to be able to have savings, they need to be able to put food on the table, and the high cost of living is impacting them. It has nothing to do with the construction workers. So I would ask that the members of government refrain from misrepresenting the statements made by the opposition, and you fully understand the intent of my statements, and all of Anguilla understands exactly what I was saying.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, that is incorrect, because if you're going to attack an industry that is reliant on human capital, it means that you're attacking the entire industry, including those persons who toil day and night in the construction sector. The leader of the opposition knows exactly what she said. They have been consistently attacking the construction sector in Anguilla. Infrastructure is about people. It's people who build the infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is not. So, Madam Speaker, am I allowed to respond? Very well, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member, you will continue, and I'll ask that we not interrupt the member's presentation unnecessarily. The statement was made that people cannot eat concrete. We all know that as a result of that concrete, people do eat. That's a common sense factor. Please, member, take your seat. I am speaking, obey the rule. Please, member, resume your seat. Please resume your seat.
It's so sad.
Member, please resume your seat. And please have some respect for the rule. You know the rules. You know the rules. The rule, you know the rule. When the speaker is going to make a judgment, you are supposed to be seated and not speaking. Please, it's just common sense. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, people are now confused, wondering if our lawmakers cannot understand how employment relates to affordability and making money so that they can actually buy things they can eat, Madam Speaker. But not so long ago, Madam Speaker, at the end of a term of office as a minister, the same member, the leader of opposition, who is now peddling this nonsense, thanked God for the construction projects ongoing despite the COVID-19 challenge. And I wish to remind the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and former Minister of Home Affairs and Labor of her words during the Anguilla House of Assembly session on 17th July 2020, and I quote her exact words, Madam Speaker. And today, I dare say that these same education construction projects, along with the health construction projects, are a couple of the few pillars that are keeping the wheels of Anguilla turning today. While the country is shut down, and our main industry, tourism, is essentially non-existent, God bless these health and education construction projects, end of quote. So, Madam Speaker, it just seems a little absurd for them to be making the statement that you cannot eat concrete, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, are we to think that the leader of the opposition actually believes her line that if people work in construction, they actually eat concrete?
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, it's a misrepresentation. Number one, I never would have made a statement like that. And number two, it's an inaccurate representation of the points I've made. And I can't understand why the members of government consistently get up and make statements that are inaccurate. It amounts to lying. And I would ask the members to refrain from doing so in their presentations. Accurately state what I say, and if you're going to interpret, interpret accurately. Don't misinterpret, because it's misleading.
Did I understand that as a question? Did I understand that as a question?
Oh, yes, Madam Speaker, I'm asking here, are we to think that the leader of opposition actually believes her line that if people work in construction, they actually eat concrete?
And there's a misrepresentation of what I have said. There's no line that I've said in asking the question. You said you can't eat concrete.
Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition or members of her organization have continuously said that people can't eat concrete. I'm not talking about the gentleman here, but some of the outside of the parliament who will never come in this parliament, Madam Speaker, as elected members. They have consistently said that people can't eat concrete and have been critical of the infrastructure projects, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. On a point of order. The statement made in terms of not eating concrete has to do with the high cost of living and the refusal of this administration
but that is not a point of order.
To reduce GST. It is a misrepresentation of the statement. They are taking the statement and allocating a misrepresented version of what is being said.
What's misrepresenting about people cannot eat concrete?
The statement is not misrepresented, it's the interpretation that the ministers are allocating to it, which is inaccurate and incorrect, and it's a misrepresentation, because the suggestion is that because people cannot eat concrete, there's a criticism against construction workers and the construction industry, and that is not the case. The point we are making is that you cannot place infrastructure projects over the people. While the people are hurting, you have to ensure that you make provision to decrease the cost of living, to decrease the cost of electricity, and to make things easier on the people.
Please,
And, Madam
let
Speaker,
us not
that is
interrupt
my
the
point
members.
of why it's a misrepresentation.
Please
I'm asking
continue. Please
if the
continue, member.
Speaker is going to say anything in relation to that.
Please continue.
Very good.
That's
Thank
what
you.
I'm going to say to that.
That's-
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The leader of the opposition also said that we should diversify completely away from tourism. She also said that as well, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, this morning, is the leader of opposition insulting the intelligence of our hard-working people to swallow this narrative? As a former teacher and minister, and now Minister of Labor, I feel duty-bound to clear up this matter and bring some clarity for the benefit of the opposition members who feel they must persist with this foolishness. And I'm sure we'll hear much more silliness as the silly season heats up, so this is where we are. So, Madam Speaker, if people cannot eat concrete, are they also saying that plumbers and their families eat PVC pipes and fittings, that fishermen eat the fish nets and the wire and the buoys, that teachers eat chalk and charts, that the farmers eat the fertilizer, the soil, and of course now we have the shade houses? Lawyers eat evidence and laws and witnesses. Nurses and doctors eat the patients and the medication. Bankers eat money. Madam Speaker, really? How ridiculous can they get? Now is not the time to fool and mislead our people. Now is the time to educate them. Madam Speaker, do you recognize how far our political debate has fallen in an attempt to mama-guy people, Madam Speaker? No wonder we are only now getting to the real issues that plague our country. Madam Speaker, if the opposition's strategy is to mislead the people of Anguilla, then they cannot be about advancing leadership among our people, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, that is why every time I hear these words, "you can't eat concrete," coming from the mouth of the minister and the leader of opposition, who was once the labor minister in this country, it makes me cringe. Madam Speaker, do you want to know why these words make me cringe? "You can't eat concrete"? Because those words are belittling. I go further, those words demean our hard-working construction workers who work tirelessly every day in the hot, blazing sun, Madam Speaker. In the hot, blazing sun. Madam Speaker, those words are an insult to our labor force, and I, as Labor Minister, take great offense to it. So, Madam Speaker, when the leader of opposition and her other colleagues say you can't eat concrete, tell them to go and ask Mr. Arthur C. Brooks, who we all know as Pretty, what that concrete has done for him in the past and what it's doing for him now, Madam Speaker. Tell them to go and ask the other construction workers what the concrete has done for them and their families, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, particularly with the construction of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, I literally spent every afternoon and evening, sometimes through the day, lunchtime, down at that site. And I always made a point of duty to speak to various workers to encourage them, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, they did a fine job in putting that structure together, Madam Speaker. So I say here this morning, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition ought to be ashamed of using those words, not only as a former Minister of Labor, but someone who wants to be a leader at the highest level in this country. As Mr. Claude Gomes says, as the concrete pours, the country grows. That is a man who knows the power of concrete. Never in this country again should any minister or aspiring politician demean any worker in this country. This should never be tolerated and will not be tolerated under my watch. And our construction workers should not only take offense, but should also condemn those words coming from the leader of opposition, a former minister of labor. Minimum wage, Madam Speaker. It was truly my intention to briefly touch this issue, just to basically note, as I did in phase 1, that the regime was going to be revised next year. But, Madam Speaker, in the budget debate yesterday, both the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and opposition colleague, Mr. Joseph Van der Poel, attempted to take credit for laying the groundwork for the current minimum wage regime, Madam Speaker. I strongly refuted it then, and I want to take some time today, Madam Speaker, to clearly outline why not a single ounce of credit, not an inch, nor a pinch, Madam Speaker, I intend to give them credit for with the minimum wage, not an inch.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. I remember yesterday commending the minister, but at no time.
What is your point of order?
It's misleading and ineffectual, Madam Speaker. At no time did I attempt to take credit for the minimum wage.
Madam Speaker, the point was made yesterday that the groundwork for the minimum wage was laid by the former Minister of Labor.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, my statement yesterday was in relation to the Labor Relations Act, the law which provided for minimum wage to be provided either by sector or overall. It was not intended to take credit for any minimum wage committee that had been created. So the statement that the minister is making is inaccurate. I spoke about the Labor Relations Act and the foundation, the law, and that was changed. That's what I spoke about.
Madam Speaker, let's move on. So, Madam Speaker, it is instructive to note that the labor laws dating back to 1988 all speak to minimum wage, Madam Speaker, all of them. We had the Fair Labor Standards Ordinance in 1988, and if you go to page 9, it speaks to the process of minimum wage. The Fair Labor Standards Act 2024, Part 3, speaks to the minimum wage, and also the Labor Relations Act 2018 speaks to minimum wage. So it's always been the provision there for it. But, Madam Speaker, I want to point out to this Honorable House this morning that between the period of 2000 to 2024-25, a period of 25 years, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front was in office for 15 of those years. 15 of those years. 2000 to 2010, and then again 2015 to 2020. The Anguilla United Movement was in power for between the years 2010 to 2015, and the APM currently in office 2020 to 2025. The point I want to make in this Honorable House this morning, Madam Speaker, is that nothing of any substance, Madam Speaker, was done to advance the cause and plight of the workers of Anguilla during that period of time. The Anguilla United Front had 15 years to have advanced a minimum wage regime for Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, I had the occasion to travel to Guyana last year to attend the Ministers of Labor conference in Guyana. Beautiful place, Madam Speaker. Real serious development in that country. And all the ministers of labor were giving updates to the conference as to how they were updating their minimum wages in the various territories. They were bringing them in line with modern standards. And here is little Anguilla. All I could say is, in the next couple of months, we will have a minimum wage regime in place. So the question I want to ask the people of Anguilla today, particularly to the workers, if we had had a minimum wage back in 2000, or let us say even in 2015, Madam Speaker, we could have seen the advent of a living wage at this point in time, Madam Speaker. I repeat that. If we had had a minimum wage regime in place since the year 2000, Madam Speaker, or let us bring it a little closer home, during the period 2015 to 2020, Madam Speaker, in 2020, we could have been revising that wage to make it a living wage. Madam Speaker, there are two sides to this equation. We have the employees and we have the employers. And I've always been very open to say that when this minimum wage came into effect, we recognized from the committee, from the ministry, it represented a beginning. It was never a living wage. It was simply something to get the process started. Because bear in mind, Madam Speaker, a lot of the background information that would have guided this process was missing. First of all, there was nothing that had been done by the previous administration to advance minimum wage. There was nothing that we found, at least. I know there's been talk of some email that was sent. I never found that email, but there was nothing there. And then things like the census, Madam Speaker, is used to guide these kinds of deliberations. Remember, the census was not completed at that point in time. But I said to the committee, we need to get something in place. And Madam Speaker, I want to give credit here this morning in this honorable House to that committee, Madam Speaker. That committee was appointed on the 16th of June, 2022, Madam Speaker. And I want to highlight the members of that committee at that time. We had the chair, Dr. Wycliffe Foy, the deputy chair, Ms. Jackie Bryan Niles, the Labor Commissioner, Ms. Joanne Hodge, the representative of the Anguilla Social Security Board, as required by the Act, Dr. Magdalene Richardson, the employer representative from the Hotel and Tourism Association, Ms. Cheryl Hughes, the employee from the Hotel and Tourism industry, Ms. Malisha Macau-Niles, the employer from the construction industry, Mr. Glenville Hodge, The employee from the construction industry, Mr. Tash Hodge. The employer representative from the financial services industry, Mr. Graham Crabtree. He was nominated by the Anguilla Financial Services Association. The employee from the Financial Intelligence Unit, Ms. Natalia Simlake, and Ms. Simone Connor. And then we also had others, Ms. Shanreese Richardson, Ms. Lobby Ray, Aline Franklin, Ms. Rena Mead, representing the Economic Planning Unit, Ms. Susan Hodge, representing the Anguilla Civil Service Association, and Mr. Alvin Richardson, representing National Interest. Madam Speaker, in this Honorable House this morning, those are the people I wish to give credit to for the really hard work that they did in putting this regime together, Madam Speaker. And as I said, and I continue to say, they started from a blank sheet of paper. Madam Speaker, in his budget presentation, Madam Speaker, the Premier spoke about the development of a new office complex spread over a number of years, costing some $90 million eventually, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that gave me great joy, Madam Speaker. He said, for too far long, our government operations have been scattered across outdated, inefficient buildings, straining both resources and productivity. This reality has delayed the seamless delivery of public services that our people deserve. This government recognizes that the Anguillan dream cannot be realized without bold action to transform the way we govern and serve. In 2025, we will take a transformative step towards this vision by investing $10 million to commence the construction of Anguilla's first centralized government administration complex, part of a $90 million project across 3 years. And the first phase of the complex will comprise 2 modern 4-story buildings designed to house key government offices under one roof. This centralized hub will eliminate inefficiencies, reduce the significant costs associated with renting scattered spaces, and foster a culture of collaboration and innovation within the public sector. The design will incorporate smart technologies to improve service delivery and sustainable building practices to reduce environmental impact. This is governance that is both responsible and resilient. For the public, a centralized location means easy access to services, reduced frustration, and a streamlined experience. For businesses, it means more efficient processes and better facilitation of commerce. And for government, it means operational efficiencies and an environment that supports innovation and collaboration. Madam Speaker, within my ministry and departments, I have severe office constraints. And I start this morning with the worst of them all, the Department of Lands and Surveys, Madam Speaker. The Department of Lands and Surveys is a hub around which everything in Anguilla revolves. Bank loans, land processes, the new airport. Madam Speaker, nothing happens in Anguilla without the Department of Lands and Surveys. If you do a walk through that building today, you will see that it's literally bursting at its seams. It has outgrown its usefulness, Madam Speaker. Not to mention, it is one hurricane away, God forbid, from total destruction. Roofs are lifting, Madam Speaker. It is an unfit place for habitation, but yet one of the most important departments in the government of Anguilla is the Department of Lands and Surveys. the director showed me an office where he had to take half a desk to make office space for someone in another person's office, that the individual could not even sit at the desk because it was so small and cramped up, Madam Speaker. And I have to beg and soothe and plead with Jason. Help is coming, Madam Speaker. And this is why when the Premier announced this new building, I was so happy. Because I had gotten the Department of Lands and Surveys to already put a plan together, Madam Speaker, and submit it. We already had it costed and everything. That was how serious we were. But we are assured help is coming, Madam Speaker. So I want to say here this morning to the Director and staff of Lands and Surveys, Madam Speaker, help is coming. And Premier, I'm serving you notice. When you're looking for your tenants in that first building, the Department of Lands and Surveys have to get first preference. And it,
First or the fourth floor?
well, I'll leave that up to the director. But the Premier of this Honorable House this morning has nodded his head in acquiescence. So let the record show. Huh? Right? But really and truly, it's a serious situation. And then we have over in the Department of Immigration, Madam Speaker, a department that again has outgrown its space. Department of Labor, again, a department that has grown its space, Madam Speaker. Radio Anguilla, that is mold infested, Madam Speaker. Serious constraints to person's health and safety. And I know as a government, we stress the whole issues of occupational health and safety in the workplace, and we try to enforce these things in the private sector. But we also got to ensure, Madam Speaker, in our own surroundings that we look at these things. So that is going to be a welcome sign, Madam Speaker. Then, Madam Speaker, the issue of the MOUs that we signed with developers, Madam Speaker, and the social contributions that they have made. And Madam Speaker, I am so proud to be a part of an administration that for the first time has held our developers' feet to the fire and ensured that they make those social contributions to Anguilla. The Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker, is a clear and vivid example of the social contribution that God gave to the people of Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, a lot of time has been spent quibbling and arguing and whether it went to procurement, whether the money should have gone in the treasury. But Madam Speaker, while the pundits were arguing, we were walking, weren't we? We had a brand new facility in time for Summer Festival, the 50th anniversary, Madam Speaker. And I must commend that and its principals this morning for that investment, because I will say to you, Madam Speaker, and to all of us here this morning, we would not have found that money to have constructed that Lansing Bowl Cultural Center in time for the 50th. What we would have done, we'd have plastered over the cracks in the walls of the old building, hoping to God that nothing collapses on nobody. You know what's so concerning, Madam Speaker? I was there the morning they demolished that building. And I was appalled by the way as you touched the walls, they collapsed. Madam Speaker, that Lansing Bowl was a disaster waiting to happen. And I am so glad that God saw it best to have allowed that to happen because people could have died in that place. So we have the social contribution. Then, of course, we have Mr. Richard Schultz, the MRI machine that he provided to the government of Anguilla. The school feeding program that he helped to co-fund, Madam Speaker. Over in Annie Villas, the classroom block at the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School, the computer lab. Madam Speaker, boardwalk soon to come in Island Harbor. The new basketball renovation roof over there. Madam Speaker, these are sums of money that we would never find in our budget because we have such a long list of things. But I'm saying this is an administration that is living up to the mandate given to it by the people of Anguilla, that yes, when we grant investors leave to come into this country to invest and make back the money, because nobody invests money down a hole, but we're saying at the same time you must make an investment that is going to benefit the social, educational, sporting, whatever you want to call it. It must improve the life of the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And this is what we have been doing. And I asked the question, Honorable House this morning, what was happening in the last 15 years of the previous administration? I would like for them to quantify to us, and they have to get up to speak at some point this morning.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, misrepresentation. The previous Anguilla United Front administration, certainly the one which I sat, was between 2015 and 2020. The Anguilla United movement, which is a predecessor to the APM, was in government between 2010 and 2015. So I'm not sure he says the previous 15 years. What he's speaking to is a misrepresentation. I'll ask him to refrain from making such misrepresentative statements.
Let me be very clear then, Madam Speaker. The Anguilla United Front of the 25 years between 2000 and 2025, the Anguilla United Front would have had 15 of those years. So let me be very specific. Of those 15 years, 2000, 2010, and 2015, 2020, it would be good to know what were the social contributions that were made to this country as part of investors coming into Anguilla. Let me be very specific. And perhaps we have 3 members of the opposition still to speak. Perhaps we will get a clear idea of what those contributions would have been for the benefit of the people of Anguilla. And so, Madam Speaker, I go on with my contribution here this morning. Madam Speaker, yesterday, my colleague, the Minister of Education and Social Development, would have spoken about the initiative for the decriminalization of small amounts of marijuana. And Madam Speaker, it is so interesting that not one of us knew of the role that the previous administration, the work they would have done in moving forward the decriminalization until the other night on Hammer, when according to the leader of the opposition, she went into the archives, Madam Speaker, she dug up her papers, and she came at that point to let the people of Anguilla know the role that her administration, 2015-2020, would have made in the area of decriminalization, which, according to informed facts, was nothing. But, Madam Speaker, I make this point to say this. Everybody thought that the minister was going to fall flat on her face with this initiative. They were waiting to see the minister fall flat on her face. But from the time they realized that it was turning out to be a good thing, Madam Speaker, all of a sudden they went into the archives to dig up papers. And I said this morning, Madam Speaker, the same time they went into the archives to dig up the papers, they should have dug up the papers on GST as well. Because that is something they can't seem to find the papers for.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, total misrepresentation. First of all, the bill which spoke to decriminalizing 10 grams of marijuana is found online. So any member of government could have simply done the research and will have found the draft bill online. It's still there and you can look at it right now. Second of all, there was no GST bill that came to the previous administration. This is why I keep saying that the member for Island Harbor said he found it under a rock. Or he found it, these papers. There was no GST act that came to Executive Council. So it's totally different, whereas the act that we're referring to, a decriminalization of marijuana, came to Executive Council and went to consultation. So I will ask that the members stop misrepresenting the position.
I think we've been through all of this before, and I think the member for Road North had presented enough evidence where there are draft bills and what came to the House, what didn't have signature. I do not think we need to repeat this. So please, let's just move on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, why I've raised that point this morning is because, as Minister of Labor, Madam Speaker, I have seen the numbers of young people, Madam Speaker, who are being denied opportunity for gainful employment, Madam Speaker, because at some point in their young life, they were found with a spliff, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, they were convicted. And when they had to present to the employer a police record, the record shows a conviction. The record doesn't show the nature of what the conviction was. It just shows a conviction. And so many of our young people, Madam Speaker, have been denied opportunity to make a life for themselves and for their families because of a mistake they made in younger days. So, Madam Speaker, this is something, as a Minister of Labor, I welcome because it's going to be a new beginning for a lot of our young people that's going to enable them for fresh starts to basically earn a living. Because I will say this, Madam Speaker, and this is why it is so important that we provide that nurturing environment for our young people from the start. Because a lot of the time, Madam Speaker, we see our young people going astray. And in my day growing up, Madam Speaker, the community I lived in, and indeed the Anguillan community at that time, Madam Speaker, looked out for each other. They looked out for our young people. They corrected them when they saw things were going, sorry. They saw, yeah, I don't want to damage this yourself. When they saw things were going wrong, they corrected, Madam Speaker. They molded, they brought us up. They corrected us, Madam Speaker. But nowadays, that has changed. Everybody is for themselves, Madam Speaker. Nobody looking out for each other. But to me, we need to go back to that stage where we look out for each other, especially young people, and we correct them when we see them going wrong. Because when they make these mistakes, Madam Speaker, end up before the court, they're convicted, it goes on their record, Madam Speaker. It stays with them for time immemorial. And it impacts their ability to get jobs, it impacts their ability to get bank loans, and so forth, Madam Speaker. So I want to commend the Minister, Deanne Kentish-Rogers, for her perseverance, because, Madam Speaker, this work on the crime didn't start in 2024. This started from the time she came to office. And Madam Speaker, one thing that I have come to admire about our young minister, she doesn't give up. She doesn't give up, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, for her small size, Madam Speaker, statue, her determination is 150 times more than her physical build. Because, Madam Speaker, she does not give up. And I will say here this morning, the past years in government, Madam Speaker, has sharpened her. It has molded her, Madam Speaker. It has made her into a leader in this country, Madam Speaker, that is going to do well for this country for years to come, Madam Speaker. And it's a lesson for all of us as elected members that you don't give up. When at first you fail, you try and try again, Madam Speaker. And she certainly did that, and I must commend her in that respect, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there has been a lot said in this country. And going back to the theme of the budget, Madam Speaker, we'll be talking about building the Anguillian dream, job opportunities, access to quality services, and a secure future for all, Madam Speaker. We are building a future where every child can succeed and every family can thrive, Madam Speaker, reducing costs, creating jobs, and improving essential services, scholarships, Madam Speaker, the improvements in agriculture. And I'm not going to steal any of the minister's thunder because I know she's going to be speaking a lot about what's happening in natural resources. But, Madam Speaker, this administration, Madam Speaker, is all about helping Anguillans to realize their potential. And I hear a lot every day about life is hard in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. People are starving. There's abject poverty in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And I am not going to be naive and stand up in this honorable house and say that everything is, as we say, hunky-dory, everybody is living high off the hog, Madam Speaker. There is, and there has always been, Madam Speaker, persons in Anguilla who have had life difficult. And you'll recall, Madam Speaker, every year when I stand up in this honorable house, and my colleagues as well, and we give our Christmas greetings and so forth, I always say, look out for the vulnerable among us. Make sure that at least they have a meal, make sure that they are okay this Christmas season, Madam Speaker. So there's always been the recognition that life is not a bed of roses, Madam Speaker. But this administration, Madam Speaker, has been creating the climate through our economic development programs, Madam Speaker, the development of the new airport, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when I was returning home from the UK about 2 weeks ago, I believe, Premier and I were on a flight. And as the American Airlines was coming into Wild Blake, I pointed my phone outside the window and I started videotaping, shots of Anguilla as we coming in, Madam Speaker. Unbelievably beautiful. And the thing that struck me is the level of construction that you can see going on as that flight came in. And then as we taxied up the runway, what's happening up at the airport. Madam Speaker, over the past years, in particular in the last couple of months, I have been taking some drives around Anguilla. Some of them have been with Courtney Morton, our District 3 candidate. We have not been staying on the main road. We have been taking the back roads. We have been taking the side roads, going to the roads, to the bushes, Madam Speaker. And it would surprise you to see the sheer volume of construction that is going on in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Every single day, I meet concrete trucks on the road. Every single day, I meet concrete trucks on the road, Madam Speaker. You know what that is saying to me and to all of us? That persons have faith in this economy. They have faith in the policies and programs of this administration, Madam Speaker. That they can go and get their bank loans and build their homes, Madam Speaker. And we will continue as an administration to ensure that we continue to provide those policies and programs, Madam Speaker, that seek to build this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to touch a few minutes on the whole issue of constitutional reform, because I am sure it's going to come up at some point in the budget debate today. Madam Speaker, I have been accused, or this administration has been accused of not taking forward constitutional reform, Madam Speaker. And constitutional reform is an area of my responsibility under my constitutional assignment as a minister. And I want to say here in this honorable house this morning, Madam Speaker, that we indeed have done quite a body of work, Madam Speaker. And I want to commend here this morning my permanent secretary, Dr. Aidan Harrigan, who gave me valuable support, Madam Speaker. As you would recall, Madam Speaker, we did town halls in every district in Anguilla. From Island Harbor to West End, from the Forest to Shoal Bay. We went in every electoral district and we had town halls, Madam Speaker. And I recall one of the frequent guests or visitors at those town halls was the late Chief Justice, the late Don Mitchell, yes. May his soul continue to rest in peace, Madam Speaker. Every time he was most present and he provided contributions to the evening proceedings as well. So yes, Madam Speaker, for those who want to say that we did nothing, we did a body of work, Madam Speaker. And we went a step further because we realized it has been a recommendation that attention needs to be paid to the election boundaries. It is clear, Madam Speaker, that districts 3 and 4 carry the largest percentage of voters in Anguilla. And it is the intention of the governor, who has responsibility, to set up an electoral boundaries commission at some point to look at this. But Madam Speaker, I am not trying to preempt that process, but what we would have done at the ministry, we went down to the Departmental of Fiscal Planning because they have all of this modern technology, GIS technology. And we asked them to give us some options, Madam Speaker. What a redistribution of the boundaries could look like. So look at splitting the boundaries so you would end up from 7 to 9, or what it would look like to withdraw the entire 7, redistribute them in a more equal fashion, Madam Speaker. Because, of course, if you go to 9 districts, you're going to end up with, 13 members in the House of Assembly. So we were asking them to look at those options. And, Madam Speaker, that work was done. It is sitting there. So whenever the time comes for this process to carry forward, there is a body of data that will help the Electoral and Boundaries Commission to make its deliberations. So for those who said that we did nothing, we did a lot. And Madam Speaker, I want to say here in this Honorable House this morning, this administration took a deliberate decision to put a pause on the constitutional reform because the sheer weight of the things that we were doing was too much. We were working on minimum wage, Madam Speaker. We were working on the work permit regulations, Madam Speaker. There was a lot going on. There were scarce resources, and we felt that we needed to give weight to what we were doing, and therefore we put the constitutional reform process on hold. And I say that this morning in this Honorable House because I know there are those who are saying we did nothing. But we did a lot. And it's sitting there, not in the archives, Madam Speaker, it is there ready to pull out, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I feel compelled to speak a few minutes with your indulgence on the electricity credits and the food vouchers that this administration has been giving. Someone said that we take thousands from the people of Anguilla and we give them back peanuts, Madam Speaker. But I ask this Honorable House this morning and the people of Anguilla listening, what is the role of government, Madam Speaker? What is the role of the taxes that you pay, Madam Speaker? Unfortunately, in Anguilla over the past years, Madam Speaker, taxes have been used simply to pay debt. It has simply been used to pay debt because we have continued to rack up debt in this country, and so the taxes have been used to offset debt. But in truth and in fact, Madam Speaker, taxes, yes, are levied to run the country, so you pay your debt, you pay your civil servants, you pay for your capital, but Madam Speaker, a part of those taxes should also be used to provide services to the people of the country, Madam Speaker. And this is what we have been doing with the electricity credits and the food vouchers. Madam Speaker, you know how glad my heart felt to see when I go into Proctor, into Ashley, and to Best Buy. And I saw the people there shopping, Madam Speaker, with their vouchers. It's a help. It's a help, Madam Speaker. It's a help. And then the persons who meet you and say, thanks to this administration for the electricity vouchers, Madam Speaker. I know last year I met a gentleman downstairs, the Ministry of Finance, and he said to me he had gotten one of the vouchers last year, and he said that voucher was going to last him at least about 7 or 8 months, he said. Because he just simply burns a light. He said he might have a little fridge somewhere in the corner, but he doesn't use much electricity. Right, Madam Speaker? And this is the tangible ways in which this administration has been providing relief to the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And let's talk a bit about Senior Shield, Madam Speaker. And I know my colleague yesterday spoke about it. But Madam Speaker, as I move around this country, I met a gentleman a few days ago. And he said to me, he is so proud of what this government has done. He says he don't have to pay a dime on his hospital bill. And his wife is also of an age as well, Madam Speaker. And these are the stories you hear as you go around this island, Madam Speaker. That our young people no longer have to be worrying about the care of the elderly ones because they know once they go into the government healthcare system, the needs of their loved ones are met. And it also means, Madam Speaker, that people can begin not only to access healthcare when it's too late, but to access healthcare in the early stages to make sure that issues don't become major milestones down the road, Madam Speaker. And that is what that senior shield has done for this country, Madam Speaker. It has allowed our young people to channel money into building their homes, to maybe buying a car, paying a bill somewhere, Madam Speaker. It has freed up income to be utilized in more sustainable ways by our younger people, Madam Speaker. And I know, Madam Speaker, that they say it should be shorted in legislation, but Madam Speaker, it is the goal of this administration to move towards a national health insurance, Madam Speaker. And we are working towards that, Madam Speaker. But in the interim, we provided relief. And there are those who say, why not 65? But Madam Speaker, one of the things that has characterized this administration has been we've always based our policy decisions on empirical data, Madam Speaker. We have done the research. So we make decisions that are based on empirical data. So when we go to Executive Council and the governor asked us, how is this going to be funded? Governor, this is it. And Madam Speaker, I think we started off originally anticipating about 700 people, 600, 700 in the senior shield. It is now almost 1,200, Madam Speaker. That is speaking to a better quality of life for our senior citizens, Madam Speaker. So every day, when the pundits are feeding the wolves, Madam Speaker, they are feeding the evil wolf every day. Because every single day I wake up in Anguilla, and you put on the radio, you will hear negativity, negativity, negativity. And this is why I was so happy, Madam Speaker, when we went to Slough, we were able, each of the three of us were able to speak to the Anguillan diaspora there to give them the truth. What is really happening in Anguilla, Madam Speaker? Because a lot of them, they just have to go by what they see on social media every day and what they hear on some of our local media outlets, Madam Speaker. And one of the things I want to say here this morning, as a former member of the media fraternity, Madam Speaker, I spent 13 of my years in media. I ran a radio station, Madam Speaker. I ran a newsroom. I'm not boasting, Madam Speaker, but I would have been trained at the Caribbean News Agency. I went to the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, Madam Speaker. So I'm not a slouch when it comes to news. Madam Speaker, one of the very best people in the field, Mr. Nat Hodge, I sat at his feet to learn the art of journalism. And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, what's happening in Anguilla, particularly today, is a real shame. Because there are those who prey on people's emotions. Oh, things are not doing well. Get rid of this government. But Madam Speaker, I will tell you and every member of this Honorable House this morning, we have gotten considerably gray since we have come to office. That's why I keep... That's why I keep my hair so short, Madam Speaker. Right? It's a stressful job, but it's an enjoyable job because you are making differences in people's lives, Madam Speaker. And it's something I feel compelled to talk about this morning before I close out, Madam Speaker. And I want to speak to the opposition's fiscal plan that they've been putting forward, Madam Speaker. And I had an opportunity to get analysis of their proposal from the head of the Inland Revenue Department, Madam Speaker. And before I read it, I want to say something. Everything that this administration has done, we have had to go through the process of research, data-driven. And Madam Speaker, we are shortly now implementing the removal of GST from food. That didn't happen yesterday, Madam Speaker. This is months and months ago that we as Cabinet took a decision to move forward with this. We had to get customs and finance, inland revenue, to crunch the numbers. What impact would that have on the budget? Am I saying anything out of the way, Premier? We had to crunch, to the point, we had to crunch nothing but the facts, Madam Speaker. We had to crunch the numbers. We had to crunch the numbers, Madam Speaker. So we are to the point now we can do that. And they criticize us saying that we change and change and change and change, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, what is the role of government? I am not going to belabor GST because to me, GST was coming whether we elect it or not. It was a fait accompli. As I have always said, GST depended on how you wanted to take your poison. We chose, Madam Speaker, to massage, to change, to improve, Madam Speaker, and that is why we continually came to this Honorable House with improvements to the GST legislation. And we'll continue to make improvements, Madam Speaker, because at the end of the day, whatever we do is to the benefit of the people of Anguilla. So, Madam Speaker, the AUF put out their plan, and I have not seen the background to that plan. I have not seen the numbers. I have not seen the research I got. All I saw is a little one page or something about it, right? And I know Minister Diane spoke about it, and I want to highlight again that when we got the Ministry of Finance to come in this gallery to give the breakdown of the finances of this country, Madam Speaker, not one of the opposition members were present to put their case forward and ask any questions. And let me read for the benefit of the listening public. This is from Mr. Hobson, the director, the controller of Inland Revenue. He says, I had the opportunity to review the AUF GST press conference and their proposed plan. I would like to share some analysis on its potential impact on Anguilla's economy, revenue reserves, and the government's ability to fund essential services. Impact on revenue and reserves. The AUF's proposal to adjust or remove GST in certain sectors could have significant implications for government revenue. GST is a major source of income, and any reduction in its application could lead to a substantial shortfall. This shortfall could further restrain our reserves, which are already under pressure due to government debt, global economic conditions, and the need to maintain fiscal stability. Sector-specific concerns. The retail, wholesale, manufacturing, and restaurant sectors are significant contributors to GST revenue. Removing GST from these sectors would lead to a substantial reduction in government income, essential for funding public services, infrastructure, healthcare, and education. The government would then need to find alternative revenue sources, potentially leading to higher taxes elsewhere or cuts in essential services, which could negatively impact the broader economy. Madam Speaker, we're talking programs, Senior Shield, school feeding program. We have to see the return of property tax, Madam Speaker. These are the harsh realities. We can't multiply money.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is reading from a document, and I would ask that he share that document with all of the members of the opposition, if not the House, so that we can fully understand what exactly is being said here.
Madam Speaker, this was a public document, but certainly I have no objection to sharing, because this was in the public domain. This is nothing that I've just come by the way.
Can you indicate the date it was provided and where it was published so that we can find it?
I'll have to go back on my email to find that date, Madam Leader of Opposition. But it would have been prior, I can't recall the exact, but we can ascertain the date. Sure, Madam Leader of Opposition. So where was I? So sector-specific concerns. The retail, wholesale, manufacturing, and restaurant sectors are significant contributors to GST revenue. Removing GST from these sectors would lead to a substantial reduction in government income, essential for funding public services, infrastructure, healthcare, and education. The government would then need to find alternative revenue sources, potentially leading to higher taxes elsewhere or cuts in essential services, which could negatively impact the broader economy. GST is a broad-based tax ensuring that all sectors contribute fairly to the tax system. Exempting specific sectors like retail, wholesale, manufacturing, and restaurants would create an uneven playing field and could be perceived as unfair to other sectors still subject to GST. This could lead to demands for similar exemptions from other industries, further eroding the tax base. Moreover, exempting entire sectors from GST could inadvertently encourage the growth of the informal sector, as businesses and consumers might seek to exploit loopholes. This could result in increased tax evasion, further diminishing the effectiveness of the GST system and complicating enforcement efforts. Kyle Hodges' proposal involves removing the retail, wholesale, manufacturing, and restaurant sectors, which together account for 20% of GST revenue. Impact on public services. The government's ability to fund essential services is heavily reliant on GST revenue, which could also support future initiatives like a national health fund. While the AUF's plan is well-intentioned, it risks undermining funding for critical sectors such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure development. Without adequate revenue, maintaining current service levels and meeting the growing needs of our population could become challenging. The AUF's assumptions, particularly the explanation that removing or reducing GST will significantly stimulate the economy, seem overly optimistic. This approach could provide minimal consumer relief while jeopardizing fiscal sustainability. Alternative measures. Rather than removing GST from sectors, there are alternatives to help consumers in Anguilla. Direct subsidies can lower the cost of essential goods and services for consumers without reducing GST revenue. This approach ensures that financial relief reaches those who need it most, particularly low-income households. For example, implementing targeted subsidies on electricity for whole households by reducing the GST rate on electricity from 13% to 5 to 8% would provide noticeable financial relief, particularly for low and middle income families who spend a higher proportion of their income on utilities. The government could decide whether this reduction would be temporary, example for 1 to 2 years, or a permanent change depending on the economic outlook and budget constraints. Additionally, Customs duty reductions or GST removal on essential goods in sectors like construction could be considered. Specific materials such as steel, plywood, lumber, pipes, and items associated with renewable energy, as well as hybrid and electric vehicles, should be prioritized. I understand the argument for reducing GST due to the current windfall revenues from the AI domain. However, similar to Norway's approach with its oil revenue, Anguilla could establish a sovereign wealth fund to invest and manage this windfall. Such a fund would extend the benefits of this revenue well into the future, ensuring long-term economic stability. Conclusion. While the AUF's proposal aims to provide immediate relief, the long-term effects could be detrimental to our economy, fiscal health, and ability to deliver essential services. A more balanced approach that considers revenue stability while exploring targeted relief measures would likely yield better outcomes for Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And this is why, as I said at the outset, Madam Speaker, when we made a decision months ago to provide further relief with the removal of GST from food items, it was so critical, Madam Speaker, that we did the proper research, get the statistics and the figures, Madam Speaker, to see the effects that it would have, Madam Speaker, because we didn't want to be coming back here to say, oops, we made a mistake, Madam Speaker, now we have to go back and look at Senior Shield, we have to look at the school feeding program, we may have to introduce property tax, Madam Speaker, because a lot of the times, Madam Speaker, when we make ill-advised decisions, when we make poor financial decisions, Madam Speaker, these are the outcomes. Madam Speaker, this administration, Madam Speaker, I feel compelled this morning to say a few words about my colleagues, Madam Speaker, and to thank them for their support over the past 4 years as well. Madam Speaker, my ministry has been one of the most, I consider, difficult ministries to run. Labor, Madam Speaker, labor consumes literally 95% of my efforts each and every day. Labor issues, Madam Speaker. Workers, Madam Speaker, having issues in the workplace. And it's a cause of concern to me, Madam Speaker, when I look at the stack of matters at the Labor Department, they are piled high as a roof, Madam Speaker, that are there for mediation, are there for tribunals, Madam Speaker. Over the years, Madam Speaker, these matters continue to increase, and we have had my share added to that list, particularly this year, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that we have been discussing, Madam Speaker, because we have tribunals that utilize members of our legal profession, a lot of the time, Madam Speaker, the lawyers that we look to, some of them are conflicted because it's a small base. They might be associated with either the entity, the employer, or in some other manner, Madam Speaker. And so we have an extremely small pool to work from. And one of the things, Madam Speaker, that we have been looking at is perhaps the appointment of a third magistrate, Madam Speaker. A third magistrate that could deal with the sheer volume of labor-related matters. And I know there's a lot going on this year in our budget, but this is something, Madam Speaker, that I think we need to seriously look at, because I get phone calls, what's happening with my matter when it's going to the tribunal, Madam Speaker. And the tribunals have been meeting, the tribunal has been meeting. The tribunal has been meeting, but like I said, it's a huge backlog of matters, Madam Speaker. So that's one of the things we are looking at, right? And the other issue has to do with, Madam Speaker, legislation. Because these employers have the benefit of highly paid legal consultants, lawyers, Madam Speaker, and they scrutinize our legislation from beginning to end, and they see the loopholes in our legislation, Madam Speaker. So when we make certain things, they say, but look, this is what your law says. You understand, Madam Speaker? So one of the ways around that is to upgrade and improve our legislation, Madam Speaker, that makes it more relevant to modern times, Madam Speaker. And that's a thrust that we continue to push for at this administration. But, Madam Speaker, I want to say a few words in this honorable House as I begin to wind down my presentation, Madam Speaker. In particular, our Premier, Madam Speaker, I kind of really feel for him, you know, because I kind of wonder how he manages from day to day. I mean, he's one of the most attacked persons. His name is called every single day here in a negative light, Madam Speaker. And through it all, he continues to maintain a calm demeanor, always with a smile on his face, Madam Speaker. But I know inside his head, that computer got to be going 1 million bytes a minute, Madam Speaker, because of the sheer weight of the issues in health and finance, economic development, Madam Speaker. And I continue to let him know of my support, Madam Speaker,
Thank you.
because I see the good in this man, Madam Speaker. I see the good that he has done for this country. He has a good heart, Madam Speaker. He means well. And I will continue to support him for as long, Madam Speaker, as he will continue to lead this country. And then, of course, young Deanne Kentish Rogers, Madam Speaker, a young lady that I hold dear to my heart. She's somewhere up there in Tanglewood, Madam Speaker. And I know long before she was born, Madam Speaker, in those early days of Anna, we used to go up there to Tanglewood to listen to Teacher Albina, Madam Speaker. So those days, I used to be a very devout Anna supporter. So, Madam Speaker, she comes from a strong metal of courage, of determination, Madam Speaker. And she continues to exemplify that. So, you mean I can say something good about my colleagues?
You can, go ahead.
And Madam Speaker, like I said before, the past years in office have sharpened her, Madam Speaker. It has made her into a person, a leader of strong metal, strong resolve, strong determination. And Madam Speaker, our Minister of Sustainability, Madam Speaker. I think when the COVID pandemic hit us, I think that is when this young lady began to shine in terms of her leadership at that difficult time when the Premier was saying to us each and every day, we must sharpen our appetite for risk. Madam Premier, you remember saying those words? Increase our appetite for risk. Increase our appetite for risk. And all the initiatives that we undertook with the bubble concept that allowed visitors to come in and enjoy the amenities of Anguilla in a safe manner, Madam Speaker. And she was appointed the czar of that whole thing, Madam Speaker. And when she became Minister of Sustainability, Madam Speaker, I can tell you the agriculture and fisheries industry are now on a fast track, Madam Speaker. I don't know if they'd ever be able to slow down because she has just kept on and on and on. And I want to commend her for her sterling efforts that she has done in natural resources, Madam Speaker. Yes. And then our Deputy Speaker and Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Mary Richardson. And Madam Speaker, this is a man that has grown by leaps and bounds in this administration. I listened to his budget debate, Madam Speaker, and I sat and I marveled. I marveled at what he had to say, Madam Speaker. This man has shown tremendous development and growth, both as Parliamentary Secretary and Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Hayden Hughes, Madam Speaker, a chip off the old block, so to speak. His father and I were very, very good friends, Madam Speaker. I spent many hours down at his home. Even when he was in office, I would spend in his office and we would talk, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, Mr. Hughes would have appointed me on the board of directors of NBA as a special director. And Madam Speaker, I recall many, many times that I would bring the board before Executive Council to explain to the Executive Council the issues that were affecting National Bank of Angola at that time. So Mr. Hughes, Madam Speaker, has been a trailblazer. One of the things that I admire about him is that he is a bulldog. He doesn't take no for an answer. He sees opportunities where none exist. And he has done well in terms of tourism, in terms of infrastructure on this island, Madam Speaker. And I feel compelled as well to even say a couple of words about Courtney Morton, the ministerial assistant in the Ministry of Finance. He's not a member of this House, but Madam Speaker, he's been a key asset to this administration. His financial background, his acumen, he has been able to provide much valuable assistance, Madam Speaker, to this administration. And we have the addition now, Madam Speaker, of educator Mr. Lennox Van der Poel, Madam Speaker. And the work that he has done in education over the years. And yesterday, when I saw the minister, running up. Yesterday, his work that he has done in education, Madam Speaker. So, as we wind down this budget presentation, Madam Speaker, I think the budget speech that was presented in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, it provides hope, it provides opportunities, Madam Speaker, it helps us to further define the Anguillian dream. It helps to redefine a vision of progress and hope for a brighter future, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we look forward with anticipation to what 2025 will bring, Madam Speaker. And as I close, I want to thank you and the listening public for giving me this opportunity to have stood in this Honorable House this morning to share my thoughts, to articulate the issues that I have seen there, Madam Speaker. And I hope that what I have said has resonated and it has made an impact the way it should have made an impact. And as we continue in this Honorable House, that we continue to put Anguilla first. We continue to build the Anguillian dream, progress for today, hope for generations to come. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And with that, we are going to take a recess for 15 minutes. This Honorable House now stands in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you, members. Now resume its sitting. We are in the debate of a bill for Appropriations 2025, Act 2024. We now invite the Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, to make his presentation.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon, and good afternoon to the public. It's still morning. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be afforded the opportunity to now present on this budget. And I want to thank you for allowing us to have that 15-minute break. I was able to take a walk around the building, stretch my legs, and get myself ready for this debate. And Madam Speaker, more importantly, before I start, our colleague, the Honorable Shelia Rogers Webster, during the break was able to make a phone call to IRD. You know, searching for the information, searching for the letter that was just read out publicly. She wanted to know where it was published and on what date it was published. The letter that the Honorable Single Island-wide member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, just read from. But we were able to confirm, Madam Speaker, that in fact it was not published. So for the record, I would like to clear up that misinterpretation by the member that it was never published according to IRD. It was sent personally as advice. But we would like to now finally get it because he would have read it publicly.
It's a public presentation.
The document.
Yeah.
Right.
But
So at some point,
copies were requested.
Yeah.
Right, so
Okay.
copies will be distributed. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I give it to you?
Thank you. The sooner, the better. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Madam Speaker, the Premier's speech on Monday of this week was eloquent. He spoke about a vision of courage, bold action, and success for every Anguillan. He spoke of the Anguillan dream, of thriving businesses and prosperous people. He urged us, Madam Speaker, to aim high, dream, and act bolder. But I ask, will this budget change the lives of people who got to work 2 jobs to make ends meet? Will this budget afford hard-working Anguillians the possibility of having that one job that meets their needs and now affords them the opportunity to spend quality time with their family? Will this budget allow that retired 65-year-old man or woman the ability to retire comfortably, or do they have to find another job after retirement? The speech made on Monday, Madam Speaker, gives that impression, and that is false hope. Let us talk reality as we see it. This budget should have been about giving greater relief. Realizing, Madam Speaker, that over the past 3 to 4 years, lots of sacrifices were made and people suffered and are still suffering today. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we developed the Anguilla United Front Relief Plan. But it was rejected wholeheartedly. It was rejected. And that's okay. We will work on this plan once we are elected in office. Madam Speaker, I too was in government. And when the picture wasn't rosy, I was the first to say so. I believe in always painting reality for people, which is sometimes good, but oftentimes, especially over the last 4 years, with COVID especially, inflation, oftentimes things were not so good. And there's always a need for us to do better. The working class in this country, Madam Speaker, is paying too high of a cost to survive. So what is the real impact of having recurrent revenue taxes that will be collected grow from 345 million in 2022 to 413 in 2023 to an estimated 465 in 2024? Yes, we know, Madam Speaker, that we will see roads and that we will see buildings being completed. But what is the real impact on the life and the lives of people? Are these budgets placing an onerous burden on the backs of this present generation? Is this budget a case of wanting to look good because election is just around the corner? It's a question. Madam Speaker, speaking truth to power, we need the infrastructure. We need it. But are we going to rape the people to get it? Are you as a government listening to your people? Are you listening to the heart, to the pain? Madam Speaker, don't get me wrong. I wholeheartedly understand the willingness of the administration to make certain that we don't leave an Anguilla that the future generation cannot live in. But what about this present generation? In everything, Madam Speaker, there is balance. There's balance. And if we as a people have a burden to share, the burden is all of our burden to share. The burden is my father and mother's generation, my generation, my children's generation. It is all of ours to share. My peers didn't cause this burden, but my peers are suffering today. Can't easily build a house, can't easily expand their businesses, looking for better opportunities outside of Anguilla. So the question is, what is wrong with spreading the burden as thin as possible instead of piling all of this burden up on this one generation? Everything must be paid for now. Everything must be done now. No. Madam Speaker, there is a right way to do things, and this government is doing it wrong. You cannot, Madam Speaker, come at this late stage, 4 months prior to election, when your last year budget stifled the people, to now come and say you're bringing food relief. So in one hand, you're admitting that things are tough and that the burden is great. And on the next hand, you're saying that there's plenty of opportunity and people are doing well. Doing it now, Madam Speaker, and I spoke about this on radio, I spoke about this early in 2024, perhaps in January, that 2024, the entire year, should have been the year of relief, given the demands that were on the people since COVID shut down and increases in all these other things. I would have said it from early. But to now come on the heels of the election like a savior, to me it's disingenuous. Madam Speaker, Anguillians are accustomed to independence and self-reliance. We as a people don't rely on government handouts to pay our bills, our food vouchers, to take care of the elderly. This is certainly, Madam Speaker, a new thing. And it's a new thing because the burden that this government has added is greater than what the people can bear. And like I said, the burden, it didn't start yesterday. It started because we have been going through several shocks. From 2017, Irma destroyed us. We barely got back on our feet. And then COVID hit us. And during COVID, we were the only country in the world, and if I'm wrong, somebody could prove me wrong, but we probably were the only country in the world to have been increasing fees at the ports and at the hospitals. And whether it was justifiable or not, I'm just stating as a matter of fact that during COVID, when every country were given relief, we were putting in measures of increases. It's just a fact. And then on top of that, you're dealing with inflation. And then on top of that, in 2022, GST implementation. 2 phases, all at once. So, Madam Speaker, there's no denying that for the first 3 years of this administration, year after year, the burden kept getting greater for the people of this country to pay. There's no denying that. Whether people working, whether they have jobs or not, that is, yes, the country started to boom with construction. That is true. But we are still talking about the cost. So what good is it if you're working, all you're working for is gone? All you're working for is leaving your bank account, is leaving your pockets. So what good is it? We just working to die. And then it's like you can't complain. You cannot complain because the moment you complain, you're not thankful. You must just shut up because, I'm giving you back a little bit. But you place a burden on this country every year since getting elected, and we must not complain as a people. Madam Speaker, had the administration not been taken so much, so soon, perhaps Anguillians would be paying their bills with relative ease, and there would be no need for handouts. Madam Speaker, this is not the Anguillian dream. This ain't it. Madam Speaker, I speak for those going through hard times. Hard times caused by this government, asking for $22 million and making 10 times more than what they were originally asking for. Madam Speaker, in August, the Premier spoke about a $200 million reserve, while people here don't even have $20,000 in reserves. Madam Speaker, it is a fact. When you look at the total picture of Anguilla, the wealth has shifted. The wealth has shifted from the people to the state. And nobody seems to care because they're on a different level. They're addicted now to spending because it's coming, and as more come, they're addicted to spending. No more living within your means. They are addicted to spending. Madam Speaker, to date, the government reserves, even though they dipped in it recently, still stands way above 200 million. And at the end of 2025, they expect to gain from this economy 170 million in surplus to add to the 200 million that's already in reserves. Madam Speaker, this is unprecedented, and this is on the backs of the hard-working people of Anguilla, making sacrifices. 2020 sacrifices, 2021 sacrifices, 2022 sacrifices, 2023 sacrifices, 2024 sacrifices, and we're going into 2025, more sacrifices. Madam Speaker, when I went home last night, I got a call from someone, and they said to me that all this money the government is pulling from the people is blood money. That's their words. These are the kind of conversations that are happening. I had to ask, though, because it was a tough thing to say. I had to ask, but what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? And he explained that the cost to live here, the taxes, the stress to live and to maintain yourself in Anguilla is killing the people. And the attitude is, if you can't survive, that's your business. You're on your own. Madam Speaker, I know that every country in this world has people who are lesser fortunate, and they must be taken care of. There are systems for that. But I also speak for those who have worked all their life and can't afford to live comfortably anymore. I have to speak up for these people. Their stress is my stress. Those people, Madam Speaker, who had to give up their dreams of wanting to build a house. Those who packed up and moved. Those who are up late at night wondering how to pay their mortgage or how to get their property back from the receiver's office. And I would hope that now that the Premier, Minister of Finance, is the chair of the Monetary Council, that he could plead on behalf of the people that the receiver's office could be a little kinder to those who would have tried and didn't succeed to hold on to their property. That these kind of conversations can take place. You never know where it would go. So these are the people I speak for. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate that response. He's been doing it from 2020. That's good. That is very, in stuff like this, the people need to hear. And now as chair, push harder. So I appreciate that the Premier would have stated that he did, he tried. That's good. There's more for us to do. Again, this is not the Anguilla dream. Madam Speaker, the Premier also stated, it is high time we cease heaping millstones of debt on our future generations. We must cease sacrificing the standard of living for our children and their children. On the surface, I love that statement. I love it. It's very admirable. But let's dissect it. Because how does one justify totally sacrificing today's generation, the very foundation of our future, in the hope of better days for generations yet to come? I should go over that again. How does one justify sacrificing today's generation, the now, the very foundation of our future, in hopes of better days for generations yet to come? That caller last night was correct. They are killing out this generation while amassing state wealth because they're addicted now to big budgets. They're addicted now to high capital spend. Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is this: let your people amass the wealth that you have. Let the people grow sustainably with the government. From time you realize that, the scale is like this now, and not like that. You gotta find some kind of balance. So the message is, there must be some type of balance. This is not only my feeling, Madam Speaker. It's the feeling of a lot of people that today's generation is overtaxed. And now, as it relates to the business sector, they're being overregulated. Never had we had this problem before. The accusations of retailers price gouging, and then the retailer saying, but the government is tax gouging. Never had we had that kind of conflict where the public and private sector is in war. Who price gouging, who tax gouging? And the people are suffering while the elephants fight. And don't talk about the draconian penalties and fines that came with the GST legislation. Nobody will win, Madam Speaker. Nobody will win unless those penalties and fines are reviewed and some of them outright thrown out. Nobody will win, because as long as you're under that GST regime, at some point in time, they will come after you. The law will not have any mercy on you, even if your intentions were good, even if you made a slight mistake. The law will not have mercy on you. So at the end of the day, when our businesses are subjected to this type of regime, they're going to lose. They will lose. What will the people of Anguilla own? What businesses can the Anguillan people of today comfortably invest in now? In this kind of environment, there's so much bureaucracy, there's so much red tape, so much cost. I'm wondering, what does the future of Anguilla business people look like? What will the future look like? Because when you look at it, who already owns the tourism sector? Not us. Who already owns most of the supermarket retail sector? Not us. Who owns the car dealership sector? Some big players coming in. And who will eventually take over the car rental sector? The car rental sector So I got to ask the question, what's left for Anguillians when as a people we are weakened financially and morally? And when we are shaken down by fines and penalties. I mean, when a business pays the bill that was originally due, man, there must be some kind of consideration for the penalty to be removed, especially when that penalty is now more than the bill itself. Madam Speaker, moving on. Fiscal prudence is important, but we must strike a balance. You can, and I'm going to say balance a lot today. You cannot cripple today's people and expect them to build tomorrow's wealth by taking all that they have now. A government must invest in its people, support its businesses, and grow sustainably together. Because, Madam Speaker, government is not a business, but government must support businesses to support its tax obligation. That's how it works. And it must go this way without eroding the quality of life of those living here. So I got to ask the question, are we growing sustainably together? Together. Are we growing sustainably together? Not apart. The people down here and the government up here. That ain't the way we grow together. Are we growing together? The small business in Anguilla have a significant role to play in this economy. But they are being stressed. They are under pressure. I'm a businessman. So when I speak here, I know why I'm talking. I speak with business people every single day. I have to communicate with them. I have to. I speak with them every day, and the sentiment is, it's hard to survive. It's hard to survive. We located 15 minutes away from a duty-free port. It's easy to go on Amazon and shop and ship to the post office. It's hard to survive on this 35 square mile rack. Business in Anguilla is not for the weak. And that's why when business fail, and I see people celebrating and laughing and making fun, I just stay quiet. Because they don't have a clue what it takes to hire people in this economy. They don't have a clue what it takes to operate a business in this country. One businessman said to me the other day, and he was very, very demoralized. He doesn't have hope. But he has a wife, and he has a child. And he has just made up his mind to walk. Just walk. Whatever happened, happened. He has given up. These, Madam Speaker, are the social ills, the economic challenges that as a country, government and opposition, private sector, public sector, that we need to unite under. It won't get fixed overnight. It won't get fixed overnight. But we cannot ignore that the struggle is real. We can't ignore it. We must first admit that yes, boy, it is difficult to do business in Anguilla. We have to admit that. Another business person sat me down and said that GST, it's a small business owner, that GST is forcing them to have a back office filled with accountants, and they are only a small business, where the owner himself fills 3 to 4 positions. The cook, the cleaner, the bottle washer, that's the same. The owner does, he have to, because the operation is small. But the filing is onerous. The maintaining of systems is onerous. I mean, do you think a business like that should have GST imposed on them? And the problem is this. When they make a mistake, and this is a real example, when they make a mistake, they cannot afford the fines. One small business fined over $70,000. And I know the person to be an upstanding person. So now there's a payment plan to pay the fine. I mean, how? When that business is destroyed, when all those people are sent home, then what? How does that help anybody? How does that help the business? How does that help government? How does that help the economy and employment? This is a real story, Madam Speaker. This is real. See, this ain't makeup. So I have to keep reminding us in this honorable house that this is not the Anguillian dream. And I know it's painful to hear this. This ain't good news. But we can't just sit and want to hear good news. I don't hear good news every day. I even sit here and hear bad things being thrown at me that I know ain't true, but I sit down and I take it. I don't jump up every minute. Point to other, point. I don't jump up every minute. I sit down here and I take it. Because we accept the good, we accept the bad. But at the end of the day, who are we? We are one people. We are one Anguillian people. Madam Speaker, something the government says a lot, and it sounds good. They say, the things they are doing now should have happened, should have been done 30 years ago. 30 years ago. And you know what? I agree. Should have been done 30 years ago. I agree. We are on the same page with that. We need infrastructure. We need it. We need new buildings. But you cannot do every 30-year promise in 3 years. In 3 years, you cannot do everything, every 30-year promise that you say needed to be done. You can't do it all right now, because that comes with different consequences for different people as well. Because while you're focusing only on the infrastructure side, in checking these boxes, this was 30 years ago, that was 30 years ago, let's do it now, let's do it now. That is putting extraordinary pressure on your people. If that was phased, if that was planned out the right way, you can give your people some good relief while still achieving a build-out plan. A build-out plan. Babies the sit down, babies the fall back before they get up and walk. Yeah? They sit down and they fall back. Then the other stages they crawl. And then from crawling them stand up. That's a curve, a nice, not today we're doing everything, bam. That comes with different consequences. So, Madam Speaker, the point is this: there's a serious need to lessen the burden on the people. And that should have been the goal from a year ago. That should have been the goal from a year ago, not just 4 months before election. Madam Speaker, it's good for the government to be in a solid fiscal position. Nobody's arguing against that. But the question must be asked, how come we're not growing sustainably together? How come we are not seeing Anguillians investing in supermarkets, investing in villas and hotels, investing in car dealerships? Are we saying that the only things Anguillians could invest in is the little smaller businesses? Little hair shop? Little restaurant? But you want to know why, Madam Speaker? You're not seeing those massive, massive investments? Because it's too risky. And the people of Anguilla is not as liquid as they used to be. They might have some assets, land assets, building assets. And you know what's happened to those assets? I spoke to a gentleman from on that side of the country, and on that side, who said to me that in order for him to continue in business, he got to sell one of his buildings. I don't want to give out too much for people to pick up on who it is. He got to sell a building. He got to sell a piece of land here and there to pay off bills and to pay debt. This is survival mode for a lot of people. This economy today is survival mode for a lot of people. And this is what we need to understand. The wealth has shifted. The state is now the new rich kid on the block at the expense of the private sector that once held that power. We are a weakened society, Madam Speaker. When is it okay for the state to be the only one having these massive reserves? Let's find a balance. Let's lower costs, man. And there's a proposal to take off GST from food. That is not enough. Madam Speaker, when you have already weakened the private sector, when businesses have already closed, when they have already relocated overseas, and when people are struggling to make ends meet, it becomes too late to start offering a lifeline. You throw a lifeline, I ain't even got the strength to hold it. I don't have the strength to hold it. So how helpful is a lifeline if you have weakened me? I don't have the muscle strength. What is muscle called? Look at it. Biceps. I don't have the biceps. I can't even close my hand to hold a lifeline. But you trying out lifelines. At this stage, no, man. Too late. Throw out the lifelines when I got strength. Build me up when I already strong so I can get stronger. Don't weaken me. Don't break my legs and then bring me crutches. I'm going to take your crutches after you break my legs. But why you break my legs? Madam Speaker, I'm not here to just paint doom and gloom. I'm not here to just criticize the budget, the Premier's speech. I want to look at it through the lens of government and ask myself. Ask ourselves. We could ask ourselves, if we were in their shoes, what would we prioritize? And the answer, Madam Speaker, is simple. We would prioritize reducing the cost of living in a meaningful way. and providing and improving the financial well-being of the ordinary Anguillan so they too can recover. Instead of allocating $190 million to infrastructure alone, we should focus on easing the financial burdens of our people by reducing taxes and giving them room to grow and thrive. In my view, Madam Speaker, providing meaningful relief is just as impactful. It's just as impactful as capital expenditure. When a young person can save $20,000 in GST and use it to complete their home, that is the Anguillan dream. When a retired banker, a hotel worker, can go out and eat anywhere in Anguilla without having to count every penny because it's affordable again, that is the Anguillan dream. These are people who have worked hard all their lives and on a dignified lifestyle. Our people, Madam Speaker, they go to the biggest of resorts to hang out and eat. That's the Anguilla dream. You know, there's no separation, there's no upper class and lower class, you know. This fancy resort, hotel is not just for tourists. Anguillans too. But I have seen of recent on a check where there's a charge different to service charge, different to GST. There's a charge now for meal splitting. There's a charge for meal splitting, and that is indicative of people coming to the restaurant and sharing food. I've never seen a meal splitting charge till. Yes, go on Facebook. I'll tell you where to look for it. Go on Jem Singh post. Good afternoon, Jem. Well, I never see it here. I just talk about our culture. I never see it here. I never see it here though. If it's sad now in Anguilla. Because I never see it in Anguilla either. I eat out too. So if anybody's seen it, honorable member for Rodney, I've never seen it before. No, I'm talking about the charge. I've never, okay, if it's a number. In Anguilla? Okay, so I apologize if I made an issue out of a non-issue. But I was appalled to see it, so my apologies for making that an issue if it's an Madam Speaker, our GST relief plan makes sense because it directly empowers the people. It positively impacts the ordinary shopper, the daily consumer. But we were asked, and we were put through the ringers, where will the money come from to fill the gap? It's irresponsible financially to give that type of relief. But my answer to where we're going to find the money from to fill the gap is very simple. If we can find the funds to build an airport, extend the runway, construct an administration building, all within the last 2, maybe a year and a half, then we can certainly, Madam Speaker, prioritize people over projects. We can certainly do that because we're finding money to do everything else other than giving the people relief. We could find the excuse to do everything except giving the people relief. Where the money will come from? But it's showing up and it's being used because government has grown big and government now is addicted to spending and they forget about the people, giving the people relief, meaningful relief. What good are infrastructure developments if they come at the expense of the well-being of the very people they are meant to serve. If majority of GST is coming from the hospitality sector, Madam Speaker, then ease it up on your people. That was our intention. That still is our intention. To significantly ease it up on the people. Madam Speaker, true progress is not measured by the buildings we construct, but by the lives we uplift. Prioritizing our people, helping them to achieve. Madam Speaker, let's turn now to the topic of renewable energy, an area that could be transformative for Anguillians. The only mention of renewable energy in the Premier's budget speech is a vague promise to pursue the PPA, to pursue renewable energy. However, when I review the specifics outlined for the Ministry of MICU on page 32 of the address, there is a resume-bid grant and a national energy policy. A resume-bid grant and a national energy policy, page 32. $1.8 million grant funded. Focus, renewable energy initiatives, including retrofitting government buildings, electric vehicle pilot, EV charging stations. That's good. That's good for government. Government is doing what it's supposed to do. So that's good for government. But how does that truly help the people and businesses? When supermarkets showing you that I'm paying upward of $100,000 a month. So how does that help the grand scheme of things? The macro picture of Anguilla. Retrofitting government buildings, nice. I love that. But how does that help the ordinary man on the street? Madam Speaker, the reality is that Anglex management has already proposed a phased approach to renewable energy, one that could make electricity more affordable and sustainable for Anguillians. But instead of supporting this practical and achievable plan, the government appears to be working against its own company, pushing to outsource renewables entirely. So we can't do it. We ain't qualified to do nothing, even if it's in phases. We ain't qualified. I don't understand why we shooting ourselves in the foot, but I think that's a case of that. Why would a government, Madam Speaker, fight against its own institution that it owns the largest amount of shares in? One that is already positioned to deliver on a renewable energy strategy. CDB, Madam Speaker, as I listened to several conversations, CDB would have loved to move ahead and allow Anglic to invest, because Anguilla could have been that pilot project that throughout the region, other countries would have been able to say, this is the model. What Anguilla did with its plan, with its phased approach, with its own people, this is the model for the rest of the region. We're the right size. We're the right size. 15,000 people. Perfect pilot country for a plan of such. Lots of sunshine. In fact, a study was done on the percentages of sunshine throughout the day. So there are a lot of things that went into Anguilla being able to deliver on its renewable plan. But for some reason or the other, there's a different approach. There's no alignment. Why doesn't government run government? Huh? And allow Anguilla to run Anguilla? But the interference been going on for decades, different administrations. So I ain't sparing no administration with that. Madam Speaker, renewable energy is a necessity. We cannot continue to go on like this. This is 2 years after Anguilla made a presentation. And the question is, where could we have been today if it was at least given some type of respect from the administration? Where could we have been today? Madam Speaker, the APM administration, and when I look through this budget, and our honorable leader as well would have mentioned it, I am not seeing much support for small businesses that form the backbone of this economy. Madam Speaker, I was the Minister of Economic Development, and I had responsibility for the Anguilla Chamber of Commerce. And there's a plan that I think makes sense. It needs to be fleshed out some more. But when you look at the budget, the Chamber's subvention is $167,000. Peanuts. Peanuts. In every country that I've been to, the Chamber of Commerce serves a pivotal role in the development of small businesses, in the development of the economy. The Chamber acts as a strong lobbying arm. Those plans are there. So, budget after budget, we keep seeing $167,000 to the Chamber. And then, we wonder what can the Chamber do? Yeah, there's a fee to become a member. But this still, Madam Speaker, is a poor sum for an entity that can be a strong advocate for businesses. So it is something to aspire to. It is an area of opportunity. And it's not a new idea, Madam Speaker. It's not a new idea, because there's a plan with some dust on it to allow the Chamber to be a stronger arm, to give the Chamber some legislation, to give the Chamber some teeth, that every single business operating in this economy is a member. And there will be fees, a percentage of the license fee would go to the Chamber. I think it's a practicable plan. It's a model that we see in other countries work. And in return for being a member, for contributing fees, the Chamber provides vital assistance, financial literacy. And I commend the Minister for bringing financial literacy to the schools, to the primary schools. That's a good initiative. So here's the Chamber, year after year, $167,000. It's just an entity that's there, They ask for that, that's the budget, just give it to them. Just give it to them. There are no goals. There are no targets. There are no objectives. They're just there. So this is something, Madam Speaker, I think it's a opportunity for any government. And it could perhaps take place before the election. You know, you got a couple more months. You buy the blue shoes? Madam Speaker, light, and I got about 10, 15 more minutes. Light manufacturing is another area ignored, and this is part of the business sector. A study was done to see how the sector can be supported. Today, that study, again, is just ignored. The study is there. A survey of at least 20 manufacturing companies. A report is there. But it's catching dust. And now there's a survey asking the same questions that were already answered and completed. We're just repeating the same thing over and over. Because I would have started it. Because it wasn't transferred or passed on. Be starting over again. So just the other day, Madam Speaker, a local manufacturer, and they called me because I'm a manufacturer as well. So they called, and they said, "But you haven't been seeing me, right?" I said, "No." She said, I have relocated to St. Martin, citing the high cost of duties, citing the amount of bureaucracy in Anguilla. They were excited. They say it's so much better over here, 15 minutes away. It's so much better over here. Everything is cheaper. The process is easier. And all they need to do is put their things on the boat. And you know what she's doing today? She's encouraging other people to move to St. Martin. So again, another budget, no incentives for local businesses, no policies for local business. Meanwhile, large corporations in the tourism sector enjoy the preferential treatment, getting a standard 30-year duty-free concession. How is it fair for our small local business sector? If it's important for the tourism sector that they receive duty-free concessions in order to survive, and I support that wholeheartedly, but we need to see the same kind of treatment given to our local business sector. Where are the standard 30-year concessions? Where are the standard policies to treat this local sector the same way? Madam Speaker, a truly people-centered budget that prioritizes people would include clear, actionable measures to remove barriers, reduce costs, and provide incentives for growth and innovation. As it relates to the business sector, I'm not seeing it. What I'm seeing is overtaxing. What I'm seeing is over-regulations. Regulations that we have not seen in our history. The AUF GST relief plan that we put forward months ago will achieve some of these objectives. A win-win, Madam Speaker. We were told that it is unworkable while a surplus of $170 million in 2025 will leave a deficit. And the plan is to fill it with $25 million from the over $200 million that is now in reserves. And that's on page 28 of the Premier's budget speech. So, Madam Speaker, this government is placing a massive financial burden and just 15,000 people, of which only about 5,000 or less can be considered working people. It's a very small figure. In 2024, Madam Speaker, proposed recurrent revenue. In 2024, proposed recurrent revenue stood at 404. To date, the Premier reports 420 million collected, on track to add 45 million by year's end, a total of 459 million. Looking back at 2023, to put things into context, key revenue earners. In 2023, universal social levy generated 20 million. International trade brought in, which is customs primarily, brought in 53 million. GST collected 156 million. AI domain revenue stood at 86 million. That's 2023. 2024, the top revenue generators, universal social levy, 22 million, so increase of 2. International trade, 55 million, an increase of 2. GST, 161 million, up from 156. And GST, Madam Speaker, we know, as they state, it's mostly coming from the tourism sector, but the daily impact of us who are living here 365 days a year, it hits us. It hits the average person living here. It hits us more. It hits us harder than the visitor that comes for a week. That visitor coming for a week comes with a budget, comes after saving. People who leave in November, saving to come back next year. And they're budgeting. But our budget is shot. What is our budget? When we have been receiving increases year after year after year after year. We ain't got no budget. We just paying. Because we ain't got a choice. We're not visiting, We live here. So the impact on the people of Anguilla is greater. Even though, tourists complain. So you can imagine. They often ask, but how? How do you guys live here? How? We only visiting. How do you guys survive? How do you guys live? That's a normal question from lovers of Anguilla. So, Madam Speaker, there has been an upward trend, like I said in the beginning of my presentation, an upward trajectory in the tax burden placed on Anguillians. 2022, 2023, 2024, and now in 2025, the government is expecting 526 million in recurrent revenue. USL to bring in 26.5 million, international trade to bring in 67 million, GST 181 million, an increase of 25 million since 2003, an increase of 25 million in GST since 2023 alone, and another 122 million over 2024 proposed revenue. That is 100 million more than the 22 million used to justify the passage of GST. So in every category, Madam Speaker, there are expected increases primarily borne by the taxpayers of Anguilla, except for the AI revenue. And Madam Speaker, I'll finish right on this point. I'll stop here. And before I sit, I have a question I would love, through you, to ask to be answered. If GST is being removed from food, why is GST revenue projected to increase by 20 million? What sector is indicating that growth? Because the question is this: where or how will you fill the gap when you remove it from food? Because we were asked that question. That was one of the most burning questions that we were asked by interviewers, by government. It's irresponsible, it's reckless. But here, they're removing GST from food, all food items in the supermarkets, and still projecting an increase by 20 million in 2025. So, although the Premier would have promised no new taxes, I have to wonder if he's planning to increase existing taxes. He didn't mention that. He didn't state that clearly. So I would love for him to state, in addition to saying no new taxes for 2025, that there will be no new increases for 2025 as well. I would love for him to say that. He said no new taxes. But did he say no new increases? That's all. Madam Speaker, if we want a prosperous future, we must start by empowering people of today. Not of tomorrow, of today. And I am appealing to this government to act urgently to bring meaningful relief to the people of Anguilla. The Anguillan dream cannot be just a speech. It must be reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You are aware that there is a rule for questions. If you truly want a detailed answer, you can bring it that way. But if the Premier feels to do so, I invite him to answer when he makes his presentation. I acknowledge you, but before that, can we just find out about lunch? Yes? Okay. Can we come back at, you want an hour or an hour? So a quarter to 2. Yeah? Okay, so 1:45. This Honorable House now stands in recess until 1:45. Thank you, members. We are inviting contributions for a bill for appropriations 2025 Act 2024. I now recognize the member for West End.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good day to you, Madam Speaker, and members of the House, home and abroad, all those who are listening or following us on social media. Firstly, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity for the 10th time to say thank you to my constituents in District 7 for giving me this opportunity to present in the budget debate. Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank the Premier and the Minister of Finance for his presentation of the 2025 budget address with the theme, Building the Anguillan Dream, Progress for Today, Hope for Generations. Thanks also must be given to the members of staff of the various ministries who have worked diligently to present this budget for the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, for the past 10 years, before I would present a rebuttal to a budget presentation, whether it was when I was in office from 2015 to 2020, over the past 5 years, I would generally reach out to my members of my community to get their input. But, Madam Speaker, what I've learned over that period is that there's been a big difference between the first 5 years under the Anguilla United Front from 2015 to actually being on the other side of the aisle. Madam Speaker, as I said, when I reached out to members of my constituency, it was alarming that the majority of the persons I reached out to, said that they did not listen to the budget address. Many are disillusioned and quoted that, things are tough, and they believe the damage is already done, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the Honorable Kenneth Hodge made his presentation, he used the analogy of the wolves. I've heard that before, and it makes a lot of sense. But I think in this case, when you talk about the wolf that survives and the wolf, or the wins, or the wolf that loses, is generally the one that you feed. And I think in this situation, it's the case of government is the wolf that wins, because that is the wolf that actually has got the majority share. Madam Speaker, when you think about the theme of building the Anguillan dream, progress for today and hope for generations, it's an uplifting theme. But in reality, Madam Speaker, I think that what is a dream for someone today, someone else might see it as a nightmare. And I think for a number of persons who are listening, or Anguillians themselves who are home or abroad, the Anguillan dream of the past was that whether you left the shores and went overseas, or whether or not you stayed here, your dream was to build a house. If the first pay packet you get, you would look to save some money. You always put something aside to buy blocks. Probably today you'll still, if you drive through the island, you see a number of blocks that have been there for decades. The intention, though, was to build for the future. That was the Anguillan dream. Today, Madam Speaker, I think for many persons, that dream is probably a bit of a nightmare. Again, as I said, they're finding it very, very difficult in order to believe that they can achieve the goals of the past. Now, it's down to each and every individual as to what their dream might be. There are those who've got dreams in sports, they got those in business, those who wants to build a home. But whatever your dream is, I think it is vitally important that you can see it, the reality to it. And I think that is a very important factor. Madam Speaker, I mentioned about the challenges that our people are facing with the implementation of the GST, and at the time that it was implemented. Without a doubt, there have been challenging times, and I think all governments over a period of time would have had challenges. But the key is that at the end of the day, whatever the situation, and sometimes you find that you're going to have issues where everybody has to bear some of the brunt. But I think over the last 4 years, Madam Speaker, it's the people of Anguilla that have been faced with that challenge or that issue. Government is doing well and doing very, very well. But the fact is, the people are the ones who have to pay. And again, what is interesting, Madam Speaker, and I'd like, the Premier is not here, but I would like to know who really benefits. Sure, we could say government is benefiting because the facts are there. They are building more and more buildings, more and more projects. They've also got quite a lot of money that is in the Treasury, in reserves. I would also like to know that which other sector is actually doing well, because I do believe that a mistake that the government has made was that the 12% the accommodation tax in the hotel industry or in the travel industry, accommodation industry, that is now turned by 1% into GST. I would like to know how much money is actually paid back to these entities. I know it was mentioned earlier about negotiating with new investors, the payback that previous governments did not actually garner from these institutions. But the big question is, with the GST and the claim back from a number of these major entities, it may not be in cash, but ultimately, if they are benefiting more, then we want to know what that figure is. Because I do believe that the hotel sector or the accommodation sector is better off than they were before. But I would guarantee that the average Anguillian who are working the 9-to-5 jobs, in fact, not just 9 to 5, I know of a grandmother in my area who is doing 2 jobs, a grandmother that's doing 2 jobs. You know, I grew up with a grandmother that was a stay-at-home grandmother. She worked in the ground, but the fact is she was always there when I got home. The fact that grandmothers these days, apart from mothers who have to do 2 jobs, that is definitely not progress in our society, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they say you never look the gift horse in the mouth. And that might be an English saying, but it pretty much says that you appreciate any gift that is given. Because quite often, sometimes people ask, can I help? And, you know, you probably could manage yourself, but I think out of courtesy, sometimes you say, sure, yes. In the case of those who are over 70 and the $500 that is given to them to be able to purchase food, I think it's great that that is happening. For those who are getting $500 from Anglic to help, $500 voucher, and there's a difference. It's not $500 in either case that you can choose to do with it as you please. It is a case that's specific as to what it's used for. And again, we appreciate that. But Madam Speaker, there are many families and many persons who do not benefit anything from that. They do not benefit, you know. And for us as a people, we talk about Anguillians being proud and free. We're very proud. And the fact is, Madam Speaker, our people want to be able to be given opportunities to succeed. They want to be in a position where they could lend and not borrow. And again, I keep going back to the disparity in how much government is making out of mainly the GST. And again, you could talk about most of that is coming from the tourism industry, but it's all relative. If the tourism industry is turning over $100 million a year, but you who are working and you're turning over 6,000 or 7,000, the 1% or 5% or 13% It's a big difference as to who can survive and who can't. And I think that is the biggest issue, Madam Speaker. The government has to find a way to be able to give, not even about giving relief. It's not about even giving relief. It is a case about, let's give our people some dignity. Let's give them some dignity. I can tell you this, that there are I know a lot of people in my area, and not just my area, but throughout the island. They're actually struggling. They fall into that bracket where they don't qualify for those vouchers, but they have to survive. And again, if you don't have much of a choice. If you don't pay up, there's the huge consequences. So as much as we would like to think that Anguilla is moving forward, I think government is moving forward, but the people are actually stuck in park. In fact, some are actually probably going in reverse. We can often talk about Anguilla as a 5-star destination. I know the Premier mentioned about the ratings that we got, whether from Condé Nast, but Travel and Leisure. There was a point in time, even when we seemed at our lowest after Hurricane Irma, we were still regarded as #1 destination in the Caribbean for 4 years running. And the chances are, sure, we had challenges with Hurricane Irma, but our people were happier back then, Madam Speaker. We're #3 now. I mean, #3 is a decent place, but if you are #1 and you drop to #3, you got to think, I've done something wrong. If you could talk about the best beaches, that's not us. God gave us those. What is important, it is when you have beautiful restaurants, hotels, beaches, whatever, it's the energy of the people. It's the energy of the people, the interaction of the people and the visitors that makes us an attractive island. And I think that right now, sure, we're #3 in Travel and Leisure, but if you ask the average man on the street, man or woman, average Anguillian, they're not happy in the place that we are at right now. Madam Speaker, in my area, and the thing is, again, I appreciate to the people of District 7 who would have given me the support over the last 10 years, even before that. In fact, from a child up to the age of 15, I've been very fortunate. I've been able to build a bond with my community, and in turn, we've got a very good relationship. But there are a couple of things that concerns me in my area, Madam Speaker. Right now, there's some roadside cutting that's going on, and there's this issue of procurement. When I say procurement, there are a couple of guys this morning I saw cutting the sides of the road. I've never seen them before. I'm not sure where they come from. But what I do know, for about 15, 16 years, persons, Anguillians within our community were cutting these sides of the road. That was their job. One who has been doing it for 17 years, this would have been his 18th year. When the time came to put in his request, he was actually lying on a surgeon's table in Trinidad, was not able to put his bid in. I was told that they'll find a way to send it out to tender again. But unfortunately, what has happened, I see other people cutting the side of the road. And you know what? People might say, if it's a bid, you put the bid in, but there's something within communities. And I am sure that the Department of Infrastructure have had no complaints over those periods of time. That was 15, 16 years that this gentleman was cutting, and he's just one of 3. So there are 3 new contractors cutting the roads in West End, and to me it's a shame that they could not work with the ones who've been doing it for so many years and to be offered to a new contractor. Again, we could probably take this offline, but it is something that has almost been part of communities, where the persons who are cutting the side to some people, they might think, this is trivial. But no, for the person who owes $65,000 that he has to pay, and now he has to go out and find another job or a new job. You know, I think it's rather unfortunate, very unfortunate. So I'm hoping at some point in time, I'm not sure how long these contracts are for, Madam Speaker, but I will try my best, and I will appeal to whoever is out there to be able to say, how can we make an adjustment to this? The Premier is boasting that he's taking my dolphin away from the Rogers Well. But the fact is, taking it back to Island Harbor, yes, and he's proud of it, and so he should be as well. But I say all that to say, Madam Speaker, some of these gentlemen that cuts the sides of the road are the ones that our committee, the Western Community Improvement Club, can turn to be able to clean the sides of the road when government workers are not doing it, to be able to clean parks that have been left abandoned for a long time, to be able to have, whether it's the Connors Park, whether it's the Rogers Well, whether it's the Bednar's Well. As a community, we can come together and do that. We're proud of our community. But what I would love to see, and I'm sure majority of our people in our community would love to think that there are some jobs that the community who have been doing a good job should be able to retain. So again, I'm sure that, right? Well, but the thing is you could go through procurement, but you know what is challenging and what would really hurt me, Madam Speaker? If the persons that are cutting the sides of the road, if they're on work permits, I've got an issue with that. I would have a serious issue with it because the guys who cut the sides of the road, that's their job. In West End, that's their job. But if somebody else is going to get foreign labor to do a job that an Anguillian's been doing for 15, 16, 17 years, procurement or not, that is wrong. It is morally wrong, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, everyone knows that sports is, not everyone knows. If they don't know before, I'll tell them that sports development and sports has helped to make me the person I am today. And it is vitally important, I think, that I was speaking to the Minister of Sports earlier, and the Minister, the Honorable Diane Candice Rogers, would have mentioned that the budget has gone up by 100,000. But we sat in the back yesterday, Madam Speaker, and for the persons who to see us fighting here, they need to come and see us when you go in the back room. I think it's like night and day. But the fact is we do exchange ideas, and we talked about cricket. And the fact is that going back to 1990, at that point I was going to Australia for 9 years. I was playing cricket in England, then going to Australia. I came home to Anguilla for 2 weeks, and the then Chief Minister, Sir Emil Gums, he said, Carter, why don't you come back home to coach these kids? We're losing a lot of our children to American basketball. This guy, Michael Jordan, has got their minds addled. But cricket is our sport. It bonds us as a region. So I said, right, well, currently I've got a contract in Australia, but let me see what I can do. Madam Speaker, I went back to England, played for 6 months with Hampshire. I went to Australia, and I promise you that this is not an old wives' tale or those Jumbie tales, but I heard a voice as plain as day, and it wasn't a call from the late Ronald Webster. It was a voice that probably was in my conscience that said to me, Cardi, why are you in Australia coaching Australians instead of being in Anguilla finding a cricketer to play for the West Indies? I called the PS, I think it was at the time, Ralph Hodge, and I said, Ralph, I'm going to come home. I told him I was going to come for 2 months at the end of the series in Australia. I said, I'm going to come home. I'm going to come home. I had great ideas. The idea was, got all these youngsters in high school, I'm going to go out and coach them. I promise you, the girls at high school were more interested in cricket than the boys. The boys didn't want to get sweaty. So Alkins Rogers, who was the sports director at the time, I went to him and I said, I said, Alkins, I want to go to the primary schools because there they just want to play. They just want to play. So he said, all right, Cardi, you do what you think is best. I went to the primary schools, and I saw there are 3 outstanding cricketers, young cricketers. I think they had an advantage, though. It was Omari Banks, so you'd have had Val Banks, who was a famous Angolan cricketer, Shaka Hodge, Ralph lived cricket all his life, and Zach Kenworthy, David Kenworthy, who was the president or vice president of Leeward's board and the likes. So they had a grounding in cricket. They not just had a grounding, they had some talent, they had a passion, that desire. And I thought I found what I was looking for. I was so proud, Madam Speaker, when I was in the nets at Hampshire, and I got a call, I got goosebumps now thinking about it. I got a call to say that someone from Angola is on the phone to me. That person was Ralph Hodge. Ralph called to tell me Shaka, at the age of 13, made the West Indies team to tour England. You know, I was walking on air after. I felt so proud. I felt so proud that one of these youngsters had actually taken that first step. But at 13 is very young. For the 15-year-olds, it could be a big difference. But what he had was he had talent, he had knowledge, and he also had Zach and Omari, because they worked together like they were 3 peas in a pod. They did a terrific job. And following on from that, Madam Speaker, Omari made the West Indies team, Jamar Hamilton made the West Indies team, Chesney Hughes made the under-19s West Indies team, Kelbert Walters, and the likes. And again, I say all that to say that in recent times, our cricket has struggled, has suffered. And whether we like it or not, and again, Premier, I would ask you that you've got to find some more money to be able to invest in development of cricket within the schools. And you need somebody who's going to walk them through. You've got to walk them through. Because the thing is, when they start there and they get to high school, it's a challenge. But if you're working with them, and my advantage that I had was that I would go to every primary school, but then also go to high school. So when they came to high school, I was there with them. I was very proud, and still today I'm very proud of them. K.C. Carty, who I wouldn't take claim to him, but what we did in Angola, and what I'm proud of my cricketers, is that at the age of 13, his father asked, would I play him in the Angolan team? I had to ask my players, because one of them would be left out. He played for Angola. In fact, even today, if you go on the internet, he's listed as Angolan cricketer, not St. Martin. He hasn't played any matches for St. Martin. So I say that there's a lot there if you have the right personnel that is going to work with these youngsters. And a lot others would have played first-class cricket, have played in England, so I think for us in Angola, we did a terrific job there. And I know the Premier, who's a keen cricketer, his brother is someone that we played together. And I don't remember the Premier being that great a cricketer, but the fact is I know he's got an interest in it. The key, though, Madam Speaker, is that is just one sport. That is just one sport that I think is ours. When I say is ours, it bonds us as a people. And anything that bonds us as a people, we can feel, and I'm talking about Caribbean-wise. But there's also career, there's lots of money involved. If you get to the right level, Azari Joseph, who plays for Antigua, played for the West Indies, he just had a $1.4 million for 6 weeks in the IPL. I would like to think that in the next few years, we can unearth another cricketer that we can put on that plane. It is vitally important. Another part of sports development that I think is a golden nugget that we're missing, and that could come into sports tourism as well, is golf. Golf has been regarded as a sport that the elitists play, or the persons with the well-to-do, they're the ones who seem to be given the greater opportunities. But it's something that we have to start introducing into the schools. Majority of Anguillians, I would say 99.9%, have not picked up a golf club. And we've got one of the best golf courses in Anguilla, down at Aurora. So, but as government, I don't expect Aurora to bend over and accommodate our golfers, who don't have any experience. What I do expect, though, of government is that we create the environment within the school system that our youngsters can be exposed to learning the game. And apart from being, the highest obviously is to win or become a pro at the highest level. Just by being a pro, you get endorsements and you've got a career. But also there are jobs available. Director of golf, chief coach and assistant coach and all of these things. These are jobs that should be available to our children. And if we don't take the first step, we'll go further and further down the line before we can actually be in a position to demand certain positions. Another of my sports that I like sports, boat racing. I know yesterday the minister would have mentioned about sailing, and there's a difference between, although there's a connection, but there's a difference between the Anguilla Sailing School and our traditional boat racing. But what is vitally important is that the sailing school needs the support. It needs the support. And I know that the Boat Racing Association has been working along with Liberty to be able to introduce sailing into the school. So obviously, between the ministry, Youth and Culture, Liberty Boat Race Association, it is a case of how can we introduce youngsters to boat racing. So in school, you get the understanding of the terminologies, and the likes of David Carty is obviously ideal when you talk about the history of it. He's a great storyteller, and I think the youngsters will buy into that. What is, in fact, there's a difference today of the boats that are used at the sailing school and traditionally how most of us would have been introduced to boat racing, whether it was carving it out of a piece of wood, building our own boats ourselves, and then going to the 13-footers, whatever, ultimately up to the boats that we know today. And there's a lot, boat racing is our national sport. In fact, I think in 2013, under the AUM government, it would have passed in Executive Council as the national sport. In fact, it was, maybe that's not the terminology, but just like the turtle dove, symbol, that was the symbol. It's under the heading of the symbol. But there's a lot of work to be done to give it some teeth, the policies that's involved. So ideally working with the Boat Race Association, and I think for years, Madam Speaker, and I know you're a big boat racing fan, if you come from Island Harbor, you didn't have a choice. The fact is that for years, most women, they would just listen. Men thought too, that it was a man's sport. But the Boat Race Association of 6 members, 4 are women. 4 are women. And I know that through the sailing school, and there are a number of women out there who wants to have their own boat. Boat racing, the Anguilla traditional boat racing is ours. There's a great history to it. It bonds communities together. Island Harbor, West End. When Island Harbor didn't have decent boat race captains, they had to look to West End. The premier's out of the house, so I could say that. People like the late Frederick Richardson, he used to captain the Wasp. In fact, there's a story where he won 2 races in a row. The 3rd race he was about to go and race. His wife gave birth. He went to the hospital, checked that he had a daughter, and then went straight down to Sandy Ground to captain the Wasp again. And also Samuel Fleming in the Flying Eagle. Thomas Richardson, who was the captain of the Whip. And I know we talk and banter a lot about boat racing and the likes, but it bonds our community like no other. But Madam Speaker, it is vitally important that we give the Boat Race Association, the boat races, and a number of those who are involved the support that is needed. It is a great vehicle for sports tourism. And so I think that with more governmental support, and again, as I said, a policy that is beneficial to all, we can go a long way. I talk about sports tourism, so all of that, the cricket, going back to 1991, when Nigel Bryars, who was the captain of the MCC, was asking me, could Anguilla accommodate the MCC on a tour to the Caribbean? I said, of course. From then, Yorkshire came twice, and Hampshire in '97, Leicestershire, who then took Omari and Shaka to England, apart from the supporters they brought. That, again, was vital important to us. Golf, I think that through the tourist board, we can look, and of course Aurora, can help to market Anguilla as a tourist destination. Madam Speaker, another challenge that I have, and I was speaking to the Minister of Infrastructure earlier, and at times we do agree. And what he did say, I was going to talk about some roads, because I see that the ministry is actually fixing, resurfacing 4 roads. And of course, when my people in West End heard that, they were asking, what about the Long Bay Road? We've got so many roads in Anguilla that needs, the dirt roads especially, needs to have whether it's concrete or tar, whatever it is on it, Madam Speaker. The one going down to the Arch. We promote the Arch as one of our natural beauties, I suppose. It was the church before, but with erosion now, it is called the Arch. There's one area, though, Madam Speaker, that I think government should have a serious look at. We know that, talk about fishing and boat racing and the likes, but in the Cove, there's a situation where there's a wharf there that was built by the late Albert Hughes in his ministry when he was with the late Hubert Hughes, Victor Banks, and that coalition, and Edison Beard, Honorable Edison Beard. Erosion has taken place, but Madam Speaker, the fishermen of West End and the charter boat owners of West End, or in that area, they need to have access to the Cove jetty or the Cove wharf. They need it. And as a district that contributes more to tourism, and no disrespect to the rest of Anguilla, it is a fact though. The majority of what comes from the tourism industry into the treasury comes from that area. And it is vitally important for the fishermen, and the fishermen, a lot of them from a very young age became fishermen. It wasn't even about academics, it was about an opportunity to go and find a job. They didn't want to go to the beach when the fishermen came in and be satisfied with a fish. They wanted the ability to fish for themselves. And over the years, they've been bounced around. But again, what is vitally important when we talk about the Anguillan dream, a lot of fishermen, that was their dream. Through fishing, they were able to build their houses, build families, be able to put some money in the bank, and again, be able to say, I work at me. They're not the ones who had to beg someone for a job, and if you consider how difficult and challenging it is, you've got to respect them. The charter boat owners who, again, utilize that area, it is vitally important that they're given the opportunity to work out of that area as well. And of course, there's been talk about it for years, but government's issue all the time was that there's no money. We cannot say that now. Again, the challenge is, what is your priority? I know I might be talking about investing in a wharf, investing in a road, but what it is actually saying to the people, this is your means of earning. This is your profession. Our fishermen from West End don't, although there's a relationship between West End and Island Harbor, they really don't want to have to drive to Island Harbor to go to use their boats from there. Yeah. So again, Madam Speaker, through you, I am hoping that government, finance, the Honorable Premier can see his way that whether it's on a lease basis or whether it's on a purchase basis, I do believe, and also what we see, Madam Speaker, you see it in Meads Bay, now you see it again among a number of our beaches. A lot of the investment is actually foreign investment, and they're the ones who are actually securing beachside. It is vitally important for government of Anguilla, this government or the next government or governments, but don't leave it too long. If there's land available and you've got the money, you're invested in your people. At Sandy Ground, next to Lit Lounge, that area, I believe, is up for sale. Government needs to find the money for that. Connors Park, we are very grateful to the Connors family who allow us to utilize that area for boat racing. But if they ever decide to sell that land, I think government should buy it for the people of Anguilla. Because if that is taken away, boat racing as we know it in Meads Bay is gone. And there's a huge tradition of what August Thursday especially at Meads Bay is about. It is about, when we talk about the family reunion, the family reunion was more about Meads Bay than Sandy Ground, you know. Half the families at Sandy Ground stays on the hill. And on Monday, St. Martin takes over. It's a great beach party, but I think that because it's so up close and personal, it really facilitates us as people coming together. So, Madam Speaker, again, I would love to think that that is something that the government can pay serious attention to. So again, as I said, someone asked me how long I was going to be. I said, no, all I've got here today is a shopping list. But also, it is a request. It is a request. It's a request of government. When we talk about budgets, and government is doing well, but should not be at the expense of our people. The Anguillan dream should not just be about a dream for the next generation, because you got to survive this in order to get to the next. And right now, our people are finding it very, very difficult. So Madam Speaker, I've actually gone longer than I thought I would. But my point is that it is vitally important for government to be able to assist our people. When I say assist, give them the opportunity to succeed. It's always nice to get a gift, but it's even better to be in a position to give. And let's have our people, rather than asking government, give me please, all you're asking is the opportunity where they as a family, they as an individual, should not have to do 2 jobs, should not have to do 3 jobs half the time, should not have to wait for near Christmas when government gives them a $500 if you qualify. So, Madam Speaker, I will continue to reach out to the Premier, to the Minister of Infrastructure. I have a great responsibility to my people in West End as a district rep. It is a challenge, I promise you. If you're not in government and you are a district rep without the ability to have access to government funding, it makes it very difficult. And again, as I said, in my community, where a majority of the money that goes to the Treasury comes out of our community, I don't want to have to beg no investor. I want to be able to say that what is available to us is because it's a partnership. And again, Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. And Mr. Premier, I thank you for the budget that's presented, but please take on board the points that I made, because we need to help our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for West End. Are there any other contributions? You're gonna go. The Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mrs. Quincy Gums-Marie, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to just prepare myself. This is the first time I'm using this uplifted lectern, so I wanted to get my things in order. Madam Speaker, members of the House, Anguillians and friends of Anguilla, near and broad, a pleasant good afternoon. Madam Speaker, as I rise today to deliver my fourth budget presentation, I am filled with immense pride because I know what this government would have met, I know what this government would have done, and I know the rough waters that we had to sail through. But not only proud of the government, but for the people of Anguilla, because a lot of this hinged on the people of Anguilla to see a brighter day. Madam Speaker, I want to take some time to recognize the work of the Honorable Premier, a man who it is an honor to serve alongside, a man who has gone through incredible scrutiny, a lot not of his own doing, and with a steady hand and clear leadership, ensured that his team was able to deliver for the people of Anguilla. We have braved the storms as a country and the high seas with unwavering faith. In the darkest days, we, the people of Anguilla, held steadfast, trusting that the blue dawn of a new morning would arise. When others doubted, when they told everyone around them that the Anguilla that we see was one that's only merely a dream and an unachievable pie in the sky, the Anguillians that I know, the Anguillians of today, held on with hope for tomorrow. They dared to dream bigger and believed that we could deliver. They dared to reimagine an Anguilla, one that can foster their dreams and respond to the needs of the day. An Anguilla sailed in boldly to the future with pride and purpose. My fellow Anguillians, I have said to you the last time we spoke about a document of this nature that now is for the doing. And I still hold on to those words. But in this moment, I say to the people of Anguilla, welcome to the other side of sacrifice. Building the Anguillian dream, progress for today, hope for generations. Building the Anguillian dream, progress for today, hope for generations. This progressive movement is giving the people of Anguilla something that they can believe in. But there's one section in this theme for this budget, Madam Speaker, that holds me and really stands out as if it is illuminated. Hope for the future. Madam Speaker, since the last time I would have given any substantial remarks in this House, and now I would have given birth to a beautiful, lovely daughter. And thank you. My mind rests on what the future is. When I hear certain conversations passing in this House, and I think of the timelines, I say, okay, in this year I was in primary school, this year would have been my first year of high school, that year would have been my last year of high school, this other year would be my last year of university. I realize that time waits for no man.
And if we are building for the future started yesterday, and we are already late. There are a lot of questions about the timing of building for the future, but if we let one day slip, it can cost us hundreds of years. If we become complacent, half a century, we would be here thinking about the Anguillian dreams of tomorrow, still with no end in sight. But thankfully, due to the vision of my leader, the leader of the team that I am very proud to be a part of, we don't only have to dream. There is beauty in waking up. Sometimes when you close your eyes, Madam Speaker, you don't know what you're going to get. You can get no dreams, you can get a nightmare, you can get a good dream. But when you open your eyes, when you think about the progress you will be facing today, the progress that's not being put off until tomorrow, we know that the Anguillian dream is not one for the sleepers, but the ones who don't have to be afraid when they open their eyes. What is the Anguillian dream? What is the Anguillian dream? That is a question we have to ask ourselves. But in understanding the Anguillian dream, we have to start at the nightmare. Madam Speaker, I recall the words of songwriter and philosopher Mr. Robert Nesta Marley. When I think about my contributions today, I have to recall very simple words. It's repeated, but it means a lot. They got so much things to say. They got so much things to say. They got so much things to say, my Lord. They got so much things to say. But another part of that song also resonates with me. It is the part where he repeats all the things he will never forget. And Madam Speaker, we were ably reminded that I have a young and vibrant mind. I'll never forget a country's one day of reserves. I will never forget a social security fund on the brink of collapse. I will never forget a pension fund in the same position. I will never forget a water corporation steeped in debt and owing millions, tens of millions to Anguilla. I'll never forget a health authority with millions missing and nobody wants to give us an answer. I will never forget a Blowing Point Ferry Terminal with no funds for redevelopment. I will never forget a shift system at a high school that was underfunded with no end in sight. I will never forget an airport about to be downgraded by the regulator and being told days after an election with less than a day worth of reserves, you have to find money to resurface this runway. I will never forget a definitive agreement that gave way to developers to use the sandy ground pond behind the backs of the people. I will never forget a banking resolution that had no consultation, that was hidden from the people. I will never forget a MOU that committed the country to GST at a time when people were on ventilators. I will never forget being approximately $500 million in debt. I'll never forget. Because when we think of the Anguillian dream, my fellow Anguillians, we must understand the nightmare. Because if we forget the nightmare, we risk the chance of misunderstanding the importance of the dream. They got so much things to say. So much things to say. This hand that this rookie administration was dealt, this problem called for experience, they said. But what was the experience? Because it is those experienced hands that gave us the nightmare. This problem called for advisors, they said. But it's those experienced advisors who got us here in the first place. I'll never forget a bank that we don't know who owns it up to now. The esteemed advisors, they said. They got so much things to say. They got so much things to say. Madam Speaker, upon this dismal, undignified position, we had to do an extensive and immediate review. It called for a review of the Anguilla Development Board, one that is often recalled in a different light. But Madam Speaker, when you don't have anything, you have to review everything. And you may come up with an idea that certain things have to stay and certain things got to go. But you have to review. We had to review the viability of the Anguilla Community College, understanding that a community college is a welcomed addition in any society. But when the proverbial back of the government is against the wall, you have to do what you got to do to get where you got to go. We had to review the health authority. And Madam Speaker, we would have made the case in this honorable House why that review would have resulted in a dissolution of the health authority. They got so much things to say, but when you listen, nobody can tell where those $5 to $6 million a year went. Nobody knows. But the people want to know. And there's someone here who claims to be an expert in the people, and somehow the people didn't ask that question to them. We had to review the AI domain. Every revenue stream. And upon that review, there were a lot of concerns. primary amongst which the lack of a formal agreement between the person handling it and the government of Anguilla. And this is no fault of anybody own, I assume. This is something that was done many decades prior, back when good governance wasn't probably a thought in the minds of the people. And when we look at our laws of today, we couldn't simply assign ownership to anybody. It was a national asset of the people, and so we had to go down the route that is defined, legally defined in the procurement process and document, and formalize an arrangement. And everybody, Tom, Dick, Sally, Rob, Bob, had an opportunity to apply. And the process became what the process is. Because of the state of affairs this progressive administration met, we had to review the spending practices and the decision-making of the Anguilla Tourism Board. It is there where we found links with the Anguilla Tourism Board and paraphernalia of the Anguilla United Front. We had to tighten the shop. We had to get burglar bars, because the people's money and the people's resources were being used for things that, in my humble opinion, should have ended some people in the furthest part of the jail. They got so much things to say, Madam Speaker. So much things to say. Conveniently forgetting that there was no consultation with the people about how their monies was being spent. We had to review contributions of $200,000 each to the Anguilla Hotel and Tourism Association and Anguilla Finance. Madam Speaker, when your budget is hundreds of millions of dollars, reviewing something for $200,000 sounds fickle. But in 2020, my Lord, that was gold. Everything had to be reviewed. And in some places we realize it was good that we know what we now need to know, and other places we had to stop the bleeding. And Madam Speaker, I hold no corners when I say that's why some of them are mad. They got so much things to say, Madam Speaker. So many things to say. We had to review the ready and established legislation and policy around the bulk fuel levy. Already established. We had to review the established and ready to implement goods and services tax. Already established. We had to review the established and ready to implement sale of Anglec. Already established. And what we found, Madam Speaker, was a web of bad decisions. If you pull from I forgot one thing. We had to review the already established and ready to implement 5% cuts to civil servants. These things are important in understanding the nightmare that came before the dream. We saw a web of poor decision making, friendly to the friends, and incestuous borrowing. That language sounds very familiar. Because when government didn't have enough, it would borrow from Social Security, and then when Social Security didn't have enough, they would try to send somebody to get a sponsorship from Anguilla, and when that didn't have enough, they would send somebody to ATV, and then when that didn't have enough, they would send some random person to Water Corporation. When that didn't have enough, they would pull from so-and-so. When this didn't have enough, they would then take money from this place and that the other place. When you take nothing from nothing, why leave? The importance of this context, Madam Speaker, is talking about how a government that can do nothing for itself is a harm to the people of Anguilla. A government that can do nothing for itself, cannot turn inward, must look outward. So when they're trying to tell you that the reserves don't mean nothing to you, it means when government needs more money, it no longer has to look to the people of Anguilla to give more money. Because that was the situation we found ourselves in. A government that can stand on its own 2 feet is a government that can provide for people when they need it most, help itself when it needs to, and allow people to be able to make decisions and long-term decisions without being surprised about tax measures, without being surprised about commitments made behind their back. And that is a government that people should want. Madam Speaker, I think the most important thing in this budget is the airport. And I'll start from the airport and head back into my ministry. So there is the airport, the redevelopment of Clayton J. Lloyd. The redevelopment of the airport starts in a few places, but I think the most important place to start is the MTEF. Because in this honorable house, we would have heard members of the opposition continuously refer our question and in some ways insinuate the sustainability of the government spending when it comes to the airport. Madam Speaker, before the leader of the opposition began her substantive debate, she started out by saying that the opposition only got the numbers and the speech after the speech was given on Monday. But Madam Speaker, almost 2 weeks ago, or probably even more than that, we laid the medium-term economic and fiscal plan before this House. If you want to know about the sustainability of any government spending, if you want to know where the spending will come from, what is the intention of the deficit, what is sustainable and what is not. The one-year budget is not going to help you with those questions. If you really want to inform the people of Anguilla, and 2 days, as you put it, was not enough, and I wouldn't argue with you. But my question is, what happened to the 2 weeks prior? Because in the medium-term plan, it sets out the 3 years of
On
spending.
a point of order, Madam Speaker. We are here today on a budget debate. The budget debate is misrepresentation and misleading the point that the member is seeking to make. The budget debate is based on the budget presented. We're not here debating the medium-term economic plan. We're here debating a document that was handed to us on Monday after the budget presentation. So I resent the implication that the member is saying that because we had the MTEF a few weeks ago, we should be in a position to have prepared for today's debate. I cannot understand how the member seems to think that that is acceptable in any way, shape, or form.
Are they not related?
And, Madam Speaker, let me
Are
also
they not
say,
related?
They're related, but it's not the budget.
But that's
So
what's important,
Madam
that
Speaker,
that is relevant,
Madam
they're
Speaker,
related.
What I am hearing you say, Madam Speaker, is because we had the MTEF, we should have been in a position to debate this budget. And I cannot imagine that any person, that is the point that
That's
the
not
member
what the
is
member
making.
said.
So why, I am speaking about the fact when I raised the point that we did not have these documents until after Monday, after the budget address. That is accurate. But you cannot say that because of that, that we should have had the MTEF 2 weeks before, we should have been in a position to prepare for today's budget, this week's budget. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
I believe those figures would have been sent prior to Monday.
Prior to that.
Madam Speaker, what we received prior to Monday was a draft, and we were told that it was not the final document. And we did not actually get the final document until Monday after the budget address.
You got the
That's
speech.
what we were
You got
told.
the speech after.
And we received this document after.
It's the same as what you received
No,
prior.
it is not the same because we were able to go through. There were no notes in the one before that we received. There were no. It was incomplete.
As far as I am aware, it is the same.
Yeah.
Madam
It
Speaker,
was not a draft.
Madam Speaker, I'm telling you, I have them here. I have the draft copy, and I have the final, and I can tell you what was in the final. In
Madam
the draft was not
Speaker,
in the final.
that is irrelevant to the point that I'm making. So can I continue my debate?
I agree.
Thank you.
I agree it's irrelevant.
Madam Speaker, for
But I
the
didn't
listening
But I want the
public,
record to show
I
that the
did not raise
MTEF
that
and
point.
the budget is directly related.
They're related, but they're
but that's
not
what I'm
the
about
same.
to say.
They are not the same.
Madam Speaker, may I
crazy.
continue my presentation? So, Madam Speaker, for the purpose of the listening public, because I think it's important. Are you finished, or do you need to get the mic?
Finished.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Please, you are finished.
On a point of
No,
order,
no.
Madam Speaker, you're shutting me
You
down,
are
Madam Speaker?
finished.
I'm finished?
You are finished
Very
on
well,
that
Madam
point.
Speaker, the
Yes, you
people
had
are
already
listening.
made your point. Member, continue. Please do not ask, are you finished? I have already made my ruling.
No,
That's
sorry,
final.
Madam Speaker, that was not my place to ask, but because the constant going on, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't giving the impression to the
Then
member.
you address the chair.
Oh, thank you. So, Madam Chair, can I continue? Well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the purpose of the listening public, and for anyone else curious about the process of the budget, the budget begins with the medium-term economic and fiscal plan. Everything that is in this budget must be represented in what we call the MTEF. And more important than that, you would note that this budget, there are no conversations about concern about assent and such, and going after the UK to be reviewed after it is presented in the House, which has happened before, because the MTEF is scrutinized by the UK, and when it is approved, it is sent back to Anguilla, And it is from that approval we create our budget. If we make any changes to the budget must then be separately approved because our approval comes from the MTEF. Now, this may sound a bit complicated, and it is okay if it does sound so. But if you are concerned about the sustainability of a 3-year project, and you have a 3-year MTEF in your hand, you can flip through, and luckily, the MTEF is divided by themes. So you don't have to flip back and forth to understand the sustainability of the project. The project will be presented as one. And the public must know that the MTEF is available to all. My point was, there were questions about the sustainability of the airport redevelopment. And my answer to the opposition, from the leaders to the others, is to look at the MTEF, because the budget would not tell you that it is sustainable, because the budget would only cover 2025. But the MTEF, on the other hand, would cover 2025, 2026, and 2027. And if you were to take the time to inform yourself before coming to the people, you would note in the MTEF that was presented 2 weeks prior that the sustainability for the redevelopment for the airport requires 2 years of using reserves, and the rest can be covered by revenue made within the year. There are questions about where will Anguilla get $473 million. The answer is in the medium-term economic and fiscal plan. There are questions about what will happen if there's a hurricane. The answer is in the medium-term economic and fiscal plan. Because what underpins that plan, Madam Speaker, is your ability to show how government will perform on a baseline, on an upside scenario where you do better than your baseline, or a downside scenario where there is a shock to your economy. And you have to show how your spending will be sustainable and how you will keep the people of Anguilla and the government as an institution running as a well-oiled machine. And Madam Speaker, I do not give sympathy to the opposition because they ran on what? Experience. The MTEF was legally required since 2013. So it is unconscionable that you are trying to tell me today that you, the learned and experienced opposition, are unaware of the ways where you can examine if government spending is sustainable.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, and I rise on a point of misleading because the member, without even asking a question, has assumed that we have not seen the MTEF, have not analyzed it, have not compared it to the budget presentation made between Monday and today. And just to clarify, yes, we have gone through it, we have analyzed it, and we still have questions. Because at the end of the day, the question of sustainability comes because where is the relief to the people of Anguilla? And it is clear that without providing the type of relief that the people of Anguilla needs, it is unsustainable. The budget is dependent on certain revenues coming without understanding that the underpinning of those local businesses, local individuals are under stress.
Thank you,
Member.
Member.
And that is the point that we're making.
Thank you, Member. I just want to clarify that I have confirmation from the Ministry, the PS of Finance, that the only difference between the electronic version that was sent out and the print version is that some of the performance indicators, the info, was missing for some of the departments, but the figures are the same.
Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. And I just want to know how would the opposition have known that until they received the final version on Monday would have known
But
that
the figures are
performance
the
indicated that
same.
it was same? How would we have known until after the final budget would have come to us on Monday?
But Monday to now, I mean, if you really wanted to know, you could have asked that.
You cannot
the
create,
figures are the
you
same.
cannot
That
yes,
doesn't
but
change
Madam
it.
Speaker, if I may, you cannot create a presentation, you cannot argue in a budget debate without getting the final document, the final figures. You won't know whether the figures change or not with a draft.
Those are the final figures.
Thank
And
you for that, Madam
you
Speaker,
said you
but
would
it-
have seen the differences, and you have not seen any differences in the figures. That is what my
I didn't say figures.
That is what
I
I'm
said
saying. But that is
difference in
what
the
is key in the
document.
budget, the figures.
The document, we would not have
Member,
known
you
the
may
difference.
continue. Thank you.
I can't believe this house. Well, anyway, God bless y'all. The final beat.
You may continue.
Madam Speaker, the medium term. Thank you for confirming that there were no changes in the figures. Thank you for also giving me the opportunity to explain that the medium-term economic and fiscal plan is the same as the budget. And thank you for allowing the people of Anguilla to see how much things they got to see. Madam Speaker, you miss a lot. Welcome back. So, Madam Speaker, I was speaking about the sustainability of the airport. And my point remains, in spite of the interruptions, or in spite of the points of order, let me say, that if you are concerned about, if your primary concern is one in relation to the MTEF, then why weren't these questions raised with the Premier or responded to when the medium-term economic and fiscal plan presented? There is a process, my fellow Anguillians, through you, Madam Speaker, where members can question each other. If you want to ask the people, if you want to tell the people that they should be concerned about the sustainability of the airport, and you saw something in the medium-term economic and fiscal plan committing the country to 3 years of expenditure of over $300 million, and you want to be in government, Madam Speaker, if you are a leader, if your commitment is to this country, the thing you would do is ask a question and not insinuate through a question. So you wouldn't have to get up here and say, I wonder how sustainable this process is. I wonder about the technical bits of this procedure. I wonder why this was done one way and not the next. That wouldn't be your argument to the people. That wouldn't be the presentation on this budget. Madam Speaker, there are questions about the airport. And I say to you, Madam Speaker, that if those questions were genuine, they could have been easily answered. Example number 2. If you put into Google, Anguilla Master Plan Airport, the first 2 responses will cover all the questions. And it would discourage you from trying to claim ownership on the process. The first thing you will find, Madam Speaker, I'm having a technical difficulty, but I'll just Google it again. Or I could check my phone. The first thing you'll find is the airport master plan. The master plan, Madam Speaker, is, okay. The first thing you'll find, is a press release announcing the airport master plan. This press release was released on the 9th of June, 2022. It says in the second paragraph, the origins of this airport master plan, referred to thereafter as AMP, are rooted in a joint press release dated June 2nd, 2021, where Her Excellency Delaney Daniel Selvaratnam and the Honorable Premier Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster announced plan to develop the aviation master plan, now the airport master plan. The airport master plan seeks to address the aging, inadequate airport terminal building and restrictive runway configuration. This initiative is an effort to build economic stability through the Anguilla Economic Resilience Program. This was initiated through exchange of letters dated May 2021 and May 2028, May 27th, 2021, and May 28, 2021, between Ben Merrick, then Overseas Territories Director, and the Honorable Premier, respectively. You would see where things began. You will see the work that was put into. And most importantly, because it seemed like the only people who are trying to get more credits than those who get in the Anguilla credits is the opposition. You will see that there was no prior works since 2002. The first line, Madam Speaker, in the document's master plan itself, on page 1, section 1.3.2, there has never been a formal airport master plan prepared for the airport. Should people get 3,000 credits? So, Madam Speaker, we hear the opposition speak about the airport redevelopment as one where they would have refinanced or financed through alternative means. And as government, we know that there are very few alternative means, and it's more likely that it would have been through a loan. Although I heard a person associated with the Anguilla United Front say that they think that the UK should just give it to us. But let us explore the option for a loan. Because we don't have to listen to what they say. We just gotta look back at what they did. The administration single-handedly responsible for making it so that Anguilla has zero creditworthiness and is being barred by its administrative power from receiving loans is the Anguilla United Front. So how are they now suggesting that they would have gone to get a loan if they had these reserves? Because the scenario that was presented was that had we had these reserves, we would have gotten a loan. But Madam Speaker, we don't have to go to what they say. We can go back to what they do. If you look at the 2015 manifesto campaign, promise number 7, can't tell you what page it was on, it says, strengthen public finances, generate surpluses, build reserves, and limit loans.
Limit what?
Sorry, some of the members in the House, somebody didn't hear me, Madam Speaker, through you. Can I repeat? Thank you. Oh, member, I am coming to that. Strengthen public finances, generate surpluses, build reserves, and limit loans. End of quote. Madam Speaker, they got so much things to say, Madam Speaker. So much things to say. But they also have a reputation that speaks a little bit louder than they are speaking now. The airport, Madam Speaker, that the leader of the opposition, and I want to pause here because we have to imagine things in worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, the Anguilla United Front is elected. Worst case scenario, the leader of the opposition becomes the premier. Worst case scenario, on that she becomes the Minister of Finance. So when she says these things, Madam Speaker, it don't sound like something that somebody's saying into the future, Madam Speaker. I take it as a threat. Because now you're threatening me. You're threatening my child. That was a gross thing to say, leader, but you know, that's you. Madam Speaker, you heard that? Thank God. I don't think that you want to hear that. But there's a God in heaven. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition is threatening the country with more debt. After leaving us in 500 millions of debt, and then saying, is your jacket or your win? Wear the jacket. Do the work and clean up my mess. Coming back to the people and saying, after you have been crippled by my former debt in the form of GST, I'm going to give you more debt. To build an airport that our country can afford out of pocket.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, misleading, I would like to correct the member for her misleading statements and the line that she's going down, because I was able to pull up a report where the UK is looking at airport expansion in Anguilla. This was dated in 2015. And it spoke about the fact that the UK team came to Anguilla to look at infrastructural airport expansion, and the UK government was working with the government of Anguilla to consider what the case is for increasing productive capacity of the economy, of which access is a big part.
What are you reading
from an article dated the 15th of March 2015 in the Anguilla newspaper, and the important part is where it says the terms of reference to the UK team, with the UK team, noted that the Anguilla government proposes to use a public-private partnership, PPP, arrangement to take forward the airport expansion, an option which the UK team is also reviewing. So I just want to put the member on the correct track, that in 2015, this was the discussion, it was a PPP arrangement, there were many discussions that were taking place and not taking a loan for it. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I was part of that administration that the leader of the opposition is speaking to. Yes, March 2015, I was part of that administration. Just let me know. So we'll talk about that later.
What is your point of order, member?
Madam Speaker, can I
What is your point of order?
Misrepresentation, because the leader of the opposition is trying to insinuate that the Anguilla United Front was in office during that time.
Okay.
This was during
Yeah,
the time
gotcha.
in which the
Thank you,
Anguilla
member.
United Movement, the precursor to the Anguilla Progressive Movement, just like Anna is the precursor of the Anguilla United Front, was in
Thank you.
office.
Just for clarification, a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is correct because the PPP arrangement continued after. There is a point of order, and that is the point, is that the PPP arrangement is what the AUF administration was looking at as well.
That is factually incorrect.
That is correct. I was
But-
in so you weren't.
I'll get my turn. Thank you, gentleman in blue. I'll get to that.
You may continue, member. Member for, no.
Madam Speaker, in 2015, there were reserves. In 2015, Anguilla could have borrowed. In 2015, we couldn't pay our way for an airport. So when I speak about 2020, 10 years later, when I speak about debt, 10 years later, when I speak about affordability, 10 years later, I speak about the fact that today, Anguilla can afford. I speak about the fact that today we cannot take on more debt. I speak about the fact that when we apply yesterday's thinking to today's problems, we result in the leader of the opposition threatening the future of this country with more debt. On a point of order, Madam
Speaker. The member again is misrepresenting the position because I stood here and I explained that what the Anguilla United Front was looking at between 2015 and 2020 was a public-private partnership. And there was a company from Canada that came to Anguilla and had meetings with Executive Council in order to progress a PPP. And so I would like the member to refrain from misrepresenting the position as it is. It was between 2015 and 2020.
Well, if nothing else, we've seen that even though you think of something, doesn't mean it will be done. More credits than the Anguilla customers.
Don't worry, in due time, Premier. Patience.
Madam Speaker, in all those points of order, in all those recalling the sweet old times of 2015 and 2020, I still have to go to St. Martin to catch a flight. My point remains, and it continues to be, the decisions that we are threatening this country with, the options that we are threatening this country with, must be understood in how it affects the Anguillian dream and the hopes for tomorrow. And if nothing else, the members' interjections show about the importance of understanding when now is for the doing, you do it. Because if you can speak so passionately about a plan you had in 2015, and we are here 10 years later, essentially, talking about redeveloping the same entity, you have to explain to me why the people of Anguilla should wait 10 years later. Because mixed in the conversation was not simply questions about how we fund it, but also why are we doing it now? And if nothing else, because nothing else was done, you've made the point about striking when the iron is hot. I have said repeatedly, and it has been said by my colleagues, when we look at the history of shocks and catastrophe in this country, we know when we have a few good years, it's important to prepare us for the worst. On an economy and on an island with an economy built on tourism, it is shameful that we cannot operate our airport because St. Martin is down. You are telling the hotel workers that reliable service and continued work should be pushed into the future. You are telling the hoteliers who've made millions of investments in Anguilla that the opportunity to increase their savings, their earnings, their profits should be pushed into the future. You are telling the boat operators, the taxi men, the restaurateurs, the restaurants, the tourists, and the other people in Anguilla who are continuously investing into tourism, our very people, that your ambition should wait and you should not have hope for tomorrow. And if nothing else, because not much was done, those interventions show the importance of leadership that understands that when now is for the doing, you do it. How can I face my daughter when she's old enough to travel on her own? 5 months now, 18 years tomorrow. When she tell me, Mommy, I gotta go now because I gotta catch the boat, I gotta go, St. Martin traffic bad, I gotta do all this, so my flight is 2 o'clock, but I gotta leave home at 9. Simply because I have to say, when we had the money, I listened to the threats of the leader of the opposition and didn't use it on building an airport for you, your friends, and your generation. Now it's for the doing, Madam Speaker. And finally, this country is seeing its way out of a nightmare. Madam Speaker, when countries take loans, as was insinuated, it takes away opportunities for its people. And I don't have to get anecdotal. I don't have to tell you what happened in this country so long ago and whenever. I can tell you a little story about this country called Anguilla in 2019. In 2019, this country called Anguilla that lies in the Eastern Caribbean Sea, surrounded by pristine blue waters, home to 33 beaches on its own, paid $19 million in interest. In this year, this country, our Anguilla, paid $9 million in interest. And over those 10 years, Madam Speaker, we were able to fill positions. We were able to invest in our people. We were able to provide better health care. We were able to give better education initiatives. We were able to stretch our budget and make the little a lot. That $10 million didn't go off into the ethers. As year and year went by, we directed $10 million back into the people because we control the debt of this country. That is what the cost of almost $500 million means to our people. So when we take on expenses not funded by us, such as a $473 million airport, wouldn't that take us back to the $500 million mark? Wouldn't it take us back in the past? And we are talking today about hope for tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I accept the criticisms by the opposition. More can be done. More should be done. What about this? What about that? Thank you for giving us these concerns, Madam Speaker, but let me tell you, there's one administration in the history of Anguilla that could respond to these concerns. And it's led and headed by Ellis Lorenzo Webster. So continue talking about the facts that we should invest more into roads in the West End. Continue talking about the fact that we need to invest more in carnival and boat racing. Continue talking about the fact that the playing field got trees. Because, Madam Speaker, even though that right now, where the playing field supposed to be got trees, I could tell you where the Mats block was had trees before, and guess what? It was this administration that built those buildings, that got the job done. So bring your concerns. We only got one team with a record of delivering. I saw a screenshot, Madam Speaker, perfect timing, by a member, Shelley Rogers, saying that myself and Hayden Hughes didn't know anything about American Airlines. Madam Speaker, I can tell you this without any reservation. No member of this team laid claim for American Airlines. None. Not one. In fact, other countries got in trouble because I said that no country played a part in bringing American Airlines to Anguilla. But, Madam Speaker, as credits go, there was one person who tried to lay claim to American Airlines. And so I encourage the member for Valley North to look to the east. Look to your right. Look your leader square in her face and say, leader, leader to leader, you should not take credit for American Airlines.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the lies that are coming out of this member's mouth. How could I, and now it's a misrepresentation and it's a lie, because I, Cora Richardson Hodge, could never have taken credit for American Airlines coming into Anguilla because it wasn't my ministry. I had nothing to do with it. It was not in my ministry, so I could not have taken credit. So I would ask the member to stop misrepresenting and go back and actually find the recording where I said I took credit for it. If not, if she cannot bring that to the House, I ask that she cease and desist from the misrepresentations that she's making in this House.
Madam Speaker, when you are a leader of a party, and I know seems to be multiple leaders, when you are a leader of a party, when you speak about the work of the party, you speak about yourself. And Madam Speaker, you sat there When
On
the
a point of
esteemed
order,
leader, Madam Speaker, I'm responding to the point of order. I should be given the right to
Madam Speaker, I'm on my
respond.
feet.
You
can
do have
sit.
the right to
I
respond.
am on
Madam
my feet.
Member,
I'm on a point of order, Madam Speaker, because
What
it's
is the
a
point of order? What would I have
misrepresentation.
said that is
Sit
a point
down
of
so I
order?
can make my point
But
of
no
order.
rule has
It
been
is-
breached. You
Madam
didn't even
Speaker,
allow
I'm on a
the
point
member.
of order. How could you have determined that no rule has been breached? when I
But
haven't
she
made
has
my
not
point of
even
order?
made her point.
But the point that what she just said is that any leader knows that when you make a statement, it is a personal statement that you
No.
make when you take
That's not what
credit.
I said.
Yes, it
That's
is.
not what I
Yes, it is.
said.
Okay.
In fact, I said it is not a personal statement.
You may continue. You may
Madam
continue.
Speaker, you sit there, except for the instances when a deputy speaker takes up your space. But I know that you were here in the House when the learned leader of the opposition held a piece of paper, a few papers stapled together, and said, "This is a presentation Nicholas Wagner took on behalf of the people of Anguilla," and spoke about the fact that a direct flight was supposed to happen here in 2019 December, but was affected by COVID, which began in January 2020, sorry. So, Madam Speaker, I'm explaining that that is a dishonest statement, and I'm giving you the facts.
And just the facts.
Madam Speaker, the name Nicholas Wagner was repeated multiple times in this House as the person who should be credited for the reason American Airlines came to Anguilla. On October 27, 2021, Nicholas Wangler, writes, "The exclusivity JetBlue requested was only for certain routes and was intended to be kept there for the competition in New York City specifically. In speaking with the folks at JetBlue recently, the deal fell apart because the Anguillan contingent that came to New York to meet with the JetBlue team spoke to the media beforehand, hurting the future relationship."
This is a letter
This is an email, and I can share it with
to
you.
whom?
To myself and Minister Hughes.
And it's dated.
October 27th, 2021.
Thank you.
American adding the service is more likely had much more to do with Spirit coming into Miami than anything else. And he sent a link to back up that statement. Spirit lacks the equipment to serve destinations such as Anguilla and Dominica, so American must have seen those destinations as an opportunity to expand their Miami presence in the face of new competition with Spirit. American, over the last 6 months or so, added several destinations for Miami. Hopefully, the government of Anguilla did not have to provide any sort of incentives to American, as they appear to have added the route on the merits of its potential success. They got so much things to say, Madam Speaker. So much things to say. Imagine the man that they are saying that they sent to negotiate a deal, not only saying that he did not, but the Anguillan team was responsible for destroying a possible relationship. Madam Speaker, I had to track down the personal email of the representatives of JetBlue and apologize on behalf of Anguilla. I had to say, "Dear sir, please give us a second look." I had to share the airport master plan. I had to say that in time, you will see that you would want to pay us to come here. I keep that person updated regularly. So Anguillians have pride, as has been said by the members of the opposition all the time, but the country Angola shouldn't have no shame. My point, Madam Speaker, is that when the member goes around and say, oh, Quincy and Hayden knew nothing, it is the truth, but we never claimed to know anything. Because she didn't know anything either. Because I emailed the Shelia Rogers Webster. I emailed the Sherman Williams. I emailed the Jabari Vanterpool. I emailed the Stacy Liebert. I emailed the PS responsible for the airport. And I asked, does anybody know anything about this? And a resounding no was the response. Miss Shelia Rogers Webster, now member for Valley North, sat in meetings where we had to scramble to get this country ready. And if she claims to know, why did she on her watch leave Anguilla in a position where nobody was ready if you claim to have known? Madam Speaker, I spoke with the regional manager of American Airlines, and I said, excuse me, who did you speak to prior to making your announcement? She laughed and said, this is our modus operandi. We usually share information before we speak, which means that she didn't speak to anybody in Anguilla, unless somebody in the opposition is schizophrenic. And imagine the conversation. Because how else? How is it that the quality assurance officer for the airport, not aware? The CEO for ASPA, not aware. The comptroller for customs, who would have to level up his team, unaware. The manager for the airport, unaware. The governor's office and deputy governor, unaware. The team at the fire hall, who had to also make their own upgrades, unaware. The very man they credit for making this happen, unaware. But they knew. So who was going to lead the plane in on the first inaugural flight? One of them? They're trying to get more credits than the people who get credits from ANGLEC, but don't want to put in the work. But what we can see from American Airlines, who chose to come here on their own volition, who nobody else knew about, what we can see from their arrival, that air access makes a difference on Anguilla. From their small planes, and it's relatively small, large for us at the moment, but it's relatively small. There are multiple trips a day. There are multiple trips a week. We have seen increased occupancy. The hotels boast about the fact that they can carry up their rates because they don't have to basically reduce their rate to incentivize people from coming from St. Martin over to Anguilla for making that extra trip. They boast about increased occupancy, longer periods of occupancy, increased attraction to groups. They boast about this, Madam Speaker. That is one airline with one small plane, and there's a question about the airport. Madam Speaker, yesterday the member for Sand Hill said that the airport wouldn't really mean too much to people because they don't use the airport every day. And I wondered if the member believes that the only benefits of the airport is using the airport. If the member doesn't understand that access revolutionizes your economy, and if she doesn't, everybody is an expert in everything and it's fine. You can look to TCI to understand what is the value of increased access to your economy. Higher paying jobs, more jobs, diversification, which she really, really wants, just not away from tourism. All of these things happen because of increased access. We are looking for job creation. We are looking for young people to have more opportunities. We are looking for viability, that thing to really shake us up. We are looking for young people to be able to build and earn more. They say they don't want government giving them handouts. They don't want anything back from government, which means you are looking to increase earning power and spending power. And if that is what your thought is, and you understand finance, then you should support the way the airport is being built and being paid for, and you should welcome the timing, because there's no better time than now to invest in our people. Madam Speaker, this budget speaks to quite a few things. One of the things it speaks to is the Ministry of Sustainability, Innovation, and the Environment. This ministry covers climate change, renewable energy development, food security, natural resources, information technology, statistics, quite a lot in this ministry. And I want to begin my conversation about this ministry at climate. The greatest threat to any of these small island developing states is the cost of climate change. There is a reason why we have church services to celebrate the end of an uneventful hurricane season. There's a reason why some hotels close during the month of September, October. There is a reason why we buy hurricane shutters. There's a reason why insurance is GST-free. Because we understand the implication of climate change. And in having the hopes for tomorrow, we have to understand that some conversations are just bigger than us. And this conversation, I want to take to our partners in the UK. This conversation, I want to take to our partners in the United Kingdom. And I want to say, shame on you for leaving us in the dark to paddle our own canoe. We were not consulted, and we were not considered in the conversation around Brexit. But these overseas territories experience a $500 million loss in climate funds. Nothing for mitigation, nothing for adaptation, nothing for loss and damage, nothing for restoration, nothing for biodiversity, nothing at all. And then, when they found out, they scrambled and made a whole bunch of biodiversity funds available, but nothing that directly speaks to climate change and our ability to withstand and respond to storms. If there is truly a UK family, because the Premier can tell you that every year when he attends a joint ministerial council, he stands and has asked a smile for the family photo. Some of them stand, but they won't smile. I heard some of them don't even stand anymore. Because the family is at risk and we need urgent intervention. Our reality cannot be marooned on islands because of climate change. Our reserves, after being forced by the British to implement a goods and services tax, should not be earmarked solely for responding to hurricanes whenever they come. And we should not stand on the periphery of the conversation on international forums about our lives and livelihoods. And there are many ways the United Kingdom government have failed these overseas territories, but this stands amongst the most critical to our dreams. Our progress today is threatened, and our hope for tomorrow is dashed. When after 6 hours of sustained winds of 300 miles per hour, our entire GDP is wiped out. It is unconscionable. And what is even more undignified is that this was brought to the attention by many ministers of environment. We cannot represent ourselves internationally. We are excluded from international funds. We do not, and where international funds from the UK is provided, it cannot be given back to the UK. And where development aid is provided, our GDPs are too high to access. But in letters upon letters, they continue to explain to us how underdeveloped we are, how vulnerable we are, but they will not make a change to the financing structures that's meant to support us. And if there's nothing else I will do, I will not let the UK get away with leaving us on the periphery. And the environment is only one example. We have an example in education and social development, where we had access to the European Development Funds for student programs, for education. And a big part for their push for us to become economically viable is because the injection of the $20 million that used to come on an annual basis disappeared when they decided to do Brexit, and they did not replace it. But nowhere in the letters is this truth revealed. Nowhere in the letters are we having conversations that really mean something to us in terms of how they impacted our viability as a country. Only Anguilla's spending, only Anguilla's loans, only Anguilla's debts, only Anguilla's public service. But there are questions to be asked. And in the middle of a pandemic, said to us, for your survival, you could go on a ventilator, possible death, or you can tax your people and we will give you a small easement. And it brings me back to the conversation about reserves. Because if we had reserves, we could have told them, we understand the importance, we could do this another day. We didn't have the reserves. But in the same breath, it was undignified, it was nasty, it was cruel, and it was unkind to put this country in the position to have to act on a timeline at a time when there was no economic activity for a country that relies solely on tourism to implement a GST, when part of the reason why we were economically crippled is because you made a decision in 2016. And these are the conversations we should be having. These are the conversations that, dare I say, we must be a united front. But when the UK reneged on their promise to support us on the airport, where was the opposition? Where was the opposition? Madam Speaker, the member for Valinor just said it's a fact that this government cannot negotiate. But they got a lot of things to say. Because when they were telling the people that they negotiated a $60 million loan for the recovery of Anguilla after Hurricane Irma, they forgot to tell the people that the only reason they were considered is because Anguilla was in a pitiful position. It wasn't as a result of any expert negotiation. It wasn't as a result.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, just for clarity, I think the member said a $60 million loan. Was it a loan?
A $60 million grant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For humanitarian aid. They say that they negotiated because of the expert negotiation. They say that they were the reasons why it happened. So much so that a big part of their campaign featured the projects from this $60 million humanitarian aid. 60 million pounds, sorry. But Madam Speaker, when I said it was a pity payment, the leader of the opposition rose and said it was not a pity payment. It was because of their hard work. Madam Speaker, can I draw you to a letter published by the former premier of this island, of which the leader of the opposition was the deputy premier, on May 2018. She was the deputy premier at that time? He was the chief minister at that time. And I quote, to give context, this was a letter between him and Ben Merrick, where he was saying, I'm begging them to release the aid that they had so expertly negotiated. May 2018, but I can send you copies of the screenshots if you need to. Okay. I think it was the 16th or the 18th, but I don't have the actual date. And I want to take my time and explain this because they got so much things to see. I quote, and it must be remembered that the absence of reserves was the premise for Anguilla being allocated grant funding by the UK as opposed to loan guarantees in the first place. And it must be remembered that the absence of reserves was a premise for Anguilla being allocated grant funding by the UK as opposed to loan guarantees in the first place. And it must be remembered that the absence of reserves was the premise for Anguilla being allocated grant funding by the UK as opposed to loan guarantees in the first place. What does this mean, Madam Speaker? It means that we have been let down by our government and we have been let down by our administrating power. And there's no way to let one go and not the other. On the first hand, when BVI experienced just about the same level of catastrophe that we did, they had to dip in their own pockets. And now that Anguilla is on firm footing, I am asking the UK, if we have a catastrophic storm or any sort of climatic event that results in our GDP going to zero again and being a loss of over $800 million, are they going to tell us to fund that by your own pocket? Are they going to tell us that they don't mind if we come to get a loan guarantee? If there's a flood in Liberia, if there's a war in Ukraine, and there's no question of the need of intervention, but they are there. So when we need intervention, it is unconscionable that after ripping away our access and ability to access international funds, you are telling us to go and get loans to rebuild after hurricanes. But on the next hand, a government with no reserves, telling the people that they expertly negotiated humanitarian aid, and then telling the people, we've so expertly depleted the reserves that we are going to take the fruits of the lack of reserves on our campaign in 2020, says a lot of the people who want to be elected. Every second the leader of the opposition gets up, even today, God bless the projects. What you are saying, for context, is God bless my team and myself's lack of fiscal responsibility, and God bless a hurricane was able to make it look as if we were doing something. Think of the term 2015 to 2020. Take away those projects. What happened in Anguilla? What happened in Anguilla is in 2016, there was a banking resolution. A banking resolution that I hear the members of the opposition today say is the best thing of Anguilla, was the best thing for Anguilla, sorry, but on reflection was the worst thing that we've ever done and was poorly planned. That's what they're saying today. They're saying we regret. We didn't have the foresight. We think it was a bad idea. And you want to know where they were saying that? Just listen to their criticisms of the goods and services tax. Hurting the people, businesses suffering, squeezing the people, taking from them what they don't have. You cannot think that the banking resolution was the best thing for the people of Anguilla and then say the price that we had to pay for the banking resolution was the worst thing that ever happened to the people of Anguilla. And if you say that with your chest and you say that with your heart, what you are saying is that you have a big regret because you lack the ability to have proper foresight and an ability to plan for the future. One cannot be true and not the other. Whatever your criticism of GST is today is a criticism of the banking resolution. You can say that the banks are now strong and people have the opportunity to build loans and whatnot, and build homes and buy cars because the banks have all of these great things happening. I won't take that away from you. But when you go out in the streets to protest GST, you are saying that when you were planning, when you were doing the work, you didn't see what the progress for today meant for the hope for tomorrow. Madam Speaker, Kyle Hodge asked, the single island-wide member, asked in the beginning of his debate, is this budget placing a burden on the generations? And I gotta tell Kyle, look to the east. Look to the right of you. Ask Cora Richardson Hodge, the leader of the opposition, member of Sandy Hill, what about the burden of generations of the banking resolution? And so if he's concerned about the burdens for generations, ask him about the noose around our neck that was the banking resolution. And if he wants an objective look at it, tell him to call Christina Scott. I'm sure somebody locally might have her number. And ask her what she said about its consequences on Anguillians to come. When we talk about the Anguillian dream, we must understand the Anguillian nightmare. Anything that cannot be done today with what we have should have been done years ago. And here we are playing catch up. Here we are playing catch up. And still being asked, what's the rush? They got so much things to say, Madam Speaker. So much things to say. When I brought the framework for the Blue Belt here, the leader of the opposition tried to fearmonger fishermen by saying that this is going to affect your fisheries. And I said to her, when you are a part of something, you can improve that thing, and you have the ability to do their favorite thing in the world, negotiate. But Madam Speaker, I stand here today. I stand here today, happy to report to the fishermen across this island that the Blue Belt now officially has a thematic pot of funds set aside to address fisheries. So when they were fearmongering, I put in the work. And when they were lying, I put in the work. And now when it has happened, I am pretty sure that the leader will be walking across the road and a stray receipt is going to fall on her foot, and she's going to pick it up and say, look, it was really me who had negotiated with the Blue Belt years ago. You know what the funniest thing is, that they're saying that we're trying to do so much in so little time. So much. But if you knew it was coming, why were you surprised? If you knew it was coming, you shall tell the people of Anguilla, and next on the list is. But you don't know, because you never do the work, and you try giving the country a 6 for a 9 every single chance you get. Every single chance you get. And I suspect the only reason why they've been trying to claim all the work that happened in agriculture, they got to look to the west this time. But I'm getting there. Madam Speaker, in many budgets, we have spoken about, as a country, not as this administration, so budgets prior to us, we have seen conversations about the blue and green economy over and over and over again. So when I came into office, I would have expected some level of paperwork. I would have expected to see something somewhere. I didn't expect that I would have had to start to do work for climate change policy, especially after the experienced government who experienced Hurricane Irma and saw the consequence. But I did it regardless, because our people need a clear plan for how we are going to navigate climate change. This small ministry, only accounting for $18.5 million of the budget, stands at the center of the sustainability of this island. And if we don't get it right, everything is at risk. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of talk about the AI domain, and I want to take some time to address that. I want to take some time to speak about the work that is happening in the Department of Information Technology in the DITES area, and the role that they play. We have worked on cybersecurity measures to enhance that across the island, across the government, and to safeguard all areas that would threaten digitally the country. We have improved a phased rollout of the Platform for Digital Public Services portal to ensure that the government can deliver to the people at a quicker rate, because this is a concern. People are tired of having to go from department to department to department, having to ask somebody to do this, to do that, and being told go there and go there and go there. We're trying to bring it all into one centralized system, because ease of doing business is important for our local business persons and for our prospective business persons, whether they are from here or not. And the DITES, the team at DITES, I have to thank them for the phenomenal job that they do, because they hold up so many arms of government. Even right now, the ability to have a live stream. Whether we're here until 4 o'clock or midnight, the DITES team is here. Every other Monday, the DITES team is there. When your mouse stops working, the DITES team is there. When you need a website, our critical infrastructure is under threat, the DITES team is there. They are so dynamic and resourceful because they are a small team, but they make it happen. And recently, there have been some concerns, questions, and such about the AI domain. The AI domain will be turning 30 years next year. So we've had this domain name for 30 years. And it is in the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen a high jump. And when we say, Madam Speaker, that at this time we cannot guarantee that it has met the threshold of sustainability, it is because when you have something giving you small trickles for 25 of the 30 years, and then a sharp increase over a certain period of years, as a government, you have to be resourceful, you have to be smart, and most importantly, you have to be prudent. And that prudence is what got us here today. There were questions about continuity, the fact that there was no onward training given by the previous holders of the AI domain. There were questions about protocol and policy. Again, like I said, these partnerships were done long before good governance, procurement, and such was part of the government system. But now it's here. There are a lot of questions, Madam Speaker, that had to be asked. And when those questions were asked, under the leadership of the former Minister, Kyle Hodge, the answer was unanimously to allow it to go to procurement. The feeling then, as it is now, is that if you're going to have this asset for our country, we have to ensure that we are getting the best bang for our buck, that it is digitally secured, and that the team that manages it are up to the task. At that point, there was no opinion on whether or not the team that managed it was not up to the task, but we did see some gaps in how they were providing the service. And what the procurement was meant to do is allow them to understand what the government of 2020 needed as opposed to the government of 1990. That's it and that's all. And at a time where we were hard strapped for cash, we had to ask ourselves, are we getting the best? Because sometimes things outgrow people. Did this outgrow the people who were growing it for the past X amount of years? These are okay questions, Madam Speaker. So when we get the answers and people ask us questions, we can then give appropriate responses. If nothing else, this was meant to formalize the relationship. But of course, it was an open tender because we had no basis for it to be a sole source. And Madam Speaker, I see persons trying to be the beacons of misinformation, but I would like to tell people that no one sold the AI domain. The government and people of Anguilla still own the AI domain, and it is being managed by a 5-year contract. The ultimate intention is that the government and people of Anguilla will become the sole owners and operators at the end of those 5 years. And I've seen somewhere across the line, online, Madam Speaker, I honestly don't remember who it was, but I remember scrolling through something and I saw a comment in passing saying, well, do you know any business that would just train people to take it over? Madam Speaker, that is what the negotiation process is. I mean, the expert negotiators should know that. That this was worked into the contract. Training and ensuring that the government of Anguilla has full access to the systems of operation was literally written into the contract. Because we see the value of ownership for our people and complete ownership. Are we not supposed to do the work on behalf of the people of Anguilla? What does Kyle Hodge know now that he didn't know then? And why, as minister, didn't he do the research then that he's claiming to have done now? Because then is when it mattered. When you were in the decision seat and the decision fell on your lap, that is when the research matters. Not now to use as ammunition against the government and people of Anguilla. Not now to stir the pot. The decision is already made.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, misrepresentation. I would have resigned in 2022. So the decision to ultimately outsource the .ai didn't fall under my watch. I was not the minister responsible for economic development. I was not the minister who was photographed signing away the .ai. I was not. I would have been the minister to initiate the request for proposal. But 2 years down the road is when the official contract was signed. So let's just put the facts out there for whatever it means. But this is the facts. This is the facts. I resigned 2.5 years ago, June of 2022. The AI contract was signed, and if, let me say this, and if this government did not want to pursue that path, they could have inquired through the Attorney General. They could have inquired through the Deputy Governor, through the Governor's office. They could have inquired. They could have looked at the
But you read the Procurement Act yesterday. Right, so how does it, and
Right.
we agreed
But
on
this
that
is
it's the committee that does that, not any minister.
And this is the final point I'll make on this, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
The minister, and maybe the procurement contract needs to amend, right? But this is the procurement legislation. But this is my final point. And if you could not be that hasty, Minister, just allow me to speak. The way how you're jumping up in your seat, just relax. So this is my final point, Madam Speaker. The minister is responsible for initiating and sending the instructions to procurement. There must be a channel, whether it's through executive council, to be able to have that final say to discard the process, to stop it. It took 2 years. So are you powerless as an administration, is what you're saying? Is executive council powerless, is what you're saying? There's powers in these bodies.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Let the member continue.
Madam Speaker, if anybody had wanted to know why Kyle was so inept as a minister, you just get an answer, just no.
None. On procurement. None. You know this too.
Not in procurement.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, we have the Honorable Attorney General who is here, and he's a member not only of the Executive Council, but also as a member of the legislature. And through you, Madam Speaker, we would like some clarity as it relates to the question, not a question, the suggestion, the statement that the single wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, made, that you can intervene in the procurement process through Executive Council or other means and stop it.
I believe you have the legislation that explains that.
No.
Madam Speaker, it is not a question of whether or not this administration wanted to stop the process. The minister who initiated the process was the Minister of Economic Development, Natural Resources, Information Technology and Statistics. That was in 2021. That minister resigned in 2022. That minister was Mr. Kyle Hodge. And the point that I was making was not insinuating that government at any time wanted to stop the process, because I gave you all the reasons why it needed to go through a procurement process. The point that I am making is that those reasons were presented to all. I was but a mere parliamentary secretary, and I was privy to the information that show what in this arrangement creates a threat to government. We all understood the implications to government. And for the member to stand up here and say, because you do not want the procurement process to continue, one of the avenues is to come to government and come to Parliament and change the legislation in the middle of the process, shows what kind of person he is. And like I said, if I, as a minister, for 2 years and some, could understand the process, could do the research, could ask persons when I don't understand, could sit down next to people with notebooks to understand the procedure of government. What stopped Minister Kyle Hodge from doing so? To come and now puppet show himself in front of the people of Anguilla. To even as the minister responsible for the procurement, stand there and say, we gave away AI, shows a minister who was asleep at the wheel. From your advisors? Because I do recall Kyle Hart saying we need advisors. We need people to tell us what to do. But Kyle, if you need advisors, you need people to tell you what to do.
Address the chair, member.
Sorry, member. Sorry, Madam Chair. I think I am appalled. I am shocked and devastated because I took that as what were you doing? But that's not the point. The AI domain has increased Anguilla's revenue streams at this point almost or at the point of $100 million, if I'm not mistaken. It is in the budget, but I can't recall the figure off my head. I believe right now we are not at 100 million, but at the end of the year we will be, if I'm correct. Okay. So there is a question on what it means for the people of Anguilla, regardless of who manages it, because the money is still coming back to the people of Anguilla, regardless of the people managing it. And at one point, into the near future, it will be 100% owned by the government of Anguilla. That was our work. And when it becomes 100% owned to the government of Anguilla, by the people of Anguilla, we have questions that we need to ask ourselves. How will we ensure the excess of today equals hope for tomorrow? How can the excess of today equal progress for today? How can the excess of today build the Anguillian dream? And when we do so, we find ourselves to the Wealth Fund. Madam Speaker, there's so many ideas. And when I say the future started yesterday and we are already late, if you look across Cayman, TCI and the likes, they have wealth funds that are doing so much for their countries. At the moment, we are considering 4 prongs: social development, environmental development, reserves, and infrastructural development. How do we ensure that we create the cushion that makes us be a viable country? We set apart the monies needed to bring us to the point of strong development infrastructurally. We set aside the monies needed to directly invest in our people, whether it is through more AI training, more educational opportunities, more sports facilities, anything related to human development, more scholarships and such. These are the things, these are the conversations that this progressive administration are having right now. And of course, the Environmental Fund. And my team named it Premier, just so you are aware, and sorry for letting you know at this point so publicly. It will be called the Anguilla Green Initiative Fund. Yes, sir. Because, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we set aside monies in the absence of the UK's willingness to do so for ourselves. Because we do not want any more £60 million pity payments. We don't want to have to go to beg for money because we're in a bad position to tell somebody else a lie about how we get the money. But these are the things our people need to achieve the Anguillian dream. These are the things manifestos are built on. You don't have none, Madam Speaker? You don't have a manifesto? Oh, the leader is saying that she has a manifesto for House of Parliament needs. So we need to have a Parliament fund, apparently. Madam Speaker, in 2025 and beyond, we will have your back. One of the things that the IT fund also, the IT team, also supported is that during the supplementary of this year, we were able to procure additional funds to support the Joint Emergency Control Center. And they did an excellent job in doing so. Being able to respond to emergencies and having a set of trained and ready to move officials that marries the fire, police, emergency services, and the likes. This is what innovation is for. And these are the initiatives progressive administration support. Created 12 new jobs And the head of this center, one of the heads of this center, Madam Speaker, said that this was a dream of theirs for over 20 years. When they asked, why, what's the rush? And when they say you're doing too much too fast, history will show that in some instances, it's too little too late. Madam Speaker, when it comes to food security, I am extremely passionate about this because I think that there may be no more noble a job than making sacrifices to feed your fellow Anguillians. We have our farmers facing incredible heat to ensure that we have fresh produce. We have our livestock farmers incurring extreme expenditures to ensure that the people of Anguilla can have fresh poultry products, meats and the likes. We have our fishers who brave the seas who risk their lives every day. Because, Madam Speaker, when you go out there, anything can happen. A speaker described to me a day when he went out on his own and he saw an opportunity to go a little further. It was a good day for him, but when he looked around, there was no Anguilla in sight. And he had to ask himself the question, should I stay and fish, or should I head back in? And he said it was like a devil and an angel on his shoulders. The devil saying, buy, stay, get the money. And the angel said, well, what about your family? He said, Quincy, I was upset. But I look at my phone and I see no bars and I say, time to head back in. And we had a joke about it. But that was his way of telling me the importance of having the GPS. So if anything happens, he could be found. And what an important and necessary investment that is. But that also highlights the risk it takes to feed our country. And the fact that these fishers and farmers have been left in the middle of the sea, and when they looked around, nobody was there to support them. A farmer told me of the time he spoke to the former Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Kyle Hodge, who made him a promise. He said, Quincy, the next time I hear Kyle Hodge's name, he had resigned. Left in the middle of the sea with no land in sight. But, Madam Speaker, when I sat with the fishers and farmers, I told them, tell me your problems. And if I don't have a solution, you'll never hear from me again. And if I do, I'll come back. And they gave me a laundry list. And to those who couldn't make it to those meetings, I went to their homes. I drove out to those who I can get access to, and I sat in their gardens. I leaned up on their boats, and I asked them, what can I do for you? And while those were out there saying that, oh, she's a girl who likes to look pretty, what I'm putting her in agriculture for? She liked to wear her heels. What she know about going in dirt? On my first time, I returned with $1.2 million thanks to the Honorable Premier and our cabinet. Which the Leader of the Opposition is referring to as a pity payment. No, Leader. Madam Speaker, can I just clarify for the Leader? I was referring to the $60 million as a pity payment because we only got it because we didn't have no reserves. Then when I returned the second time, I returned with $1.6 million. And I returned a third time, Madam Speaker, with $2 million. And in the interim, I came back between the 1.6 and the 2 million, and I returned with $600,000. And so now, over $5 million in food security, creating the largest investment in the history of Anguilla, moving food security forward. So when the opposition is talking, they got so much things to say, Madam Speaker. They over there muttering is a pity payment. You, Madam Speaker, I'm challenging because you are a member of the Farmers Association and you come from a fishing village. You go to your neighbors, you go to the farmers and ask them what they got before, and you report back to the Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, I can say what I say because you and I have a project we're doing together. For the first time in the history of this island, the Speaker is doing a Speaker's project in her community to ensure the young men have an opportunity to grow fruits and vegetables, and she will be the recipient of a shade house and water tank that will be given to the young men and women in her community to be part of the food security initiatives in Anguilla.
That I can confirm. Thank you, Minister.
Speakers, years and years and years sit down and watch budgets pass and just sit down. And they don't think, what can I do for my community? How can I take all of these numbers and opportunities and take it back out to people? It may be that they never saw an opportunity and they were never inspired. It may be that they weren't given the opportunity to feel as though that there was an Anguillian dream that they could be a part of. But that is not the story of the Speaker, Barbara Webster Bourne. That is not the story of the fisherman. That is not the story of the farmers. And when it comes to these areas, Madam Speaker, I don't have to speak for myself because they speak for me. Madam Speaker, yesterday, Anguilla imported its 6,000th chick under the single chick hatchery, the day-old hatchery project. All gone. And while the Leader of the Opposition is saying things like pity payments, tell her go ask
On a
her
point of order, Madam Speaker, misrepresentation. The term pity payment has always belonged to the member who is currently speaking.
Member just explained that.
I am on my point of order, Madam Speaker, in terms of
But she just explained it.
misrepresentation. She indicated that the £60 million grant that was given from the UK government was a pity payment. However, she stands here and talks about 4 different occasions when the same British government gave her funding for her department, but she doesn't refer to them as pity payment. Oh, Anguilla funds. Oh, okay. My recollection, she was swinging a swing with a minister. So if you can clarify where all of those funds come from, we'd be grateful.
Oh, that was a petty payment. Oh, petty, okay. Madam Speaker, those $5 million came from our people. And the only reason why you would have known that is because budget after budget has been presented. You are not asleep at the wheel, Madam Speaker. If there was somebody who had the foresight, probably District 2 would have been also having a shade house. She's over there saying pity payments about the monies that the government of Anguilla and the people of Anguilla are supplying our food and fishers and farmers for food security. But if she wants to know about the biggest pity payment of all, on our day-old chick program, tell her check her representative for District 1, biggest recipient of the chicks. Where poultry farmers would have paid $5.75 US per chick. This government of Anguilla, this administration, led by a man who was fathered by a fisher, showed up and said, $2.75 per chick. And that's US to US, which means on every chick, over $8 EC was saved. And we brought in 6,000 chicks. That is food security. That is building the Anguillian dream. That is progress today, and that is food for tomorrow. The same leader of the opposition will stand and say how she loves Anguillian eggs, but would not invest in Anguillian farmers, would call an investment, regardless of where the money came from, a pity payment, but still show up and say, I love Anguillian produce. It's so good. She said that at the same time she said that we should diversify totally away from tourism. But how does she think the produce get here? They got so much things to say, Madam Speaker. And in their utterances, we know what they would do. We know. Madam Speaker, tractors. The farmers have been complaining time and time and time again about tractors. We now have 2. Shade houses. We are very close to having 20. The shade village, the canopy shade village in the valley. You go there and you tell those farmers who are the recipients of ground cover, irrigation systems, seedlings, and a shade house, and will be the recipient of subsidized water, low-cost water. You tell them that that's a pity payment. Water tanks, 2,000 gallons each, 20 all filled. That was this government. More fruits and vegetable trees. Everybody go in agriculture saying that we want more trees, bring us more trees. They don't like the fact that when they go agriculture, they don't have nothing over there. Madam Speaker, a big part of my life is eating guinea corn porridge. And then my family would do a pea soup every New Year's, and you got guinea corn dumpling. You got to go to the corn mill with no roof in the valley and get your corn ground. Not anymore. This administration, under the leadership of this minister, would have gone down with her team and retrofitted the corn mill. So now, while it may not be this Christmas, very soon, it would at least be clean and a clean and pristine environment. We have the abattoir to support the poultry program, and we hope to at one point have a larger abattoir to support the slaughtering of pigs, cows, and goats. Sheep as well, but larger animals. When people in Anguilla complained that they did not have a good stock for breeding their animals, we brought in a buck, a stallion, if you will, a very good looking lad. Chap, in the words of Minister Kenneth. Because we understand the importance of good stock to the farmers. And if it's good for the farmers, it's good for the consumers. But it did not stop there. We also did our hatchery, where we can locally hatch 1,200 eggs at a time. We have done our eradication of invasive species enlightenment program. And we found that the wild mosa, though it is used for animals, is an invasive species. And we intend to procure a pellet machine so that we can turn those wild mosas into feed for our animals and give our farmers low-cost access to feed. This is progress. This is hope for today. Madam Speaker, in Blowing Point, there's so many arguments about the goats. The family has a right to raise their goats and has a right to have a commerce out of the goats and their cattle. People deserve the right to have enjoyable and peaceable and a peaceful enjoyment of their lands. How could we as government interject to ensure that the people can live in harmony? It is wrong to push the goats out of Blowing Point, but it's also wrong to tell the people, just bear with it. And where governments, decade after decade, have ignored this problem, this administration stepped in. And we are in the process of procuring 10 acres, over 10 acres of lands in Blowing Point to support grazing of animals down there. If they knocked on the door of any other administration, they would have said, we will deal with this problem tomorrow. But progress is for today. That is the importance of that line. If we miss that line, we miss the fact that now is for the doing. Problems don't disappear. Because if problems disappeared, and the leader of the opposition continues to remind us that GST was around from 2011, then GST wouldn't have been here today. Our problems would have disappeared. In the words of the member for District 5, manna would have fallen from heaven. I can use another phrase of his, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Madam Speaker, in all of this, we think it is important to have access to training. So we have partnered with the University of Florida to ensure that our farmers have access to proper pesticide and pest control initiatives, proper fertilizers to ensure that their produce is as organic as possible, and additional further training. But that is not all. On the other hand, we understand the importance of supporting fisheries. One of the initiatives that we are undergoing at this moment is the retrofitting of a building in Island Harbor to make available a fish processing facility to all fishers. And some might say it is small, and I accept that criticism. But Madam Speaker, you are from Island Harbor. and you are from Anguilla, show me a place in Anguilla with beachfront property with a building already on it that the government of Anguilla could procure and start works on today with a willing person selling that land. It's a step in the right direction. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, I see us erecting in the medium term, just to let you know the medium term is 2025 to 2027, in the medium term, a bigger facility in Sandy Ground, where we are at the point of being able to export and move tons and tons and tons of fish. But Madam Speaker, we have to start somewhere. Now is for the doing. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, anybody who has ever been exposed to fishermen know the problems that they face when it comes to fads. Very territorial. It was becoming a problem. High levels of on-water aggression. And instead of doing like what some ministers doing and shrug and say, I don't know, we got to figure it out, I worked with the Honorable Premier and with the support of the Cabinet, we were able to provide fishers fads free of cost so that all fishers can access fads. And there's still need for some persons to come down and assist us in building those fads, but we have everything we need there. So I am making a call to the fishermen to come down to the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries so that you too can access the fads that are available. When our fishers said to me, one of the things we need and one of the problems that we deal with is the cost of bait. Madam Speaker, next week, bait will be GST and duty-free. It pays to listen to the House. Madam Speaker, fishers told me that they have a problem with some of their operational inputs. I would be happy if we were able to set up a shop where we can sell rope, wire, and other operational equipment. Now is for the doing, and it will get done. What they want more than anything is to be able to export fish out of Anguilla. That dream represents laziness on ministers before time and time again. Because to do so takes a lot of technical work. But this minister ain't afraid of work. And so we are getting to the point. We are doing the work. We are modernizing the legislation. Next year, January, will be Blue Week. And while we have not agreed, or I shouldn't say agreed, we haven't figured out the exact wording of the term, the inspiration of the theme of the week would be an ocean for all. Because I do not want to give the fishers that they have to compromise their fishing expeditions in the name of sustainability. How we can all use our oceans in a meaningful way. We will have a Fisherman's Day. We will have a regional fishing conference, inviting persons from across the region to come and collaborate in the work of fisheries so that we can advance the efforts that we have here. We will invite persons with far more advanced fisheries than us to tell the story of how we get from where we are to where we need to go to inspire fishermen to trust us to take us there, take them there. Because it is indeed a partnership. That is how ministers are supposed to work. Not when the going gets rough and the times are hard. Disappear on the people who need them most. Madam Speaker, progress for today is hope for tomorrow. Because when we make the small steps now, no matter how much they're criticized, they are giving the people of tomorrow an opportunity to dream the Anguillian dream. Some elements of the Anguillian dream are shared. Some elements of the Anguillian dream are individual. And these individuals deserve to dream that dream. And now that we're waking up from the nightmare and we're stabilizing ourselves, I'm looking forward to experiencing that reality with all Anguillians. Madam Speaker, on the matter of renewable energy, my ministry would have become the first ministry with a functioning renewable energy department that was launched earlier this year in January. The work of this ministry was ably supported by the Premier in his support to make the ministry, the department, functional. Otherwise, we would have had a name, not a staff component. Though we're small in size, they are doing a lot. But there is a small caveat. You cannot work as the renewable energy department alone, because government does not provide energy and the utility company does not provide regulation. And so the two must work in harmony to ensure that it happens correctly. This is not something that is isolated. It's something that happens as one. But we know what happened. We know how this department's success relies on a fruitful relationship between the ANGLEC and the government. And we know what has happened. We know. And Madam Speaker, let me set the record straight when it comes to ANGLEC. Let me set the record straight when it comes to the government of Anguilla. And before I speak on behalf of the government of Anguilla as it relates to its position, I would say, as an individual minister, I don't have a pony in the fight. And I've never gotten the impression that anybody else has a pony in the race. And when I say that, I mean directly. Whatever is the pathway to get into renewable energy is the pathway that we will support. However, when you are in government, there's a level of responsibility that exists to you that might not exist to other people. And government plays two roles: the regulator of the utility environment, and additionally, the primary shareholder of the utility. When it was presented to us, an idea for governments to be able to, let's check my notes, for government to be able to, for the utility to be able to be able to fund its own transition, there were, in my opinion, very basic questions being asked. And I looked through my notes the other day, well, actually last night, and I found the book that I had when I attended the meeting with Anglic. I remember amongst the persons attending was a former CEO and former chair, Mr. David Carty. The questions I asked were simple. Do you have the current staff component to make the transition? Well, these are the questions I intended on asking. I'll explain to you why I wasn't able to go through this entire list. Cash flow-wise, do you have the ability to pay your current staff, add new staff, procure the panels and other technical equipment, save for emergencies, and carry on your usual functions without raising the cost to the consumer? If there was a hurricane, what contingencies are in place to ensure swift recovery of the transition and or after the transition? What is the role of government in your contingency plan? And I only wrote down some of the questions, but enough to make it so, that when I speak about the questions we had for Anglic, for the ordinary person to sit within their homes or at their desk in the office or in the car when they're driving and say, these are some reasonable questions. And Madam Speaker, you are telling me, without one response to any of these questions, without one response to any of these questions, I can't even say that the responses were not reasonable. These questions were not responded to. I, as an individual, as the minister responsible for renewable energy development, is supposed to give my quote-unquote blessings to a plan. What would I have said if the transition didn't occur? If the transition was a failure? If the transition tanked the Anglic? What would I have said? What would have been the justification I would have given to the people and why I supported this plan? And Madam Speaker, the only reason why I support a PPA is because I understand that this takes that responsibility off of the Anglic. The responsibility to have all of these figured out would be the responsibility of whoever is successful in a PPA. But if the Anglic could show that we can indeed meet these needs, that we do have the wherewithal, then the PPA goes out of the window. And this is not a statement to say that they do not. This is a statement to say that they were unwilling to provide government with this information. Madam Speaker, I went back in my records and I found an email between Mr. Daniel Bess, who at the time was the project development officer, if I'm not mistaken, of the Caribbean Development Bank, and last week was appointed as the president of the Caribbean Development Bank. Congratulations to him. Somebody who I can call a friend. I looked at that email, and he said to me that the work that they had done with the Anglic were contingent on a lot of information that they had not yet received. Because what I hoped is that the work that they had previously done could have informed the questions I had and put the government of Anguilla in a more informed position to support the plan. A very simple request. Audited financials. cash flow statements, documents that they too were waiting on. So I asked at the time, well, what exactly were you able to respond to when it comes to the ANGLEC? Because they are saying that they had more or less a letter of entrustment from the CDB. They said that it was basically a back of the napkin run of the numbers, where they said, conceptually, this makes sense. We think it is in the right direction, but we need this level of information and these documents to really and truly say, yes, this is a good and viable project. Yes, this is something we can support. Yes, you can do this without being a threat to your country's utilities. They still waiting on the numbers. We still waiting on the numbers. So how can a government who cannot simply answer the question if ANGLEC has a staff component to make the transition today or if they need more staff, give their blessings? And I would have said, Madam Speaker, as confirmed by the former president of the Caribbean Development Bank, as members of the board must give their assent to any project being done locally and their ability to support whatever the utility is or whoever it is applying in the event that they are not successful. And as a primary shareholder, even if that wasn't a requirement, that contingency would have fallen back on the government of Anguilla regardless. Because to say that it doesn't fall on the government of Anguilla means then that if ANGLEC was to fail, that nobody would look to the government of Anguilla for power the next day. That's not true. You would look to us for answers. And you have the right. And because you look to us for answers, we have to act responsibly. And the opposition from the leader down would not have accepted a back of the paper, a back of the napkin presentation. And when I say back of the napkin, I don't mean in a literal way. They would have wanted a detailed explanation. And the reason I can tell you so, Madam Speaker, is that the leader of the opposition yesterday spent hours talking about the importance of manifestos. Manifestos as a detailed contract with the people of Anguilla. So if you think in order to get into government, you should have a manifesto, a detailed program for the people of Anguilla, why are you telling the people of Anguilla that the government should accept an 11-point policy document? Or the equivalent of such? You made the argument. You asked for a level of detail. But you also ignored the MTF, so that is the truth. And Madam Speaker, it is interesting to me to hear the opposition speak about the ANGLEC. It is interesting to me to hear the opposition speak about the ANGLEC because if we had gone the opposition way, the opposition would have sold the ANGLEC.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, it's a misrepresentation, and I know that the member knows better, and she's probably misspeaking, because what she must mean is that the former Anguilla United Front administration was looking at selling the government shares in ANGLEC, because I know she also knows that 40-something% of ANGLEC is owned by Anguillians. And so it is impossible that any government could sell ANGLEC because it is not owned by the government.
Madam Speaker, I am looking at the 20 20 budget address. Just give me 1 second because I had to just run on the internet to get it. So on page 7, section 2.24, in capital revenue and grants, the Anguilla United Front budget of 2020 states, the ongoing delays in the sale of government's remaining shares in Anglex have again caused a shortfall in capital revenue of 23.98 million. Right? If we get caught up in semantics about selling the shares and selling Anglec, wouldn't that be selling the shares away from the people of Anguilla? Because it was not limited to domestic sales.
On a point of order, misrepresentation, now the member is literally stretching. The member just said that the AUF had intended to sell Anglec. I stood up on a point of order and said she's misspoken, because what she must mean is that the government had intended to sell the government shares in Anglec, and it does not say it was going to be sold offshore. So, I mean, it's reaching, and I ask the member to stop misrepresenting in this House.
Madam Speaker, I wonder what it means to be a deputy premier. Because it seems as though the speaker is given the impression that the former premier acted on his own, didn't speak to anybody, and just did what he wanted to do. But even if he was that kind of person, your budget goes through Executive Council. It comes to the House. And the same scrutiny you began your speech in saying that you wanted to give the people of Anguilla is the same scrutiny you have ought to apply to your own budget. Your scrutiny don't matter more than when you are in opposition. In fact, I mean, broadly speaking, the ayes will have it. This budget will pass. So when you are in government, it is actually more important to you to understand what is happening than it is in opposition, in my opinion. Because when you are in government, you can make a difference. You can change something. Even if you make a valid argument in opposition, it's left to the government of the day to take on that argument or not. The former leader of the former premier would have said the sale will go to an entity who can operate it more efficiently. And in a press conference that I was listening to, the question was raised, and if the shares would be limited to local sales, because there was a version of it that initially limited certain parts of the sale to local sales. The intention for the remaining shares was open market. They got so much things to say, as if the record don't speak loud. Their argument today is that Anglec should belong to the people of Anguilla, but their argument yesterday was sell the shares. Their argument yesterday was the only thing stopping them from selling the shares was COVID. And even if the interjection made a difference, It wouldn't have. Government would no longer have been the owner of the primary, the major amount of shares. That is the crux of the argument. So even if I did misspeak, which I did not, it remains the same. The unmitigated gall of the opposition to now come here and talk about point to order, Madam Speaker. I point to order in the Premier. It wouldn't have made a difference. We, the people, by way of the government of Anguilla, would not have been the primary shareholders. So what is the difference between a PPA? The difference is government remains as the shareholders, and we purchase lower cost fuel, or energy, sorry. We don't get our fuel, our petrol from anywhere in Anguilla. We import it. But we own our utility. That is the truth. And you know, Madam Speaker, I question the intentions of the opposition. And let me stretch, because I know a point of order coming. If the opposition was genuine people, because it is clear that they have more information than the government has, and they wanted to provide for the people of Anguilla solutions, as leader of opposition, as elected officials, they would have brokered a meeting between the ANGLEC and the government and said, come to the table because the people need you and we need this to work. But instead, they ran to the Honorable Abner Brooks. They went on radio with a plan. They politic and politic and politic while the people are out there complaining about the price of fuel, the price of electricity. Kyle Hodge is talking about the fact that government needs a government and ANGLEC needs an ANGLEC. But conceptually, Madam Speaker, a utility cannot transition on its own, and a government cannot provide the environment for a transition without a utility. So there's no instance where the utility and the government sits on opposite side of the road and they do not speak. The only way we would transition is if we come together. And the only person who seem to have perfect knowledge is the members of the opposition. And instead of using their knowledge and leveraging a proper conversation between the two, because they laugh about the broken relationship all the time, they instead use it to politic on the backs of the people, and they're profiting on people's pain when it comes to electricity. Because it comes as a big part of their campaign today, which means that if it was solved, they would have had nothing to campaign on. And that is a known way, modus operandi of the opposition. That is, that whenever there's pain, there's opportunity for the opposition. And not opportunity to alleviate the pain, but to profit off the pain. Madam Speaker, Lord God, this one person, the box of cereal, the leader of the opposition was so happy that a box of cereal was expensive. How much times we hear about a box of cereal? GST gonna be out for that anyways, so don't worry. We must end it. We heard the last of that. Maybe next week, but I'm sure we're gonna hear the last of that now. So, Madam Speaker, let's imagine a day where we in this moment could have had low-cost electricity and the opposition would have been the ones to thank. Let's imagine that. Because, Madam Speaker, to be quite honest with you, even if the Premier had decided to get an ego that he doesn't have, but decided to manufacture it that day, he went fishing a couple days prior, caught an ego and put it on, and say, I ain't going to no meeting that no opposition member organized for me. The record would have shown that he was invited to one. It would have been up to him to decide. If the CEO or former CEO decided, I ain't going to no meeting, the record would have shown that he was invited to one, and the opposition made an effort to intervene on behalf of the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, I remember watching this family movie, and I'm struggling to remember the name, but there was a line in the movie where there was a bunch of vultures, and they love storms. They love storms. They always say the storm will provide. Whenever there's a hard time for them, they will say the storm will provide, because what happens is that after the storm, there's a lot of dead carcasses, and they get to feast on the dead carcasses. And every problem in Anguilla, the opposition says, oh, the problem will provide. Now we have relevancy. Imagine Cardigan Kana talking about people charging GST on things that should not be charged GST, and use that as a campaign position and never contacted IRD to report who these people were. They got so much things to say, Madam Speaker. They got so much things to say. But when it comes to doing for the people of Anguilla, their mouth shut and their hands pinned. Wait for us. Wait for us to get in to deal with it. Some of these problems, if you cared, you could have dealt with now. In the same way that you tell us to go and renegotiate your MOU, we must get better than that. We must do better than that. The people of this country deserve better than that. And like I say, Madam Speaker, the record is there. The record is there. And so when we talk about the transition, when we talk about electricity, when we talk about Anguilla, when we talk about the cost of things, what do you think the major cost of anything is in Anguilla? It is not GST. Why do you think Maxine posted her information online? They got so much things to say and saying nothing at all. If you want to come at the cost of living, you have to start first with the primary contributor to the high cost of living, which is electricity. All the stores run on big refrigerators that can't be turned off. They close their doors at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, open them again at 7 o'clock the next day, and the freezers and the fridges running 24/7. And we all know that in the hotter months, those equipments will have to use more electricity and more power to cool the items. So it made sense. The timing of when the owner of Best Buy would have issued their electricity bill. Because her equipment would have more than likely been pulling more energy. And if that wasn't the reality for her, it was a reality for other persons. It's a warmer season. They have to do more. We build in concrete homes that hold on to the heat. We had an exceptionally hot summer. And Madam Speaker, if you remove the GST off of all these things, they still would be high. And so if we start the conversation from GST, we will be missing the point to actually intervene for the people in a meaningful way. Madam Speaker, we have a plan for transition. We are ready to provide the regulatory frameworks to support the transition. But the beginning and the ending of that story is that there's no version of events where we can do it alone. We have an agreed endpoint and a crossroads that both will bring us to an endpoint. It is simply a question of which one would cost the people of Anguilla less and be more sustainable. We can't simply go on low costs, but questionable sustainability. And all that we need to support anybody's plan is the assurances that we have done our due diligence. And it's not we in our personal capacities in any single way. Yes, I had questions, but as information technical persons should get the opportunity to review and give back their feedback. And it may not be that the plan cannot work, but there may need to be little tweaks in the plan to make sure that it's improved. Something that was missed is covered. Everybody here would like a hands-off approach. Everybody watching, everybody listening, those who aren't even watching, want lower cost electricity. It's as simple as that. Madam Speaker, I heard a lot of conversation over the last 2 days about who is responsible for hardship in Anguilla today. And I said the painting for who's responsible for Anguilla's nightmare yesterday. But if we are to take all the responsibility of everybody's personal and in some cases collective failure, who is responsible for our personal and collective successes? If the government is responsible for every business that closes, who is responsible for every business that opens? If the government is responsible for every person that needs additional money, who is responsible for every person with a little excess to put in their back pocket? As a country, Madam Speaker, we have to weigh the progress. We have to weigh the progress. And we have to look at the progress of today, both the individual and the collective, and see how that progress for today impacts the whole. I've said earlier in this debate, Madam Speaker, that GST was been talked about from 2011. What if we had progress then? Where would Anguilla have been now? And I'm bringing this back to GST because we understand by what the Anguilla United Front is saying, GST was coming regardless. We understand by the information that they left behind that GST was meant to raise funds for the country, which means that at any point, anybody would have had to pay something more than they were paying 2 days ago. We see from the information they left behind every intent to introduce GST at a rate of 17%. No matter how many points of order that they stand on, that is one that they cannot stand on. They are aware that GST was coming at 17%. And Madam Speaker, you want to know how I know they are aware? Madam Speaker, if I gave you a document, can you read a line? You cannot? If I give you a document to read, can you verify that it exists for the public?
You can give copies to the House if it's available.
Okay. Madam Speaker, did you follow the House of Assembly while you were in the 2015 to 2020 term? Of course was her response. And at any point, did any of the members oppose any of the budgets during that period? I'm asking you. The answer is no. Madam Speaker, for the knowledge of the public, the person who don't know the rules is asking me to read the rules. But in the 2019 budget estimates, this is the 2019 budget estimates, there were several policy assumptions. For the 2020-2021 period, the only policy assumption, so let me just clarify, from 2019 there were 4 policy assumptions. But in the 2020-2021 period, there was 1 single policy assumption in that 2019 budget. And it says, in a few short words, a partial GST is implemented in 2021 at a rate of 17%. Madam Speaker, can I ask you, through the IT team, to shed light on the empty chairs in the opposition so that the persons can see that when they are afraid of their record, when they're embarrassed of the truth, they run. They got so much things to say, Madam Speaker, so much things to say, but the record is clear on who these people are. How many times, Madam Speaker, did the leader of the opposition specifically request if this went to Executive Council? How then, Madam Speaker, if something didn't go to Executive Council, would it have ended up in your budget? How would it have ended up in your budget? How would it have come to the House? How would it have been debated on? How would it have been passed if it didn't go through the first line of defense? Nothing ends up in the People's Honorable House without the sign-off of Executive Council. And even if the leader of the opposition would want to say that she wasn't there, collective responsibility still applies. And she knows about collective responsibility because she wrote to the governor about it when she was trying to get Deanne, the member for District 4, pushed out of government. They got so much things to say. And Madam Speaker, let me circle back real quick to this electricity situation. You know the reason why they never intervened on behalf of the people of Anguilla? Because they were holding out hope that the electricity situation with the transition to Anglic would have been a reason for Deanne Kentish-Rogers to resign. Because Kyle Hodge reached out to Deanne Kentish-Rogers when this whole thing started and said, you can still leave. They weren't looking out for the people. And when the people expect them to be looking out for them, they hide in documents in plain sight. Every proof you need that the opposition is a bag of liars lies in writing.
Not impute improper motive.
Madam Speaker, the opposition is a bag of liars because they come to this house and they say 17% don't exist, and it's there.
What's your language, member? You can
And they ain't here to defend themselves, Madam Speaker. They're the ones who say that I am imputing improper motive. A bag of dishonest people, if that makes it more palatable. Oh, disingenuous. A thesaurus is happening right now. Well, my favorite website is Ellis, but right after that is Miriam, so I like where this is going. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, right here in black and white. Madam Speaker, when I say they have so much things to say, I'm going to say that they say so much, some of the things start to sound alike. What if I read this sentence to you? Campaign promise number 2. Sorry? This is the Anguilla United Front Manifesto of 2015. Campaign promise number 2. Provide, underline, immediate relief from the interim stabilization levy due to its impacts on families and businesses across the island of Anguilla. Now, if I were to read that sentence and say, provide immediate relief from the goods and services tax due to its impacts on families and businesses across Anguilla, wouldn't these two things sound the same based on what they are saying? But Madam Speaker, after that campaign promise, it wasn't campaign promise, it was 15 campaign promises. It wasn't campaign promise number 15. It wasn't campaign promise number 10. It wasn't campaign promise number 7. It wasn't campaign promise number 5. Campaign promise number 2. And Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition, who was a member of that parliament from 2015 to now, came back year 2015, year 2016, year 2017, year 2018, year 2019, year 2020, year 2021, and approved the interim stabilization levy year after year after year. So when they go on, they got so much things to say. When their record speaks louder than their words. So they lie about the 17%, or they were dishonest about the 17%. They say that they were not going to repeal, they were not going to put GST where the IGT is. Madam Speaker, there was a term that we were using around the time of the implementation of GST. It was repeal and replace. There wasn't a repeal list and a replace list. And this featured all the way back to the MTEFs of 2018. It was a repeal and replace. And on that list, there was something that we refer to as the IGT, which means interim goods tax, was meant to be repealed and then replaced with GST. That is what their records show. Their white paper shows that there was going to be GST at the ports. Their communications show that there was going to be GST at the ports. Their memos that relate to the repeal and replace procedure said that GST would have been repealed, IGT would have been repealed and replaced with GST. Their commitments to the British commits to maintaining progress in the implementing of the goods and services tax, including the preparation of the agreement to a white paper and a draft bill. Cora, nobody cares if it's going to be a fail or praise approach because we are ready at the end of all the phases.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, and this is the problem I have with the member. She gets up and she misrepresents. She thinks she sounds good. But she's actually, if you're going to read something, read the entire thing. I mean, other than that, you are misrepresenting to the people what the document says. Read the entire thing. Because there's a difference between implementation in one go and implementation in phases.
It's already implemented fully. It doesn't matter at this point. Just continue, member.
Madam Speaker.
It's just a commitment that it had to be done.
Madam Speaker. For the record of the leader of the opposition, we are in 2024. I know things moving fast. But the main point of this was not whether it was going to be 2021 or 2023, because they're already gone. The main point, Madam Speaker, was the commitment to the white paper and the draft bill that the leader of the opposition continues to tell us was not a product of their government and not a product that was approved by their government.
As I said, and you can sit down since you haven't found the rules yet. On a point of order, Madam Speaker, misrepresentation, what I've always said is that there was no bill, no GST bill presented to the members of government at the time. And I want to show proof. The member for Road North has stood up on numerous occasions and talked about reading minutes, but there was no bill. There was minutes in Executive Council where GST was discussed. There was no bill. A bill turns into law. A bill turns into law. And you all need to understand this.
Please,
it's not the same thing.
Please continue. Let's not interrupt the member's presentation any further.
So the deadline for completion was June 30th, 2020, where this expertly negotiated MOU, no, I don't understand how the expert negotiating team, which would have been the government of the day, would have committed to a bill that they didn't have any sight to, a sight of. And if you're telling me that that is the truth, to that, all I have to say is they got so much things to say, Madam Speaker. But the record of absentee governance is there. If you are telling me that you did not see this, it means you are spending all your time in your private office, whoever the you would be. You was outside walking about while government business was just being done in your absence. But Madam Speaker, you know why I read that? And thanks to the leader of the opposition, now it was read in its entirety. Because this MOU was signed by the leader of government business of the day. So whether there was a draft bill that did not come to Parliament, there was a draft bill that would have been cited by the cabinet of the day, who would have understood the intention in order for this to be signed.
They didn't see it, they just signed it anyways.
That means there would have been white papers and such that the cabinet would have reviewed and signed and understand the existence of. And no matter how much tantrums you throw, and random utterances you have. I have been talking. You are a talker. You got so much things to say. But your record of poor leadership, your record of dishonesty, and I guess your new record of absentee government stands clear. How many times must we have the conversation, Madam Speaker? How many times must we have the conversation? We want to offer progress for today, but we still have to be explaining the missteps of yesterday. Because the people who faltered are busy trying to erase the memories of Anguilla. And that is why the leader of the opposition continues to say that her biggest regret was the banking resolution.
You know, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, it's so sad. The member just continues to lie. But she has a clear record, and I think the people of Anguilla are listening, and they understand that the twists and the turns to make herself look good. It's unfortunate.
Madam Speaker, I was just flipping through the rules of the House of Assembly, and I realized that there's no point of order for being embarrassed about your own reputation. So I can continue my debate? Okay. I have said before, if you are critical of goods and services tax today, it means that you regret your banking resolution decision yesterday. Hand in hand. Peanut butter meat jelly. You know, Madam Speaker, when I look through this debate and I think about the implications, I think about the fact that we had to get the second doctor. The position was the general surgeon in Anguilla at the then Health Authority, now Department of Health Services. When I think about that, it shows me about what happens when you make good decisions, what happens, what it means for tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report, because it wasn't featured in the Premier's address, that in 2023, Anguilla had its first successful knee replacement surgery at our Princess Alexandra Hospital. And we sent so many people out for orthopedics that it is under this Minister of Health and Premier, Ellis Lorenzo Webster, it feels different, it feels weird not saying all three names. We were able to move the hospital not from strength to strength, but strength to specialization, because in 2024, we will now become specialized in orthopedics. Fixing the missteps of yesteryear, progress for today, and hope for tomorrow. I had to amend the theme, because that captures the full story. And while Kyle Hodge was saying to further tax the jets so that we can fix the airport, that we can fix the hospital, by the way, just so you know, for the record, jets are already being taxed. But he was implying that we need to impose a tax in the absence of none to fix the airport, to fix the health authority at the time. And even though he was misguided in where we would get the monies from, Madam Speaker, we have to weigh the progress. When we think about the difficult times we had to move through as a country, we have to weigh the progress, because we are emerging on the other side of sacrifice, and so we have enough information to make an informed decision. When we think about health services, Madam Speaker, and the level of investment that is happening here, what does that mean for tomorrow? That is hope for tomorrow. And hope for tomorrow only begins with progress for today. And if you are questioning the progress we're making today, you are questioning the opportunities we will give to our people tomorrow. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Health, there's also additional staff and healthcare components, psychiatric care, an anesthesiologist, a pediatrician, an OB, additional nurses, operationalization of the morgue services, and expanded dental services. So when people are making their remarks, oh, people are saying that if we have a doctor who's a premier and who's also the Minister of Health, that they expect better health services, Madam Speaker. There are two things you have to do to get better health services. You have to improve the people who are operating the system, and you have to improve the tools they are working with. Are we not seeing evidence of both? A system that was ignored for more than 20 years. You are telling somebody who only had a couple months at this point at the helm, at the direct helm, you want to see results tonight. And healthcare is urgent, but procedures are slow. Healthcare is urgent, but recovery is slower. But if you are looking for the proof, the proverbial pudding is right here. Which is why I had to question in the first place. If you have the MTEF and you have the budget, some of these rhetorical questions are just to mislead people. Because the answer is there. And if you have the experience that you try to sell to the country, then you should know that an acquisition in the middle of the year would be limited in any way because government expenditure runs on a calendar year. So how would we have expended more? This is the first budget after the health authority was acquired. So this is a budget that matters. If you want better and speedier health care, this is a budget that you need to investigate. This is a budget that shows the progress today and the hope for tomorrow. Madam Speaker, in addition to that, I want to point out the UPS critical branch. Madam Speaker, at the hospital right now, when they're doing critical surgeries, you know what they have to do? They have to go on their generator. In fear that, and Anguilla is a pretty consistent service provider, but something can happen. So out of fear, they have to disconnect from the Anguilla and go on their service, on their generator, perform the critical interventions, and when they feel like it's an okay time, they then reconnect to the primary utility. In 2024. But because the progress we have made as a great nation since 2020 to now, the progress that the opposition is trying to deny you is happening. The progress that the opposition is trying to tell you is not affecting you. We are able to get a critical branch, a UPS, at the hospital to the tune of $256,000. I need you to understand how critical this is. So when they say that there's no care and there's no people and you can't eat concrete, tell them you can't eat hypocrisy either. When they say there's no care, tell the patient on dialysis who will now be receiving free dialysis from now to thy kingdom come, that they aren't being considered in this budget. Because apart from Senior Shield, what are you going to call it? Kidney Shield? The patients undergoing dialysis will now receive free health care. But the opposition says you can't eat concrete, and that only mean that there wasn't enough investment in the people. And I get into that you can't eat concrete line, you know. Let me just write it down again before I can't. Put your can't, C-Y-A-N, eat concrete. Because I got a little story about this line here. When they tell you that this is a budget that doesn't care for the people, ask them about your child health care from birth to 5 years old. Junior Shield. The fact that for the first time in Anguilla's history, you are receiving free health care. Because, Madam Speaker, some people don't plan to have children. Sometimes it just happen. Some people plan, they do savings, they do family planning, and they are able to not. And even then, in those circumstances, people don't necessarily plan to have a sick child. Or they don't plan for their child to get in an accident. But there's some people who are planners. We understand those people. Madam Speaker, some people just some days end up in a situation, sometimes as a single parent, because, Madam Speaker, the single mother is spoken a lot about. Her plight is spoken about a lot. But when she now is the beneficiary of free health care for her child, when now her mother is no longer a financial burden to her, they are telling her, close your eyes, because when you go to the shop, you got to pay $13 as GST. When she gets electricity credits, she's being told to close your eyes. They're only trying to mammagar you. When her parents get vouchers, when her child goes to school and gets free lunches, they say that there's no thing as free lunches, but they ain't been to Anguilla schools. They're saying only focus on that little thing. And to those people, Madam Speaker, anybody who is suffering today, Madam Speaker, I ask you, because I campaigned last time and I met people who are suffering, when was your government able to show up for you? Suffering people with hardships ain't start yesterday. You agree that you are bringing in GST, and we all agree that GST was in order to raise finances for the country. So people would have had a hardship regardless, no matter what form it would have taken, although the form of the APM and the form of the AUF is the same thing. The biggest bipartisan bill in the history of the country is GST. Only now you know. Only now you know that increased costs would have an impact on people. Madam Speaker, look to the budget. Explain to the civil servant who in 2019, under the Anguilla United Front, received a cut, and in 2020, in the middle of a hardship, was being threatened with an additional cut, and during that same period, or during that full period, there was additional cuts and the decision to no longer do increments. Explain to them how they feel that they have been returned to 2009 and 2010 levels of compensation, and explain to them how they feel, ask them how they feel about the incoming increase, because we know there's going to be an increase of some sort next year after the salary review is completed. And ask them to tell you how this budget only talking about concrete and development. And Madam Speaker, we understand there's some people who have been complaining about the cost of goods at the stores. Explain to those people how this budget doesn't look out for them when this budget green lights the removal of GST off of foods. Explain to people on the Mary's Bakery Road in District 3 who've been eating dirt for years how this budget don't meet their needs now that it's going to be paved. Explain to the people of North Hill who got to go up and down to reach home how this budget doesn't meet their needs. And when you're trying to confuse them, show how you would have gotten it done. Because any removal of anything is a threat to the progress today, and therefore a threat to the hope for tomorrow, and ultimately a threat to the Anguillian dream. Madam Speaker, you know how we spoke about a lot? I didn't bring it today, but we spoke about it ad nauseum at this point. The CARTAC report. The CARTAC report would have shown how Anguilla cannot progress without taxes. Any kind, just anything at all. It could not progress without a holistic tax. It showed that the taxes didn't make any sense. Our interpretation of one of the taxes that didn't make any sense was property tax. How can a government who's taxing you on your property also be the evaluator of the value of your property? Aren't they going to give you the highest value? There was need for a tax that matched the level of consumption of the individual. If you don't want to engage with the tax, you may choose to not consume certain goods and services. But you cannot choose not to live in your house. Explain to the people how this government isn't caring when we removed the regressive property tax. Explain to them. You can't eat concrete and you cannot eat hypocrisy. And the opposition argument is steeped in hypocrisy. They come at our surpluses. They did so the first year we got 90 days of reserves in this honorable house. They got so much things to say, but I would never forget, in 2020, they reported a surplus budget and then had on schedule a GST that began in 2021. So when now they are saying that surpluses equal overtaxation, why at a time when you had a surplus, you also had a pending tax on the books? That doesn't make any sense. So when you criticize this government and say a surplus is an indication of overtaxation, what did it mean when it was happening under your watch? In their manifesto, they said they committed to campaign number 7. Campaign promise number 7 was that they wanted to increase government surpluses and reserves. They got so much things to say, Madam Speaker.
Make it make sense.
And so many mistruths to say. I'm reminded about the threats to the people of Anguilla to bring in corporate tax and income tax.
Income tax though, right? Income tax though, right? Or tax? I yield to you.
Madam Speaker, when you look at this country and where we are at, all of a sudden the people got so much things to say, only to the opposition and only negative, always. But I wonder what the parents of Vivian Vanderpool Primary School had to say after the passing of Hurricane Irma. I wonder what they had to say then. When they got drops in a bucket while people were receiving and if there's a claim that they weren't threatened, that their children will be bused to the Morris Vanderpool Primary School, they definitely felt that way. And the only reason they would have felt that way is a lack of meaningful investment. How come what the people felt and what the people are saying didn't matter back then? We must not forget. We mustn't forget. So when the leader of the opposition goes on and on about manifestos, ask her in your spare time. Of the 15 campaign promises that she and her team made to the people of Anguilla, how many were achieved? Because when she goes on and on about the 11-point policy document of the Anguilla Progressive Movement, we achieved 9 out of the 11. And we headed into number 10. CCTV, transparency in government, improved funding and creating proper social relationships between investors, food security, education and investment. There is a style of the opposition to pick out sentences just to eat away at a small picture of the whole. Madam Speaker, the Premier could say to you, there was a burning building, there were 10 persons inside, all was safe, but a dog lost a piece of its tail. And the opposition would say, ignore everything else but the poor dog. The Premier make the dog lose a tail. But somebody can say, but at least nobody lost their life. No, don't worry about that, don't worry about that. The tail though. Meanwhile, in their administration, in their time, the building was burnt to smithereens. An unfinished fiasco. It is sad. It is a sad day in Anguilla when people are getting additional support, when we are moving towards more investments in sustainable energy and renewable energy, when we are moving into more food security programs, when we are building an airport to create opportunities for the people of Anguilla, that they are being told that it is not happening. And Madam Speaker, I would say this today, when it comes to the airport, this intentional minimizing of what the airport will do for the people of Anguilla is making those people who trust the members of the opposition lose out on meaningful opportunities to engage in Anguilla today. It's okay to say you don't agree with the time, although I won't agree with you. But it's not okay to give the impression that nothing will change and that people won't benefit. Especially when you know that if you had the opportunity, you would have done it. Because this leader of the opposition showed time and time again must we be stuck in the past? Must we forgo the hope for tomorrow? Weigh the progress. That was the word spoken to me. Weigh the progress. We have violence and crime that we are dealing with as a country. This budget increases personnel for the Royal Anguilla Police Force and increases the training and the work that they are doing. So when you ask about the people, when you ask about the work that they have done, they as in us, when you ask about where are the people being featured in this budget debate, I can say those who have eyes, let them see, and those who have ears, let them hear. Madam Speaker, one of the things I think is most important and is highlighted here that did not get the level of attention it needed is a vocational training workshop at the prison. Across the world, we are seeing that prisons shouldn't just be places where persons are held and pent up, but they are given the opportunity to emerge as better citizens with the skills and the ability to be and do more in our communities. Just because somebody has faltered doesn't mean that we must turn their back on them. Thus, just because they had hard times, or difficult moments, or made bad decisions, means that we must take that moment and demonize the whole person and their futures. It is that thinking that led to the decriminalization. And what a lot of people who are trying to claim the credits won't say is that they weren't going as far, they would not have gone as far as this minister went. Because when we, after the fact, saw what they were proposing, well, firstly, we laugh because we say, if they're claiming this, what them just don't claim GST because they had more work in GST than they had in this. But after we had said that, we said that this had nothing to do with what we are doing. If anything, it would have been a tip of the iceberg. And thank God we didn't see it then because we might have been redirected into a place of limits. But we saw the need to expunge records. And so we are moving forward with that in 2025 in our legislative agenda. Young persons who have made poor decisions in their youth, being denied the opportunity to find work, to move, to get more opportunities, to improve themselves. Because some of us, it's not just moving to leave Anguilla, but it's moving to go to school. A criminal record for a couple grams of weed. You have no violence in your history. You surrendered yourself properly. But the rest of your future is cut short. And you have to limit your reach as an individual. That is the Anguillian dream, Madam Speaker. The ability to make mistakes and build yourself back up. There are those who may want persons to be stuck in the age of their mistakes, to be stuck in the moments of their missteps. But this administration says, not only do you deserve a second chance, but it must be institutionally enshrined as a right to you to get the opportunity to get to where you are trying to go, to plead your case and make your way in life. And if that isn't a budget for the people, if that isn't a government for the people, I don't know what is. Elections matter, Madam Speaker. Your votes matter, Madam Speaker. Where you put your X matter, Madam Speaker. And while they are saying, hold them to account, because they said no GST and they were not able to deliver on that, we delivered on everything else. But when they said no ISL, their record would not show that they delivered anything else to the people of Anguilla. So by their own metric, they must be rejected. By their own metric, they must be ignored. In the same way that they come to you with relief plans, they came to the people of 2015 with relief plans. And Madam Speaker, let me tell you this, just between me and you. Nobody else could hear us. The Quincy of 2020 is not the woman who stands before you today. I have evolved. I found time, I manufactured it some way to get a degree. I became a mother. I understood the procedures of government that I wouldn't have otherwise had the opportunity to learn. And everybody would have had their coming to Jesus moment where they turned the leaf for the better. You had a doctor who can now be considered a financial expert. Because if he has to write a resume and put down in front of somebody what he met in 2020 and what he is given to the people in 2025, there's no way somebody wouldn't consider him to be a financial expert. We've all had moments. Minister Kentish Rogers had her moment of reckoning. Merrick Richardson, Hayden Hughes, Kenneth Hodge, all of us had moments. And Madam Speaker, through the premier, because there's only one premier over here, I would say I can speak on behalf of this team when I say, when I was a child, I spoke like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. But when we became men and women, we put away childish things. So, Madam Speaker, when I say that, is that this Anguilla progressive movement will not make the same mistakes we made in 2020. We're not coming to you to tell you a 6 for 9. Everything we tell you we will do, we know how we will get it done. But the Anguilla United Front should have learned from their lessons. But they are still children and speak like children. Because the same thought process that led them to say that they will get rid of the ISL is the same thought process that they are using to say that they will get rid of GST. And the same way that they could not deliver then, they will not be able to deliver now. And this is why I used the word threat earlier, Madam Speaker. The leader of the opposition is threatening the people of Anguilla, because if she is successful with this nonsensical plan, the people of Anguilla will suffer. And that will be the hardest blow to the Anguillian dream. Because we have seen what happens to the people when the government's back is against the wall. They have to implement a GST in the middle of a crisis. They have to increase rates from $50 to $1,000 for farmers, because that's the only thing that Kyle Hodge did for the farmers. They have to increase rates at the hospital to keep it alive. That is the truth. Because when you build reserves, Madam Speaker, in the absence of reserves, we'd have had two things to do. Get a loan, which we couldn't have gotten because we would have been breach of a ratio, or ask the people to give more money. The opposition is saying, oh, a deficit, but they aren't saying that this deficit is only going to last 2 years. And then once that is done, we are out of the reserves. They are instead bringing to the people payments that they have to pay back for 40 years through different financing mechanisms. A deficit that doesn't eat into the people's money, and I mean the literal money in hand, is not a threat to the viability of the people. But a budget where 19 million, where $20 million of it is going to interest rates is a threat to the people of Anguilla. This is a thing that we have to weigh. Government is a complicated thing. Sometimes I wish there was a simpler way to explain what government is. That way, when the opposition come with nonsensical arguments, people can tell them to go away. But they're asking the questions. They're asking, how will you fund these? How will we keep all the progress we're doing if you do your GST relief plan? And they are saying to them, don't worry, we will go into reserves. The reserves that's going to fund the airport, which means that they're going to stop the airport development. And wouldn't it make more sense to go into reserves for investments that will give to the people of Anguilla more opportunity directly than to just go into the reserves to eat into the reserve's sake? So aren't we going back to the same position, the same threat that on day one, they're going to be ready to wipe out the reserves, and we're back on that situation. We have less than a day worth. And the people are placed back at ground zero. I understand that GST was a sacrifice, but it is not a sacrifice worth making twice. We've been there, we've been through it, we did our exemptions, we're going to do more exemptions, we're trying to get it right so that we can continue moving as a country. If you eat away at it, we're going to go back to start point, because that's what the CARTAC report said. The reason why we are here in the first place, and you are saying, go away, go away, go away, ignore the information of yesterday. Madam Speaker, Merrick's daughter would say, make it make sense, Daddy. And she is a hope for tomorrow. She wants it to make sense. It is for her that we are progressing today. It is for her that we are doing the hard things. It is for her that we are making things right. Because when I was her age, her literal age, you know what my government of the day, the Osborne Fleming-led administration, was doing? Wasting money left, right, and center, raising their salaries, and leaving the people out to hurt. But today I can say, I saw what that was, and it didn't work. And because I will never forget, I will work for you. Because I couldn't vote back then. I'd have been, what, 13, first farm, 13, 12? And if I was 13 today, I'm 31. When I was a child, Madam Speaker, and the funny thing is that when I was a child, I saw the errors in those in their ways. My friends and I, we had political conversations since back then. And the things we worried about came true. So now I am a woman. I must reason like a woman. I must put away childish things. I must tell the people of Anguilla, as much as you want a certain kind of relief, not all kinds are going to come right now, and not all kinds are going to be good for you. If it is the people of Anguilla would say, we don't care, we want to go back to what that was, that is their prerogative. But I will not lie to stand on this side of the aisle. Because it hurt me not to live up to my promise, and I have put myself in a position where I would never be able to do that again, because I understand how governments work. I understand how commitments work. We understand how the hard work and the hard decisions benefit the people of Anguilla. And if we do that, it will be an affront to the intelligence of the people of Anguilla. So here we are. Here we are. Here we are, reflecting on the words of Apostle Paul to the Corinthians, reflecting that maturity and commitment begins when you embrace the problems and grow from them. Reflecting on the fact that we have moved Anguilla from a mess to progress. Reflecting on the fact that we can contribute to building the Anguillian dreams. Madam Speaker, there are young persons who are asking, and rightfully so, what about building my home? This is something that's difficult for me. We want to be able to get relief in a certain way that is limited to us for our first home in a certain age range that encourages us. And Madam Speaker, this budget does not address that in this moment. But we are getting the country to a place where we are able to meaningfully address those issues. We have contemplated it. And the record will show, and we were exempting things like the sale of land. The opposition said no. Never forget. We would never make a commitment to you when we cannot make that commitment. But we do take instruction, and we do take it well. And so those young people can hold out hope. Because the progress of today will be their hope of tomorrow. We have to work the numbers. We have to understand how is it going to be something that we can do indefinitely for all Anguillians of all the times. Because home ownership is part of the Anguillian dream. But we've seen, Madam Speaker, a part of the Anguillian nightmare where home ownership also comes with the ability to continue to pay for that home. And so we are creating economic opportunities and economic avenues to enrich those young people and to give them the opportunity to pay for that home sustainably. But when it comes to building that home, we are looking out for you. We made a promise to our seniors, and we delivered. We made a promise to the people of Anguilla when it came to GST. So long as this thing performs, we will come back and back and back again to show up for you, and we are delivering. We made a promise to stop the bleed, and we delivered. We made a promise for security and food security, and we delivered. We made a promise for infrastructural development, and we have over-delivered. And when we make a promise to you, our records show that we will deliver. That is unquestionable. If you're going to hold the one time against the 99, that's your prerogative. But I would say 1 out of 99 is better than 0 out of 100. We have created a legacy for ourselves to deliver. We have created a legacy for ourselves to act on our promises. We have stood in the face of fierce criticisms from our friends in defense of Anguilla, and so we have showed when it comes to those who want to profit off the back of Anguillians, we will protect Anguilla first. And it says a lot to where those people found home. We have stood up, we have did the work, and I think we have emerged. Tested, approved, and trusted this Anguilla progressive movement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any more contributions? Okay, are you gonna make a contribution? Who's that? Those contributions? No? Okay. You're gonna make a, yeah, we can do that. Oh, okay, so the assembly will recess for a half hour. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. The Assembly will now resume its sitting. We are debating a bill for appropriations 2025, Act 2024. Floor is open for contributions. Who goes next? The Honorable Member for Road South is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's 7:13 p.m. and we are here to debate next year's budget that was presented by the Honorable Premier in a budget address entitled, and Madam Speaker, I would like, before I get into my presentation on the budget, to speak a little bit about the presentations that was made beforehand. Because some of the things that were said has to be responded to. In particular, when the member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker, spoke about a total disregard for local business, Madam Speaker. This total disregard for businesses in Anguilla is somewhat curious, because if you look at the record of this Anguilla progressive movement, Madam Speaker, no one could say that. As a long-standing member of the Anguilla Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Madam Speaker, I also had the opportunity to be elected to the board of directors of the Anguilla Chamber of Commerce and Industry and resigned prior to the 2020 general election. But during my time at the chamber, we as members of the chamber and as the board of directors of the Anguilla Chamber of Commerce and Industry tried time and time and time again to meet with the government of Anguilla. Our requests to meet with the government of Anguilla fell on deaf ears time and time and time again, Madam Speaker. And the chamber was asking for a few things at that time. One was that an amendments to the Business Act, Madam Speaker, and the business licensing regime, where the chamber, as a representative of the business community in Anguilla, will have a meaningful say in moving forward with business licenses and how you move forward with businesses, Madam Speaker. And no matter what we did, after May of 2015, we couldn't get a meeting with them, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, on coming to office, immediately we reached out to the chamber and we met with them. And we met with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry so often, Madam Speaker, that sometimes they would ask for deferral of meetings or postponement of meetings, Madam Speaker. And together, we were able to work on legislation, Madam Speaker, that changed the way we did business licenses in Anguilla. With the chamber, the representative for the business community will have a meaningful say. And Madam Speaker, we know of the instances where foreign businesses were able to inundate the local business community, Madam Speaker. In the case of tropical flower and the tropical distributors, Madam Speaker, we know of that case while the Anguilla United Front was in office, Madam Speaker, where a foreign entity, International Wines and Spirits, came into Anguilla and displaced tropical distributors, tropical flower, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front was in office. So much so that one Mr. Devon Carty took to social media speaking out against the Anguilla United Front in the way they treated the local business community, Madam Speaker. And that record is there for everyone to see, because to this date, he has not removed those posts, Madam Speaker. And I don't know how the member for Sandy Hill felt about that. But what I do know is that she was a member of the Anguilla United Front administration. And soon thereafter, we heard that the Honorable Evan McNeil Rogers was no longer the deputy leader of that entity, but was now the honorable member for Sandy Hill. And what we also know is that there was no convention, there was no election or no selection, Madam Speaker. But that's water under the bridge. So when you say that we don't care about the local business community, and on so many occasions we have consulted with the local business community. And Madam Speaker, if I may dare go back to 2019, September of 2019 to be exact, when the members of the Anguilla United Front came to this honorable parliament, Madam Speaker, under the interim goods and services, the IGT, Madam Speaker, interim goods tax, the precursor to the goods and services tax, Madam Speaker. And after a vigorous debate, it was passed in this honorable House, Madam Speaker. Those voting in favor of moving forward with the interim goods tax was the Honorable Leader of Government Business, Mr. Victor Banks, the Honorable Evan McNeil Rogers, the Honorable Curtis Richardson, the Honorable Everly Bradley, the Honorable Cardigan Connor, the Honorable Jose Vanderpool, and the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge. The only person who voted no in that parliament at that time was the Honorable Pamela Van Webster, Madam Speaker. And we know how she was treated. And Madam Speaker, and then they continue to sell to the general public the goods and services tax, Madam Speaker. In an interview held in May of 2020, the Honorable Leader of Government Business and the leader of the Anguilla United Front in Class FM said that it was important that the government move forward with the goods and services tax because the British government had made sacrifices and had granted to the people of Anguilla a generous package of COVID relief. And they were moving forward with a phased approach towards the goods and services tax. Second phase, not the first phase, second phase, first phase already passed in 2019, but the second phase would have been passed on January the 1st of 2021. And the third phase, the services aspect, January 1st of 2023. And Madam Speaker, I, Hayden Austin Ford Hughes, on the campaign trail, said to the people of this country that the goods and services tax will be like Yellow Dad, choking your favorite mango tree, because they will be having goods and services tax on all services. Because the paper, the Executive Council paper, and the pronouncement was that it would be on all services. And I said, when you go to the barber, you will be taxed. When you go to the fishing, you'll be taxed. It will be on all services. And Madam Speaker, I said that. I said that. And when we came to office, Madam Speaker, we were presented with a piece of legislation to move forward with, called a goods and services tax, Madam Speaker. On the bottom, Speaker Terry Harrigan. Now, if anyone knows how legislation is drafted, it doesn't take a week or a month. It takes time. So it means, therefore, that before we came to office, that legislation was already drafted. And there was a lot of consultation, Madam Speaker. I went to some of those consultations as well, Madam Speaker, prior to coming to office, down at Laview and the like, Madam Speaker. And I remember us going to Executive Council with that legislation, Madam Speaker. And in the Executive Council, the Honorable Kyle Hodge, who sat next to me, myself and the members of the cabinet, walked out of the Executive Council and said, we're not moving forward at this time with that goods and services tax. And it was deferred. And the Honorable Kyle Hodge is sitting right across from me, and he can bear me out as the truth. And we had a lot of internal wranglings over goods and services tax, Madam Speaker. It was a tax that none of us felt comfortable with. None of us. None of us. And we had to go back to the drawing board. And we made a significant number of changes to the goods and services tax. And it was a tax that wasn't implemented, that wasn't going to be implemented by us, it would have been implemented for us. I can recall us in Executive Council, Madam Speaker, debating the goods and services tax with the independent financial advisor and the now defected Minister of Commerce, the Honorable Kyle Hodge. He was there, and I'm going to call his name because he was there and he can bear us out. And when they came back saying that the goods and services tax would be at 17%, but there also you can go down as low as 13%, and we chose to go at 13%, what were we told? We were told we should go to the higher figure of 17%, because the 13%, if it did not net the results, it would be difficult for us now to go back to the House to increase the goods and services tax. I don't hear any point of orders, Madam Speaker. So what I'm saying is the truth, and nothing but the truth. And Madam Speaker, eventually we came to this House, and we passed the goods and services tax after intense negotiations to have it prolonged instead of January 1st, 2021. And so it was agreed that we will push it back 18 months. Even a few days before we came to that House, Madam Speaker, they were still giving us only 1 year. Only 1 year to implement the goods and services tax. And we got an additional 6 months on the basis that the third phase will be brought up 6 months. So 2 phases came together. So yes, when the opposition says that they would have not implemented the goods and services tax in the manner that we did, they're not lying. There's one truism that they made, Madam Speaker. They're not lying, because they would have done it in the phase approach January 1st, 2021 and January 1st, 2023 with the services aspect. So when you look at it, the services aspect only came up 6 months. So it's neither here nor there. And we are here years later talking about a tax that neither the opposition, if they come to office tomorrow, or us can get rid. Yes, we have tweaked it. And we have said time and time again, when it is necessary, we'll tweak it, and we continue to do so, Madam Speaker. But in terms of getting rid of the goods and services tax, that will not happen. Because the member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker, and the Anguilla United Front, for 4+ years, campaigned that they will get rid of the unfair, dangerous interim stabilization levy. And not on day 5, or week 10, or month 8, on day 1. Because it was killing the business community. It was taking the buying power from the people of Anguilla. And so, we must get rid of it immediately. And on coming to office, Madam Speaker, on the 23rd of April 2015, Madam Speaker, of course, they couldn't get rid of it on day 1, unless they brought forward a bit of legislation to do so. But the budget for 2015 was already passed. So let us give them some grace on that first year, that first 8 months. But in December of 2015, they came to this Honorable House to extend it. And then for the next 4 years, they came to this Honorable House every December up until December 2019 to extend it. And the member for Sandy Hill, in an interview with Keith Stonegrave, said, yes, we may have promised, I'm paraphrasing here, yes, we may have promised it, but the members of the AUM, they knew why they couldn't remove it, and now we know why we couldn't remove it. So whether it's the APM or the AUF coming to office in 2020, neither of them will remove it. That's what the member for Sandy Hill said. And she was right. None of us could remove it. So what we said in the 2020, lead up to the 2020 election, is that if we are elected to office, we will come to this House and we will make it a permanent tax, so you don't have to every year come back to this House doing this tax. We also promised, Madam Speaker, to the people of Anguilla that if elected, we will not sell the shares of Anglic as the United Front said they would do. The United Front didn't only say that they would sell the shares of Anglic, Madam Speaker. They did a prospectus. And in August of 2017, at a post office, they laid out this prospectus to sell the shares of Anglic, the government of Anguilla's shares to Anglic, Madam Speaker. And a few weeks later, Hurricane Irma came, and they shelved the decision temporarily. But they came back with it again, Madam Speaker. And if it was not for one Harold One, who single-handedly fought the Anguilla United Front, we would not be speaking about Anglic in the manner we speak about it today. Because it was him who fought tooth and nail at that time to ensure that the shares that is owned by the people of Anguilla remain in the hands of the people of Anguilla. It was not sold to the Asians, the Russians, the Lithuanians, the Pakistanis, Madam Speaker, and remain in the hands of the people of Anguilla. When we came to office, it made up part of the medium-term economic and fiscal plan. And so, even though it was in that medium-term economic and fiscal plan, we said we will not move forward with that plan to sell the shares of Anglic, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, another thing that the member for Sandy Hill spoke about is low wages. Say that the wages were low. And I'm not going to argue whether wages are low or not, because it's relative. It's really relative. For some people, wages may be fine. I don't think so. As a matter of fact, wages never fine for anyone. Because if you look at Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos' net worth today, and if you looked at it a year ago, you will see that Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk is in the hundreds of billions of dollars in terms of net worth, and they still want more, Madam Speaker. So wages for anyone is never enough. But I can say this, that the wages today are higher than when we came into office, Madam Speaker. And why I can say that? Because for many years, Madam Speaker, for many years, we have been campaigning about the implementation of a minimum wage. Election after election after election after election, Madam Speaker, we've been campaigning about a minimum wage. In every election, politicians find excuses as to why the minimum wage couldn't be implemented, Madam Speaker. Excuses, 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 Madam Speaker, as to why the minimum wage couldn't be implemented. From the time my father was a child, they were talking about the development of the Valley Main Road, Madam Speaker. From the time you could creep, we are complaining about the design of the airport road. From the time Ronnie Fleming, who was head of the traffic department, saw the Jeremiah Gums Highway development, Madam Speaker, that was financed by the European Development Fund. Funds were acquired in 1999, Madam Speaker, 25 years ago. He said there will come a time when they will need a bypass. And we spoke about that bypass time and time again, Madam Speaker. From the time James Ronald Webster left St. Martin and came to Anguilla to join the revolution, Madam Speaker, with Atlin Harrigan, of which this building is named after, we are talking about the international airport. And Madam Speaker, in the budget address of 1977, the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. James Ronald Webster, spoke about the development of the water network, Madam Speaker. 1977. Madam Speaker, and the development of a proper terminal in Blowing Point. For many years now, and I'm quoting from him, it has been our desire to improve the pier at Blowing Point, to improve the ferry service between Anguilla and St. Martin. Madam Speaker, the budget address of 1977. Many of us here in this honorable chambers, Madam Speaker, were not even born. In some instances, some of our parents did not even meet. And we are talking about these things. And in that same budget address, Madam Speaker, 3 pages long, he spoke about the need to develop water in this country, electricity in this country. And Madam Speaker, here we are today, talking about these things time and time again. And the member spoke about low wages that have been increased through the minimum wage of $6, Madam Speaker. $6, one of the highest minimum wages in the Caribbean. And while it is, there may not be enough. It's a start, Madam Speaker. It's a start for a 51-year-old promise, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I hear the leader of the opposition cite, "Oh, where's your manifesto?" You don't have a manifesto. And they keep saying, you don't have a manifesto, so you don't have a plan. So how can we gauge it from a plan? Well, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front, which is a child of the Anguilla National Alliance, for 25 years, Madam Speaker, 25 years, they've been presenting these glossy documents called manifesto, Madam Speaker. And if you go, and this is a 25-year-old document, and if you go through this manifesto, Madam Speaker, and you see what the promises are in this manifesto, Madam Speaker, by the Anguilla United Front, and they came to office in 2000, you know, Madam Speaker. It was in office from 2000 to 2010. And in 2005, had economic growth of over 20%. 2006, 20%. 2007, a little under 20%, Madam Speaker. And all of these promises: construct an international stadium facilities, construct sports facilities, not one was done. And Madam Speaker, I want to speak to an area in which they spoke about, Madam Speaker. And this is related to our youth. When they said that the violence among the youth, let me find it, Madam Speaker, conflict. Listen, Madam Speaker. The Anguilla National Alliance, which is the Anguilla United Front, the only difference was that they added the 1999 manifesto, will strive to restore the Anguillan community to its former values unified under God, with strengthened family values, where every sector of our society, from the very young to the old, is cared for. Is cared for, Madam Speaker. 25 years ago, and today, we have Senior Shield because of the Anguilla Progressive Movement, Madam Speaker. Today, we have Junior Shield because of the Anguilla Progressive Movement. But 25 years ago, it was promise. Lack of action, lack of desire, and they say we don't care. When you speak to Chester, a young man who has been on dialysis for many years, and forking up thousands of dollars a month, Madam Speaker, beyond his earning, because by no fault of his own, kidneys fail. Tell him that the Anguilla Progressive Movement don't care. Tell him that Anguilla Progressive Movement don't care. When you speak to Mr. Connor, elderly man in South Hill, Madam Speaker, who got sick and went to the hospital and spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and while he was there, he was worried about his bills. And his bills would have come up to over $30,000. And when he was discharged, his bill was a big fat zero. Tell him that Anguilla Progressive Movement doesn't care, Madam Speaker, about people. Tell him. When I speak to my friend in South Hill, or Romney, I won't call his first name because I didn't ask permission, and when he showed me his property tax bill, Madam Speaker, almost $10,000 EC a year, paying rent to the government to live in his own home. And no longer he has to park up $10,000 a year, Madam Speaker. Tell him that Anguilla Progressive Movement doesn't care about people. At the heart of all our policies, it's about people. It's about people first, Madam Speaker. And this manifesto, and other manifestos, and other ideas, even before this manifesto, says that we've been talking and promising and campaigning and promising for year after year, decade after decade. Some people have gone to college and now have grandchildren, and nothing was delivered until the Anguilla Progressive Movement said enough is enough. And it's time to deliver on the promises of those who fought to ensure that Anguilla is proud, strong, and eventually free. And one of the ways we become free, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that we meet the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility Act. We are no longer do we have to be subjected to someone 4,000 years ago telling us where to go and how to come, Madam Speaker, and how to manage our budget. And we talk about, because the member said, we don't have no manifesto. But Madam Speaker, in 2015, the member for Sandy Hill, as part of the Anguilla United Front team, was elected with an overwhelming majority. It wasn't an unprecedented majority, because in 1976, the Honorable Father of the Nation won 6 of the 7 seats. And then in 1980, the Anguilla United Party, under the leadership of James Ronald Webster, again won 6 of the 7 seats, with the lone opposition member being Sir Emil Gumbs. So it wasn't unprecedented, but it was an overwhelming majority in 2015 when the Anguilla United Front was elected to office. In just a few votes, they would have had 7 seats, because the only person that lost by 15 votes. 15 votes. Overwhelming majority. And then the second nominated member, because back then there was nominated members, was also part of their team, even though he was selected by the leader of the opposition. And then they had Mr. Terry Harrigan, who was a nominated member, who was part of their team, and then he was elevated to the Speaker's chair. And then Joseph Vanderpool, who was a member of Parliament. And Madam Speaker, in the lead up to the 2020 election, he was announced by the leader of the Anguilla United Front as what? The marijuana czar, the weed czar, the ganja czar. He will spearhead the decriminalization of marijuana once the Anguilla United Front is elected to office. But Madam Speaker, we've been talking about that for many years. When I was a student in high school, I've been hearing them talk about it. There was a man by the name of Anguilla Jacintai, Anguilla comes from North Hill, who for many years advocated for decriminalization of the holy herb. For many years, Ajanya Christian advocated for the decriminalization of the holy herb. For many years, Ras B advocated for the decriminalization of the holy herb. And he was arrested in his later years for 3 plants. Less than the threshold that we have today. And if he was out job seeking, he would have had a record that would have prevented him from having that job. Oh, what a sweet thing if they were wrong today to see that because of the Anguilla progressive movement and because of the tenacity, the drive, the desire, the fortitude, and the never say die against so many factors of the Honorable Deanne Kentish Rogers, member for Valley South, we have it done today. And we are working on the expulsion of records, Madam Speaker. So that those young men who may have been 17 years old or 20 years old, who have a record, have changed their lives, but having difficulties to move forward with productive lives, those records will no longer be there. Because when you get that police record, it says charge. So when you apply for a job, you have a charge. So, Madam Speaker, when they talk about manifestos, because they keep saying, oh, they didn't have a plan because they didn't have a manifesto. We did have a plan. It was published too. It was published. And it was given to all the permanent secretaries when we came to office. And of those 11 points, I think we have accomplished 9 of those 11, if not 10. But the Anguilla United Front had something called their 15-point plan, Madam Speaker, in their grand, glossy manifesto. And Madam Speaker, it says, 1, restore full employment, diversify jobs, promote the payment of living wages in the lowest paying jobs, and set up an effective national minimum wage. Ask the question, in the 5 years that they came to office, mind you, Madam Speaker, when they came to office, the Honorable Minister of Finance in the Anguilla United Front administration said, this is the best financial situation I've ever inherited. The country's finances have been what? Prudently managed. It was a $33 million surplus, when in 2010 there was none. And Madam Speaker, you ask the question, was 1 accomplished? And the resounding answer is no. So whether you say it in English, no, or whether you say it in French, no, or whether you say it in Spanish, no, the answer is still no. Number 2, provide relief from the interim stabilization levy and other taxes which have hurt workers and businesses and depressed commerce since 2010. Madam Speaker, number 2 on the 15-point plan says, provide relief from the interim stabilization levy and other taxes which have hurt workers and businesses and depressed commerce since 2010. But did you do that? No. Anybody, whether on Earth or those people that Trump say that lives on Mars, will tell you the answer is no. And Madam Speaker, further to that, the Anguilla United Front administration, of which Cardigan Connor and Cora Richardson Hart was a part of, came to this honorable house in December of 2015 to pass a budget for 2016. And Madam Speaker, remember, they said that they will provide relief from the ISL and other taxes which have hurt workers and businesses and depressed commerce since 2010. But what did they do in December of 2015? They came to the House and they extended the interim stabilization levy. That's 1 for 2016. Then they targeted the business community, starting with the hotels. They increased the tourism marketing levy from $1 and increased it by 300%. And let it be known, the tourism marketing levy was introduced by them to say that they were marketing tourism. So for every tourist that came to the hotel, they would pay $1 and the hotel will match it. So they increased that by 3. But ask the Anguilla Tourist Board how much their subvention increased. Because it's marketing. And the Anguilla Tourist Board is the marketing wing of the Ministry of Tourism. That's their remit, marketing. They implemented a so-called training levy of 10% on work permit fees, Madam Speaker. 10% on work permit fees. And they say it will go towards training. But you must ask how much of that went into training and scholarships. This is the same administration who for 4 years said that you must get rid of the levy. The same administration that the member for Sandy Hill took control of. They said what they said when they were out of office, and when they got into office, they just abandoned all of the glossy documents that they produced. In 1989, 1994, 1999, 2000, 2005, 2010, and 2015. All of those beautiful glossy documents. Oh, that was only a gimmick to get elected. That's what they said. But we elected now. And there's a difference between electing and governing. That's what they said. Even in this house, they said it. And Madam Speaker, the communication levy, the Anguilla United Front, who introduced a communication levy to begin with of 10%, increased it from 10% to 15%. From 10% to 15%. But remember their promise, their 15-point plan, to remove and reduce taxes that hurt businesses and workers. But now, all of those businesses who have to use phones and other telecommunication devices, Madam Speaker, got to pay more. Everybody had to pay more. But just a few months earlier, they were saying they were moving all of these things. Spectrum fees. They increased the Anglic license fee by 150%. They implemented a 0.065% gross revenue tax on Anglic. Anglic. Same mechanism we try to use for political football, Madam Speaker. They implemented a 0.085% gross revenue tax on bulk petroleum imports. Another one on Anglic. Increase land registry fees by 100%. Increase driver licenses by 25%. Increase vehicular licenses by 50%. Increase cruise permits by 50%, Madam Speaker. Remember, their promise was to provide relief from the interim stabilization levy and other taxes, and that which have hurt workers and businesses and depressed commerce since 2010. Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front administration did not reduce one single tax. And on the contrary, are removing the taxes. On the contrary, they increase and increase and increase, Madam Speaker. Increase. So how do you compare the records? Yes, when we are outside looking in, we say we won't implement the GST. But when you come into a country, into office, And you see the fiscal situation, not even 1 day's reserves over 1 day reserve. Not even 1 day reserve, Madam Speaker. Couldn't pay civil servants. And the British government saying, well, you signed an agreement for COVID relief, and if you don't want this money, your civil service can't get paid. Can't get paid. And the monies that you will be granting to persons, that $800 or that $1,000 stipend that came from out of that, they will not get it. The lights are going to be turned off. The water is going to be turned off. You won't be able to provide goods and services. The hospital? Huh? Now tell me, when you go out into the field, Madam Speaker, and you've been working all day, and your stomach is growling, and you feel as if you're going to die, and you come home, and there's your brother creating a pot of venison, Madam Speaker, and you realize that the only way that you can survive the next day is to ask your brother for that venison. And your brother Jacob says to you, if you want that venison, Esau, you better give me your birthright. And Esau, knowing full well that he could not survive another moment without drinking of that venison, Madam Speaker, and everything will collapse and you have no life, what do? Tough decisions, Madam Speaker. Tough decisions! And even though it was a tough decision, it didn't come without a fight. The single eyed member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, can tell you of the fight. There was a fight. There was not only an external fight, not because we were out on radio wrangling, but there was also an internal fight. Because we are all wrangling and wrestling with this, Madam Speaker. We had public consultations, time and time again. Yet they say that we were not transparent. We didn't consult the public. Right in here, we had public consultations that were broadcast live on Radio Anguilla. There were suggestions that we took back over a period of months, Madam Speaker. And even before that, the Honorable Premier in September of 2020 held a meeting at the Teachers Resource Center where he showed the dismal state, the Madam Ricardo Auditorium, Madam Speaker, Campus B, showed the dismal state, dire state of the country's finances. And it was all good. But when he had another presentation here in this building, Madam Speaker, showing that we have plowed our way through the help of the people of Anguilla back to prosperity, Madam Speaker. Oh, you're doing it on the backs of the people. You got a reserve on the backs of the people. But if you have to draw down the reserve to fund a deficit, oh, but where are you drawing down on the reserve? The hypocrisy belies me. And apart from that, Madam Speaker, it's okay for Anglic to have $100 million in the bank on the backs of the people, because remember, it was under one of their candidates' chairmanship, against the begging, the pleading of the Honorable Premier and I, took the fuel surcharge all the way up to 70 cents, so much so that businesses and people were placing their electricity records on social media during the month of August and September of this year. This is a matter of fact. They were crying, screaming over the high costs. And what happened? It was reduced. Fuel surcharge was reduced significantly from 70 cents to 45 cents. And also, we're granting electricity credits. Not once, but twice, because everybody in Anguilla, once you qualify, over 6,000 homes get a Christmas gift from the government of Anguilla. And they can say that if things were doing so well, why is it you're giving handouts, Madam Speaker? Things doing so well, why are you giving handouts? But yet, the same people were saying in America and those other places, you get a tax return. So while it is we don't have a tax return, this is what we do for the people of Anguilla. You can't take. That you know the front do? You got to give back. And this is the first government in the history of this country who have given back time and time again, only because we have a premier who came back to give back. And the record will show. There are some persons in Anguilla who their consumption of electricity is so low that end up not paying electricity bill for a year. I know this to be true. I know this to be true. And anybody who wants to say that the $500 multiple times electricity credit is a bad thing, come on, there are people who will take it from you. Devon, there are people who will take it from you. Those seniors who are 70 years and older, for the most part, are not working anymore. They're retired. And if the government of Anguilla says to all seniors who are retired, listen, we want to give you $500 to go and shop. How is that a bad thing? How is that a bad thing, Madam Speaker? How is a government who has given back to its people done such a bad thing? There was a man by the name of Zacchaeus, Madam Speaker. And Zacchaeus took and took and took. And when Jesus was walking through, he jumped up in a sycamore tree, Madam Speaker, and he was looking. And after he had that encounter, he no longer took, but he gave. You can't just take. You have to give. And there has never been in the history of Anguilla an administration who have given so much. Madam Speaker, as you go older, things start to fall apart. Well, not for me, I am a physical specimen, so it's a little different. But as you grow older, things fall apart, Madam Speaker. You know that book, Things Fall Apart? Right. Things fall apart. It's like a car, Madam Speaker. You buy a brand new car, and it's working well. But over time, even if you maintain that car well, things start to fall apart. Whether the rubbers on the tires, things just start to fall apart, and you have to spend more on maintenance. So us as human beings, through the process of aging, Madam Speaker, things fall apart. And if you're retired, and you're over the age of 70 and retired, and you don't have an income, you may be a pensioner, maybe. But even if you are, there will come times when you have to visit the doctor. You have to visit healthcare practitioners at our hospital. And Madam Speaker, sometimes you have to be admitted and spend weeks and months in the hospital. It has happened. And we all have family who have been hospitalized, Madam Speaker. In some instances, some of us have been hospitalized too. And Madam Speaker, and those bills are no fun, Madam Speaker. And a lot of the times, the bills are written off. And from the time we came to office, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Premier said, we got to do this. And we went to Executive Council. The governor said, but it has to be funded. You cannot impose or implement a policy that is not properly funded. So you have to do this study to determine whether it's sustainable and can be funded. And even though we wanted to do it immediately, and the talk show pundits were saying, they promised to give Senior Shield, but they ain't doing it. It was just a promise. We did the work. And today, we have Senior Shield. And Madam Speaker, even on that, they criticize. Time and time again, they criticize it. But in 1999, 25 years ago, in a glossy document, They promised it. 25 years ago, the honorable member for Valley South was mere 6 years old when that was promised in 1999. And they dominated the political landscape in Anguilla for over 15 of those years, Madam Speaker. And not one attempt, Madam Speaker, under the Anguilla United Movement, headed by Hubert Benjamin Hughes, the government decided we were moving forward with National Health Fund. But we need to have a pilot project to see how it worked. Dr. Lenny Hobson returned to Anguilla to head that up, to spearhead it. The Anguilla United Front, in which the member for Sandy Hill was part of, and the member for West End was part of, when they came to office in 2015, they dismantled it and said they come back with something better. Did they? The answer is no. And for those of you who are academically challenged, no spells N-O. They didn't. Yet in 1999, they promised it. And after coming to office in 2015, they promised it and made no attempts whatsoever to ensure, as was promised in 1999, 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020. They made no attempts. But we don't care about people. The Premier doesn't care. I think a lot of people fail to recognize the humble beginnings in which the Premier came from. He was born in the village of Island Harbor to a fisherman as a father and a homemaker. We call it homemaker, but you know what that is in colloquial language, a housewife. That was his parents. While he was in school as a schoolboy, his father suddenly died, Madam Speaker, leaving all of those children. Only one of them had finished school, and that's Sam Webster, and he was a custom officer. And he realized that the salary as a custom officer could not take care of his mother and his siblings. So he gave it up to become a full-time fisherman, Madam Speaker. Tell me, how can a man who came from that environment not care? And even before politics, he was coming back time and time again to give back. I know so many people who have touched, Madam Speaker. And I can recall Tommy Astafan saying in a public forum in 2014 that if Dr. Webster is elected, there will come a time that he'll be sitting in his office in government or standing in parliament, and he will be called to do surgery and will do it. And guess what? Tommy Astafan is no prophet. But in this case, he proved to be prophetic. Even before Dr. Webster had any political ambitions whatsoever, he was taking care of people. I met a man in West End, a taxi driver, who told me Dr. Webster saved his life. At the time, he wasn't even involved in politics. Saved his life. And a surgery that would have cost tens of thousands of dollars, Dr. Webster charged him the same thing a senior will be charged at the Princess Alexandra Hospital. A big fat zero. And you say he doesn't care? I know kids who are suffering with issues, Madam Speaker, here in Anguilla. Even while he was in office, took care of them. And you say he doesn't care? That's a narrative that they're trying to spin. How is it he doesn't care? A man who gave up so much, and they say, oh, he's doing it for the salary. That's the biggest laugh you could ever come up with. Because if he was performing surgeries, charging what the market charges, he would make that salary in an hour and a half. And he's the only member of parliament who had sworn to us foreign power and had a foreign passport, who legitimately gave up his U.S. rights, and he had to pay an exit fee as part of that. And he's the only one who on nomination day, they asked to see the original seal and feel the seal, Madam Speaker. Only one. There's different rules, you know. Depends on which party you're part of. You hear about institutionalized racism? This isn't racism. But we know what's institutionalized in Anguilla. We know. So how can you say he doesn't care? But they talk about manifestos, Madam Speaker. But let us go to number 3. Promote the use of unused tourism and other assets to grow businesses and jobs. Madam Speaker, between 2002 and 2008, the Anguilla United Front signed 10, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 memorandums of agreement, Madam Speaker. 10. 10. I don't need to spell them out. But we know what happened. Oh, somebody's saying I should spell them out, Madam Speaker. So let us start with memorandum number 1 that came to this House, not in Parliament, you know, that was signed between the Anguilla United Front administration in 2002 with Robert F.X. Silliman, a man who they accorded a national award that is secured for our heroes and heroines on the James Ronald Webster's Park, a man who left Anguilla in ruins. And Madam Speaker, they signed a memorandum of agreement in here to develop the Flag Luxury Project. And guess what, Madam Speaker? Before that Flag Luxury Project was signed, that place was called Casablanca in Merriwing, and eventually Sonesta Hotel. And Sonesta Hotel was a going entity. And when all collapse came, the people were left holding the bag. You understand what I'm saying? And Butch Stewart, may he rest in peace, worked out an agreement, a sales and purchase agreement between himself and the owners of Sonesta to purchase that property. And because of the fact that we do not accommodate all-inclusives, it would have been the first of a kind in Anguilla for the Sandals brand. And Butch Stewart was also offering airlift in airport development, Madam Speaker. Airlift in airport development. The check was already handed over. And the government said, no, we have this friend, Silliman, give back that check. And they said that they set up a committee to work on the memorandum of agreement, Madam Speaker. And the committee was named out, Madam Speaker. And one of the committee members, by the name of Claudel Romney, was his second nominated member. And when the memorandum of agreement came, he said, but how you sign a memorandum of agreement and I don't know, and I'm part of this committee? Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize the former member for District 6, looking good in blue, right? The Honorable Curtis Richardson. And Madam Speaker, and guess what? They pulled it, and we never saw it again. And Madam Speaker, when they moved forward with that development project, Mr. Osborne Fleming was the Chief Minister, Madam Speaker. And that project started in 2004, just before the general elections. And in 2005, the Anguilla United Front was once again elected to office. But, Madam Speaker, Mr. Banks was supposed to assume the chief minister's role. Because Mr. Fleming was the chief minister for the first 5 years, and Mr. Banks was to assume the chief minister's role for the second 5 years. And that is the way it's supposed to be. But Mr. Silliman said, I want the government to go back in as is. And the government had to go back in as is. And in that 2005 general election, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front promised to bring a development project to Junks Hole because they knew that there were developers looking to develop in Junks Hole and was working with the Hodges family in Junks Hole. And they campaigned on it. But when they came to office in 2005, Silliman called them up and said, listen, if you give the Hodges and the investors the permission to develop that project in Junks Hole, I will close down Flag. And the public relations officer at the time was one Mr. Curtis Richardson. And he would have put out that press release. And Mr. Fleming came to radio and he announced that this is what Mr. Silliman said. And the Hodges were left holding the bag. I'm not making anything up. This is a matter of historical fact. And Madam Speaker, by 2017, the project collapsed. But before that, Madam Speaker, before that, when the project started in 2004, they brought in a company by the name of Hensel Phelps. You see the yellow and Anguilla United Front? That probably come from Hensel Phelps because all their vehicles were yellow. And Hensel Phelps came in against the chagrin of the people of Anguilla because for the first time, we had these external contractors coming into Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Never happened before. Because in 1979, when the Malihana Hotel started construction, a man by the name of Joe Hodge, an Anguillian from East End, the uncle of the member for Sandy Hill, and the single-headed member, Miss Quincy Gomes Marie, was a contractor for the Malihana Hotel.
On a point of order, ma'am, just to clarify, he's not the uncle of myself or the single and white member. He's the uncle of my husband.
Thank you very much. So I retract that, Madam Speaker. He's the uncle-in-law of the member for Sandy Hill. But either which way, he's an Anguillian. He's an Anguillian. Joe Hodge built the Malihana Hotel, Madam Speaker. That hotel has been open for over 40 years. You go down to that hotel today, it looks as if it was open yesterday. Pristine, brand new. What a job he did, Madam Speaker. What a magnificent job. And then over on the other side, in the Mondays Bay site, 179 acres of government-owned land was leased by a man by the name of Dion Friedland to build a hotel. And he brought in partners, Charles Hickox and Bob and Nancy Bean and right? And that contractor was one, Leonard Bennett, along with Tony Sheehy. They built a hotel called Capjuluca, one of the most beautiful beaches in the world, one of the most beautiful properties in the world, on a sand dune. And Madam Speaker, in 1995, and again in 1999 in Hurricane Lenny, there was so much veracity and ferocity with those hurricanes that you could literally walk under the foundations of the hotel in Capjuluca because it was built on a sand dune and the sand was washed away into the ocean, Madam Speaker. I walked under it. And Madam Speaker, not a crack. Not a crack. Leonard Bennett, wherever you are, take a bow. Tony Sheehy, wherever you are, take a bow. Not a crack, Madam Speaker. Those structures you see down there, except for the spa, were built from way back then. Pims was built first, and then Villas 1, 2, and 3, Madam Speaker. Right? And Madam Speaker, was built by Anguillian labor. I was a schoolboy. Every summer, I would go get on the truck because there was a truck picking up the workers, and I would go down there and I'd walk during the summer break, Madam Speaker. La Serena. Cove Castles by Myron Goldfinger. Didn't even have concrete trucks, Madam Speaker. Did not even have concrete trucks, black buckets, throwing mortar, throwing concrete, Madam Speaker, up the road. That's the way they were built. Quality, Madam Speaker. Yet, the Anguilla United Front, time and time again, when they're in office, they allow for these major international construction companies, whether it's Henry Phelps, or Astrom, or DCK, or Carillion, and even when they brought in Carillion with the 700 Indians, Madam Speaker, it was the first time in maybe decades, maybe 100 years, that tuberculosis, TB, entered the shores of this country. This is a matter of historical fact. And in every instance, the foreign developers failed, leaving Anguillians devastated.
I want you to record your last point, member. I have an announcement to make, yes? I'm gonna take my mic off to make it. I'm gonna take my mic off to make it. Thank you, members. This honorable house now stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.